CP24, Toronto's breaking news.
It's 11 o'clock, 20 degrees and cloudy from 299 Queen Street West. This is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. Good morning. I'm Lindsay DeLuz. Traffic and weather together. But first, our top story. Police continue their security crackdown after a day of violent protests, including a raid today at the University of Toronto. With more on today's arrest, let's go live to CP24's Cam Woolley, who is at the University of Toronto. So what's happening there right now, Cam?
Well, we're at 4 Bancroft, and when you look behind me, the arrests were made in the Graduate Students' Union. There are no residents here, and you can see it's actually still going on, Lindsay. You can see police officers still working away here, and occasionally still seeing prisoners being escorted and placed in the court services trucks. About 70 arrests being made here, and from time to time, too, we still see officers. You can see one there with the light blue gloves on. You can see officers with clear bags of evidence, look like dark-colored clothing. I've talked briefly with police. They're trying to match up some of the clothing and other evidence they found here with some of the criminal behavior that we witnessed yesterday in our city, vandalism and other criminal acts. We've seen some of the persons arrested wearing the dark clothing that was used by the so-called black bloc tactics. And though no confirmation exactly what group this is, it certainly looks to me like these aren't your typical U of T type students. Some of them pretty scruffy looking. We've seen people well into their 50s. Also, police have been coming out with cartons and bags from this Graduate Students' Union of what are described as street weapons. And these are things like bricks and rocks and sticks and other things that these folks were using yesterday to smash windows and damage property and injure people. There are officers here from right across Canada. The 2 officers in the foreground are from Quebec. We've seen Montreal officers, as well as Peel and York and Toronto, Hamilton officers. It's really a true joint forces operation. Chief Blair last night on CP24 said that the police intelligence system was working well. They did have an idea of who a lot of these perpetrators were of the criminal acts, and that they would be making arrests, and he was good to his word, and that's what we're seeing here, and we've seen in other parts of the city this morning too. Very strong police presence, and we're hearing other cases of some of the violent criminals that we saw yesterday being arrested. Now here comes another bag of evidence. It looks like clothing, perhaps in a bag, being put away. Back to you.
And Cam, those that have been arrested there on scene where you are they saying anything at all? Have they said anything?
No, some of them have had to walk right past Spencer and I here, and they've police been using the tie wrap style handcuffs on them, the plastic handcuffs. They just looked down. The police told me that most of these people were asleep when the officers went in, and the officers were ready for anything, I tell you. It was tactical officers that went in first. They had Arwen guns with them, and but things went very well, went peacefully, very efficient. Back to you.
All right, Cam Woolley, we'll check back in with you. Thank you. Well, officers are keeping a very close eye on the city amid fears of another flare-up of violence. So this was the scene in downtown Toronto yesterday. Police in riot gear marching through the streets to try to control the crowd. Demonstrators started smashing store and bank windows, throwing bricks at police and spray painting buildings with graffiti. Police used tear gas for the very first time in the city's history, and we've received word that OPP have sent 1,000 uniformed officers to Toronto today as reinforcements. Now, in some cases, G20 activists resorted to some rather bizarre methods to gain access to areas blocked off by police. A security guard patrolling outside the Eaton Centre yesterday says he saw a group literally crawling out of the sewer.
As we were doing our rounds, we got to about James Street here, and we turned around and we see these two guys coming out of the manhole cover and then walking eastbound on Queen. So we were like, "Did you just see what I just saw?" And yeah. So at that time, one of the court services trucks had just come around the corner, and we flagged him down and mentioned him about what we saw. They quickly called the police, and in about 2.5 minutes, there was 50 cops here.
Now, the manhole along Queen Street West was taped off this morning as a precaution before workers arrived on scene to weld it shut, as you can see. Other manhole covers are also being welded shut today. Witnesses say police were able to capture the 4 suspects involved. So right now, city crews are also out trying to recapture Toronto's clean image after yesterday's protests. Workers picked up litter, signs, and even some bicycles that were mangled during the unrest. Some Queen Street residents got up early to make sure their neighborhood was okay.
Well, it looks a lot better than it did last night. I think it was necessary, but the symbol of the cops in riot gear is something that's not going to leave my mind anytime soon. I don't think it's going to be as bad today, but we'll see. I'm not really going anywhere.
If windows weren't broken, they were spray painted with anti-capitalist graffiti. It's unclear whether insurance will cover the cost, though, and the federal government has said it will not pay for protest damage. So now more than 500 people have been arrested in the past 24 hours, and it is expected that most of them will be spending some time at the G20 Prisoner Processing Center. That's on Eastern Avenue, and that is where we find CP24's crime specialist, Sue Scambatti. Hi, Sue.
Oh, hi, Lindsay. With the arrests at U of T this morning, that brings the numbers approaching 600. Those people have yet to arrive here. 484 was the number of people already here at this holding facility. I'm joined now by Sergeant Gary Phillips from the Integrated Security Unit. Give us a snapshot of how the processing of nearly 500 people on site is going.
Well, as you can imagine right now, Sue, there's quite a few people back there, but the court officers doing an extremely great job handling all these prisoners. A lot of movement back and forth, but as soon as they can get the paperwork done for those that can be released, they'll do so as soon as they possibly can. And
tell us, processing means what? Fingerprinting, photographing? What is the processing?
Once they're brought in, some have to be fingerprinted depending on the charges. There is a great deal of work behind the scenes in terms of all the paperwork that has to be done. But for those that have been arrested for breaching the peace, there's a smaller process, but there is some paperwork. But as soon as that is done, they'll be released back out in here to the public.
So some people leave on foot. What happens to the rest?
Those that are going to court will be transported. Again, as soon as that paperwork is done, they'll be transported to the appropriate court.
Okay, and tell us about the officers. This is a staging area. We know that. Give us a picture of what's all been rolling out here. It's been a steady stream since we arrived here at 6 o'clock.
Well, as you can see, there is a lot of officers that are reporting for duty here, and these buses that you see behind us are transporting them to various locations within the downtown core. They've utilized every possible resource for today. Again, we have a mandate, we have a job to do, and that is to secure the safety of our dignitaries that are in town, plus the public and property that's also downtown.
You probably can't answer this, but I'm going to ask anyway. Will we see the riot squad here because there is a rally, a solidarity rally en route as we speak here to support the people inside?
Yeah, the public order unit they are mobile. If they are required to come down here, a call will be made, and at that time they'll be utilized to come down here.
Okay, so it's a very busy day here today with probably maybe close to 100 more people arriving. How many prisoners can you handle in there?
Well, I don't know the exact amount that we can handle, but right now, with the amount of people back there, that is a lot of people to process. But all we can ask is the people today, when they come downtown, they have a right to protest, do so safely, do so responsibly. And it's those people that think they're above the law causing all this problems, those are the ones that we're going to be looking for today.
All right, Sergeant Gary Phillips, thank you very much for your time. Back to you.
All right, Sue Scambatti, thanks for the update.
You're welcome.
Well, there is another rally happening this morning in Leslieville. Let's go to CP24's special G20 correspondent, Craig Kilberger, who is live on the scene. Hi, Craig.
We're here with a group marching, approximately 100 individuals, but it's tough to tell because there's a mix of journalists intermixed among them. A very strong police presence. We counted at one point 14 vans, unmarked police vans, escorting this group. You can see they're making their way down Queen at the moment, pushing towards the detention center. Moments ago, before they left, they held a brief rally where they informed people of the legal hotline, informed that there are legal officials walking among them who have the words legal written on orange hats. They informed individuals they should write that legal hotline number on their arms. Miriam, one of the members, one of the organizers, spoke to us how she was awake all night. She said she's a community organizer. She's very afraid for individuals who were arrested at Queen's Park in front of the Novotel. There was a negotiation that ensued, or a discussion, perhaps a better phrasing, ensued between the police and the organizers to ensure that if the police chose to halt the march, that they would be given sufficient notice. Overall, though, very peaceful. You saw a few moments ago an officer playing with a young baby in the march. This group has had very cordial relations with the officers, no insults, a very different environment than yesterday. This group is protesting, as they say, for the treatment of detainees, for more information on their conditions. They haven't heard from people inside the detention center. The 480 individuals who so far have been confirmed to have been arrested. They want more information on their friends, information on when bail hearings will be set, when they will be released. It's interesting to note that this is a very populous area. In fact, they informed the march that they would be marching past a group where there's an event happening with young children outside in front of one of the buildings, and they asked the marchers to go on the opposite side of the street, so, and this is an exact quotation, not to scare the children. This was a request made by the organizers to the marchers themselves. But again, all peaceful, courteous, and positive relations between the marchers and the police. It's a very different gathering than what we saw last night. This is a group, this is a protest. This was not the mob mentality that sadly gripped our city in the evenings.
And Craig, we saw you just turn a corner there. Where are you exactly, and do you know the route that this demonstration is taking?
They're making their way, pardon me, as adjusting the camera at the same time as I'm speaking to you here, we are making our way south towards the detention center to a nearby park in the area, and then they plan to stop outside of the detention center. They've been instructed by the police that they have to remain on the opposite side of the detention center to do a sit-in. It's interesting that there's been a mixed reaction from the crowd. We saw a First Nations gentleman who, at the beginning of the march, walked in front, stopped them, said that they were on First Nations land and that as a member of the First Nations community, he wanted to inform them that march has a proud and long history among the First Nations people, and what he saw last night was not a march. They do not want that type of disturbance in the community. We've seen a mixed reaction from local community members. One lady out on a walk with her dog applauded them, saying that this is only through the actions of these type of young people peacefully marching do we see social change. Another community member, though, very loudly asked them to leave, said this is a residential area, we do not want you here, go to the downtown core, go someplace else. But there are, as you can see, homes on both sides, families on both sides, as this group makes their march towards the detention center.
All right, Craig Kilberger, thank you so much for the update. We'll check back in with you. And that gathering earlier this morning at Jimmy Simpson Park has some of the local residents feeling uneasy about today.
This is a park that belongs to families, pets. We enjoy this park, and we don't need this kind of attraction in our neighborhood. We don't need this to turn ugly. There's a large police presence here, which is a good thing. The police are doing an amazing job, but we don't want anything to happen to our neighborhood. I know what they want to do, but there are other ways of doing it. And gathering it in a crowd where people take up that whole crowd mentality and it can get out of hand is not what we want in our neighborhood. We saw what happened on Queen Street West last night.
And stay with Toronto's breaking news, CP24. We have you covered all over the city, including with our special correspondent, our G20 correspondent, Craig Kilberger, who is following that demonstration. We'll check back in with him in just a couple of minutes. In the meantime, it's 11:14 and 20 degrees. This is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. Coming up, we're going to check on the roads in Toronto with Amber Pay. We're also going to take a look at how the weather is shaping up for today, and if you do, in fact, need to bring an umbrella if you're headed outside right now. Stay with us.
The CFL on TSN returns with a Canada Day celebration. The Argos have a new owner, a new coach, a new team, and a whole new attitude. Catch the Argos as they crank it up in Calgary when they take on the Stamps. Argos football new and intense. The CFL on TSN. Argos Stamps. Thursday on TSN.
Goal! Hey, what's wrong with you?
I can't pay my monthly bills. I'm going crazy.
Do what I did. Call GTA Credit Solutions. They'll help reduce your debt to a small monthly payment. No more nasty collection calls.
All right!
Don't you see? They just scored.
I called GTA. They're going to help me with my money problems.
We speak your language, GTA Credit.
Good dog.
American Standard, heating and air conditioning.
Looking for the ultimate home comfort you and your family deserve? It's easy with Comfort Plus from Maple Air. Earn up to $1,200 instant cash back, 15-year parts and labor warranty, or low financing. Get the comfort system of your dreams. Call Maple Air today.
CP24, Toronto's breaking news.
Throughout history, rights have never been granted. Rights have never been given. Rights have been won. I welcome everybody onto the streets today. They will be fighting and they will be strong, and our committee will be alongside you to support you.
I'm just looking over my shoulder here at 299 Queen West. We are bringing this to you live, but we're also viewing this as you are.
The city is in a form of lockdown.
This protest has turned dangerous and ugly. I just watched a number of them trash a Scotiabank front door from windows.
This isn't our Toronto. I think every Torontonian should be outraged by that.
There is, at this point, no subway service. Some hospitals are in lockdown. The Eaton Centre was in lockdown. Police headquarters in lockdown. Sure doesn't sound like Toronto.
Well, an update next from the G20 security zone. Let's go live now to CP24's Gurdeep Ahluwalia. Hi, Gurdeep.
Hi there, Lindsay. Well, all is still quiet relatively here. We are getting some, as soon as, of course, as I say that, pedestrians come by. Hi there, guys. Okay, so it's been relatively quiet all morning up until this very moment, but nothing really going on the west side of the perimeter in terms of protests or anything of that nature. I am joined now by OPP Commissioner Julian Fantino. Thanks so much for joining us. Tell us about the G8. You were up in Muskoka. How did that go in your estimation now that you can look back on it after it's wrapped up?
Well, obviously, we're very pleased. Our planning and the whole event was rather uneventful, really, for us as a security force. The work that we did, the integrated planning unit, all of the different agencies working well together, the military, it really worked out very well. But the thing that was absolutely remarkable was the welcoming that we received from the citizens and the visitors to Huntsville. It became a success story about the cooperation, I think, that was demonstrated.
Okay, and of course, unfortunately, it hasn't been as quiet here for the G20, but did hear some reports that as many as 1,000 OPP officers were deployed here overnight from about 10 p.m. last night to this morning. Can you talk about why that deployment was happened, and can you confirm that?
Well, I just met with a number of our people, those that were leaving, those that were coming in, and it is all part of our planning strategy. And if we in Huntsville had needed assistance, other police agencies were part of the response. So this is very natural, very normal in terms of the involvement of the OPP and other police agencies. It's all part of the planning, and obviously it escalated to the point where there were some unexpected activities take place, but the distinction that has to be made is that we all planned, whether it was Huntsville or here or anywhere else, really, where we engage for peaceful activities. We're here to facilitate all of that. What we don't tolerate, nor should we, or nor should anybody tolerate the level of criminality, the planning, obviously, that has gone into some of these activities, unlawful activities on the part of certain individuals. And, of course, the police have to respond, and that's exactly what certainly the OPP are doing, along with their other agencies that are all deployed to effect a lawful purpose.
All right, and those extra officers that have been redeployed from Muskoka to here for last night, will they continue to be in Toronto helping out for any potential activity that happens today?
Well, yes, that's all part of the plan, and you know, it's unfortunate that things escalated, but we were always involved, as Toronto was with us and other police agencies, the RCMP, you name it. In fact, if anything, planning for the summit, whether it's G8 or G20, from my point of view and my experience, shows a great amount of cooperation and integration, and it's still continuing today.
Commissioner Fantino, thanks so much for your time.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right, so Lindsay, Commissioner Fantino saying that the G8, from a security perspective, went over very well. It was very peaceful, definitely a success yesterday here for the G20. Of course, we did have some riots and some violence, but police told me earlier today that it was a success in that no ISU members were seriously injured and things were relatively contained. The integrity of the fence was maintained. Will the G20 be marked as a success from a security standpoint? Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see how things play out throughout the rest of the day. Lindsay, that's it from the west end of the security perimeter. Let's go back to you.
All right, Gurdeep Ahluwalia, thank you so much. And now for a detailed look at the weather forecast, let's check in with CP24's weather specialist, Anika Elliott. Hi, Anika.
Hi, Lindsay. Well, yesterday we saw Obama and other delegates were carrying umbrellas in Huntsville. May need to hang on to that today. Yet again, we've got a milky haze to the sky still and starting to feel a little bit on the muggy side. Let's get into what we can expect for today, because we've got a few bumps in the forecast. A daytime high of 25. We're at 20 degrees right now at Pearson Airport. Winds still out of the northeast, but expecting to shift in a little while. Clouds will be increasing. We've got some hit and miss showers this afternoon. The risk of the thunderstorm comes in the evening, and it is going to feel anywhere closer to 33 when you factor the humidity this afternoon. Again, 22 in the downtown core, 21 in the Markham area. Clouds continuing to increase. We're seeing the rain now pushing into Wyerton, possibly just on the doorstep of Barrie as well, and then about to move into the Goderich region, but it is starting to weaken just a little bit. I can show you what's happening on the 5-day forecast. We've got an overnight temperature of 20, 26 on Monday with some showers, 21 Tuesday, 21 Wednesday, and 23 degrees with a mix of sun and cloud come Thursday for Canada Day. So that is what it looks like for right now. Just again, later on this afternoon, showers and potential thunderstorms. Lindsay.
Anika, thank you. Okay. Remember, we have weather and traffic on our screen all the time, and you can also log on to CP24.com.
CP24 traffic.
Now for a traffic update, let's head over to Amber Pay in the CP24 Traffic Center. Amber.
Well, thank you, Lindsay. Looking at a delay right now on the southbound side of the Don Valley Parkway, and the reason for that is police have closed the ramp from the southbound Don Valley Parkway to the westbound Gardner. This is a planned closure. Originally was supposed to be started at Richmond, and they were going to push the traffic off there. But from what I can tell, they do have it shut down right here at the Don Valley Parkway, so you'll be forced onto the lakeshore instead. They were also planning to have this shut down. This is the ramp from westbound Gardner to the northbound 427, as well the north 427 up to the 401 and the airport. But I don't see that happening yet, so there you go. Also, problems on the 401 heading westbound with a collision in the express lanes past Kiel approaching the 400. That left lane is blocked, so a couple of areas to watch out for. Lindsay.
Amber, thank you.
You're welcome.
Time now to check on your Go Transit routes with Erica Hawkshaw. Erica.
Hi there, Lindsay. It's business as usual over here at Go Transit. We just have one train delay right now to let you know about. Our 10 o'clock Union to Niagara Falls train. Right now, he's delayed about 42 minutes just east of our Mimico station due to some rail traffic congestion that he got caught up in. So give yourselves a little bit of extra time for that particular trip. All other Go services are operating on time and problem-free. Back to you.
Erica, thank you. Well, a lot of businesses and other services have been closed at various points this weekend. For an update on what's open, let's check in live with CP24's Ji-Young Lee. Hi, Ji.
Hi, Lindsay. Well, we just received the update from Go Transit. TTC has resumed back to normal service. Downtown subway service is back to normal. Now, what is open? Well, the Eaton Centre just opened, but we are told now that about half the stores inside the Eaton Centre are closed. Some of the businesses have decided not to open given the circumstances that took place yesterday. And so therefore, if you do go to the Eaton Centre, be advised that some of the stores may be closed. And Ontario Place is open for business. Sick Kids was in a lockdown mode earlier this morning. That is no longer the case. They are completely open. As for what is closed, the Art Gallery of Ontario, the CN Tower, 7 LCBO locations near the security zone, as well as banks near the security zone. Now, these are closures that were already in place before this weekend and they remain in place, so those places are closed. Now, we have received emails from some of our viewers asking about the Toronto Jazz Festival and all the events lined up for today, including the Harry Connick Jr. concert tonight at Cannon Theatre. I just spoke to the organizers, and they have confirmed with me that all the events today for the Toronto Jazz Festival are going and will stay on schedule, and they will continue as scheduled, including the Harry Connick Jr. concert. So if you have tickets for that, right now at this point, it will still be going on this evening. Lindsay?
Thanks for the update.
You're welcome.
Well, the G20 leaders are focusing on the global economic crisis in their discussions today. Prime Minister Stephen Harper opened the summit this morning by calling for steep government spending cuts to try to restore fiscal order. Harper encouraged his fellow world leaders to put hard targets in place for debt reduction.
The recent skittishness of markets is telling us that they are awaiting our actions that must be decisive but also coordinated and balanced. Here is the tightrope that we must walk. To sustain recovery, it is imperative that we follow through on existing stimulus plans, those to which we committed ourselves last year, but at the same time, advanced countries must send a clear message that as our stimulus plans expire, we will focus on getting our fiscal houses in order.
Says countries must agree to cut deficits in half by 2013 in order to stabilize the global economy. Some G20 leaders are reluctant to commit to the tough austerity measures, though. Well, now let's check in with CP24's Stephen Ledrew, who joins us from the International Broadcast Center. Good morning, Stephen. All right, we're having some audio issues. We'll get to Stephen Ledrew in just a couple of minutes. Speaking of minutes, it's 11:27, just turned. It is 20 degrees. This is Toronto's breaking news. CP24, the cleanup begins after yesterday's violent G20 protests, and police make a disturbing discovery during a massive raid on U of T campus. We'll explain after the break.
CP24, Toronto's breaking news.
With gold at a high value, we present the top 5 reasons to sell your unused jewelry to herald the jewelry buyer. 1. Top prices paid on the spot. 2. Professional, courteous service. 3. Private confidential meetings. 4. 25 years experience buying diamonds and gold. 5. Free parking close to Highway 401.
I'd love to put some cash into your hand.
Call 647-400-GOLD. The jewelry buyer, the one you can trust. Bathurst Street, 3 Lights, south of Lawrence.
Does size really save you money? At Canada's famous bargain center, Peel Chrysler, our small size and big volume saves you money. We believe we have the lowest priced Chrysler, Dodge, and Jeeps in Canada. Shopping for a Chrysler, Dodge, or Jeep? Visit, call, or log on anytime to PeelChrysler.com. Because nobody beats a deal from Peel.
I used to have to go to the dentist to get my teeth cleaned. I had no choice, and no choice on the price either. But now the choice is mine, thanks to independent dental hygiene centers. If all you need is a dental hygienist, why see a dentist? Your insurance will go farther too. Call Independent Dental Hygiene Centers, where everyone can afford to smile more. 416-488-9800.
416-488-9800. Independent Dental Hygiene Centers.
Got junk getting in the way? Why not clean it up? Contact 1-800-GOT-JUNK and we'll take care of the rest. Our friendly teams will remove your junk from your home or office at a time that's convenient for you. We'll take almost anything, from old furniture and appliances to yard waste and construction debris. Plus, we'll do all the loading and cleanup so you don't have to. Why wait? Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or book online and remove your junk without getting off the couch.
Does size really save you money? At Canada's famous bargain center, Peel Chrysler, our small size and big volume saves you money. We believe we have the lowest priced Chrysler, Dodge, and Jeeps in Canada. Shopping for a Chrysler, Dodge, or Jeep? Visit, call, or log on anytime to PeelChrysler.com. Because nobody beats a deal from Peel.
CP24, Toronto's breaking news.
20 degrees, a mix of sun and cloud out there. You're looking at a live shot right now of downtown. Not a lot of people out and about at this hour from 299 Queen Street West. This is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. Good morning, I'm Lindsay Deleuze. Traffic and weather together, but first our top story. The G20 continues for a second day, and so do the protests and the arrests. So let's go live right now to CP24 special G20 correspondent Craig Kilberger, who is following the first protest rally of the day. Hi, Craig.
Hi, indeed. The protest rally started at Jimmy Simpson Park, made its way east on Queen to Logan, south to Eastern, and then east on Eastern until it reached Eastern and Pape in front of the film studios here that had been converted as the makeshift detention center. They were led by a banner that said, "Free our comrades." You could probably hear them chanting in the background. Approximately 75 protesters in total, chanting things ranging from so solidarité to let them go, let them go. Prior to arriving on site, they had discussed with police the requirement that they stay on the opposite side of the road to the detention center. The police, in no uncertain terms, said very loudly in front of the entire group that no violence would be tolerated today, that they would immediately take control if the situation got out of hand. They certainly do have a show of force here. We counted 14 unmarked vans carrying officers. They pulled over in the opposite parking lot. Officers fully geared, not riot gear, but fully geared up, who have exited at the situation, and we've noticed a number of the buses pulling into the detention center. Walking with the protesters, we've been asking them what do they want. They said we want more information on our colleagues. We want them, of course, released. They said there is a lot of questions being asked because this morning it was widely reported in social media and in mainstream media about arrests at U of T. Many individuals had gathered here without information on that arrest, and they're also asking for police for the names of the people arrested, who was arrested, why were they arrested. There are a lot of questions emerging from this group this morning.
Craig, are you hearing any reaction from residents in the area?
We are indeed. In fact, it's quite an eclectic reaction, ranging from some bakery workers who we walked past who raised their fist in a sign of solidarity when the people started that chant. Some very confused motorists who were on Eastern suddenly found their cars surrounded in a peaceful way by these protests that made their way. One very colorful bus honked, but we have heard from individuals. One lady who was walking with her dog said it's only because of young people like this that they have parks, that they have democratic rights in the country. But we also heard from another lady, Deborah, who very vehemently and strongly said that she doesn't want them in her neighborhood. This is a residential area. They should go to downtown, a park, someplace away from children, though, that here's where young children play, here's where homes are. People here were not informed and not aware of the protest, and she certainly does not want them in her neighborhood.
And just to reiterate once again, Craig, this protest, the first rally of the day, appears to be quite peaceful. Is that your impression?
Very peaceful. In fact, I would say almost cordial with the police, where we saw some of the police who were tickling some of the young children who were, as part of this protest, who were being carried in the arms of parents. Of course, there's still tension. There's feelings of animosity from what we saw the evening past. Many groups here have been asking officers to please ensure that if they choose to do arrests, it'll be done in a way that they have enough time to leave. The officers saying that they are only here for public safety. We spoke to one person, Ilya. She's a young student who was marching. We asked, why are you here? She said in one word, justice. She doesn't know someone in the detention center. She was at the peaceful rally, the 1 p.m. labor rally at Queen's Park. She saw this on the news. She followed it on Facebook. She chose to come out here because she believes that everyone should have the right to peacefully protest. And it is interesting. A lot of the protesters are making a distinction, trying to differentiate themselves from the so-called black bloc techniques we saw. They keep saying that they were the 1 p.m., the labor protesters, not the violent protesters. But we'll be monitoring this and continuing to give you updates at every step along the way.
Sounds good, Craig. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, officers are keeping a close eye on the city amid fears of another flare-up of violence. This was the scene in downtown Toronto yesterday. Police in riot gear marching through the streets to try and control the crowd. Demonstrators started smashing store and bank windows, throwing bricks at police and spray painting buildings with graffiti. Police used tear gas for the very first time in the city's history, and we've now received word that OPP have sent 1,000 uniformed officers to Toronto today as reinforcements. And in some cases, G20 activists resorted to some rather bizarre methods to gain access to areas blocked off by the police. A security guard patrolling outside the Eden Centre says he saw a group literally crawling out of the sewer.
As we're doing our rounds, we got to about James Street here, and we turned around and we see these two guys coming out of the manhole cover and then walking eastbound on Queen. So we were like, did you just see what I just saw? Yeah. So at that time, one of the court services trucks had just come around the corner, and we flagged him down and mentioned him about what we saw. They quickly called the police, and in about 2.5 minutes, there was 50 cops here.
So the manhole along Queen Street West was taped off this morning as a precaution before workers arrived on scene to weld it shut. Other manhole covers are also being welded shut today. Witnesses say police were able to capture the 4 suspects involved. Well, the local security force is being beefed up by 1,000 OPP officers who were bussed in through the nighttime hours. Commissioner Julian Fantino says there's nothing unusual about this move.
It's all part of the planning, and obviously it escalated to the point where there were some unexpected activities take place. But, you know, the distinction that has to be made is that we all planned, whether it was Huntsville or here or anywhere else, really, where we engage for peaceful activities. We're here to facilitate all of that. What we don't tolerate, nor should we, or nor should anybody tolerate the level of criminality.
Well, more arrests today at the University of Toronto campus. Let's go live right now to CP24's Cam Woolley, who has all of the details. Hi, Cam.
Hey there, we're at 4 Bancroft Avenue, and this is the Bancroft building behind me, Earth Science Center. I'm told this is where students at U of T study environmental science. It's also the Graduate Students Union Hall, and that apparently is where the arrest took place. And I think one of the bigger questions is this place is supposed to be shut down right now. Who gave them access? Who knew about it? But more importantly, we'll get to the police raid. Now you can see there's a big 5-ton rental truck. It just came in. That's new, and they're putting some property in there. Join me now, Constable Samantha Newley from Peel Regional Police. She's part of the integrated security unit, part of the huge team that's been working so hard here. Officer, from the top.
You know, this is a great arrest, an example of good, hard, diligent police work. We're acting in a proactive manner now. We're in a full contingent, and we are going to make this summit a safe place for everybody.
How many people arrested, and what sort of things were being seized by police?
Well, right now the number is believed to be about 70, although that can change. There were some people found in black clothing. There were weapons of opportunity located, such as sharpened stakes, bottles filled with an unknown liquid still to be tested. So again, this was a great arrest by our officers.
Thanks very much. So Chief Blair said last night they had a pretty good idea through intel and other good police work who some of the perpetrators were of some of the criminality that we witnessed on CP24. And what you're seeing now is still going on here. They've finished most of the arrest, although we still see some court services or prisoner-type vehicles still here with the door open, and we have seen a lot of evidence being seized. In fact, this is the second large truck that they're loading up right now. Lindsay?
And Cam, we heard from CP24's Sue Scambatti this morning that police are, in fact, asking the public if they witnessed anything or perhaps captured anybody's image committing some sort of crime yesterday on camera, that they should turn it in.
Absolutely, and actually police have got very strong support from the public, and interestingly, a lot of the protesters themselves are absolutely disgusted by these creeps. They've ruined a lot of folks' chance to lawfully communicate and give out their message, and it's turned into more about the violence and criminality, so those people are angry. We saw evidence on Queen Street yesterday, right in front of our station, where some of the people that live there were yelling at these people to stop some of the activity. and I think the police are going to do well with that. So if you do have some images, especially if you see some of these so-called black bloc types, they like to get in a little huddle and take off their black bloc clothes. If you see some of them, and I know some of that has been captured, some right on CP24, one guy on top of a police car didn't even have a mask on. So I expect lots more arrests.
All right, Kimberly, thanks so much for that. Well, right now, city crews are out trying to recapture Toronto's clean image after yesterday's protest. So let's check in with CP24's Melissa Grello, who is out surveying the damage. And I have to say, it was kind of a different Toronto to wake up to and even to walk to work today to see all the damage that was caused.
Absolutely unbelievable. I'm just going to pull my earpiece out. Absolutely unbelievable. The images that were being shown live on CP24 yesterday, as you mentioned, and I think a lot of Torontonians feeling that same way. It was a Toronto we didn't recognize. I'm here outside of our home at 299 Queen Street West. We ourselves incurred some damage of the windows here right outside of the eTalk studios now have since been boarded up. We also, if we can swing across, we've got several officers who have been patrolling the street since all of the chaos yesterday. Taking a look at the Starbucks, which was one of the very few businesses that were open at the time that the actual riots started to emerge here, and it is completely closed. In fact, the majority of the businesses, if you're surveying up and down here on Queen Street West, are in fact closed today. A few stores are open, and they have told us that they will be monitoring the situation very, very closely because, of course, their first priority is the safety of their employees as well. Now, the people who are walking around here, if you're familiar with Queen Street West on a Sunday, usually it is bustling with activity, bustling with shoppers, bustling with people in and out of restaurants, and it's a very, very different scene here today. It's a lot quieter. We see the scene of several officers here. I just ran into Alex, who is from Kingston. Alex, you saw some of this going down yesterday. Let's first get your perspective on what you saw and what was your impression of what you saw.
I saw a civilian in a cop car talking on a loudspeaker. I saw a cop car get torched. I don't know, general riot, kind of chaos you'd expect, I guess you'd say. So
surprising?
No, not to me. That's kind of what I expected.
You expected. Now, you arrived from Kingston just yesterday, and I understand that you yourself, just walking around the city, have had a couple of encounters. Tell us about that.
Well, I've been searched 4 times in probably 10 blocks. So I've had many more encounters with police officers than pedestrians, say that. In fact, there's more police officers than pedestrians around. So.
And what do the police say when they actually, search you? What are they saying to you?
They're saying, why are you carrying a duffel bag? And I said, because I'm from Kingston and I'm going to the bus station. And they say, what bus station? I say, the only bus station. And then, they request to search my bag, so I go along with that. And they rummage through my stuff. The guy's examining my toothbrush. He says, what's this? I'm like, well, it looks like a toothbrush.
Do you think it's excessive, or having seen what happened yesterday, do you think that that is absolutely justified?
Well, they didn't even ask for identification, so I feel like it's not exactly thorough. I mean, yeah, he searched my duffel bag, but he didn't search my person, and he didn't ask for my ID. He just said, what's in the duffel bag? I said, clothes. There was clothes. He went through them, tore it all apart, said, why you got a black sweatshirt in here? And I said, because I like to be stylish. Like, you're wearing black too, buddy, so.
Well, Alex, thanks so much for chatting with us. Be safe out there today.
Yeah, I will. Thanks.
Thank you. And again, that is sort of that fine line that we have been following with police officers and the very difficult task that they do have with regards to keeping the city safe and balancing the basic issue of civil liberties. Again, out here when we're surveying the damage, it's no doubt that nobody wants a repeat of what we saw yesterday, but police are preparing for any kind of circumstance. We've seen it here, that it's been beefed up. Police officers, security of all forms. So we're going to continue to monitor it out here. But again, a very, very quiet, different scene for a Sunday out here on Queen Street West. Lindsay.
All right, Melissa Grello, thank you so much. Very, very quiet out on Queen Street right now. Where it's not very quiet, I suspect, is where we find CP24's Stephen Ledrew, who's joining us now from the International Broadcast Center. Good morning.
Good morning, Lindsay, and thank you very, very much. I'm joined by Marcus G., who writes for municipal affairs for the Globe and Mail. Marcus, thanks for joining us. You and I were both out in the streets yesterday. I saw a lot of criminals running amok. What did you see, and what do you think about it?
Well, absolutely. I followed the crowd down from City Hall through the business district and up Yonge Street, and they were smashing things all the way, and it was a pretty wild scene.
Now, people are saying the response was not as quick. This morning we're hearing the stories, of course, of up to 500 people being arrested, but people are wondering about the response. Do you have anything on that?
Well, this is it. I mean, before this started, everybody was saying the police are overreacting. They're being paranoid. They have too many cops on the street. The fence is unnecessary and so on. It doesn't look like that now. It looks like it was prudent for them to put that many officers around. In fact, they didn't really have enough of a response on Yonge Street.
Now, the real cynical people are saying that the cops let the, not protesters, but I mean let the criminals run amok in order to justify the numbers and the fence.
I just think that's a conspiracy theory. It's nonsense. I mean, why would the police invite violent protests that could injure their officers? I mean, it's just very far-fetched.
Okay, now, you write on the city. You know the city very, very well. The police used tear gas for the first time ever yesterday. Long-term impact on the city of Toronto.
Well, I think the first impression is we're all very shocked by this. I mean, it's never happened to this extent in Toronto before. Never had tear gas, never had this, cavalry charges down the street. The images are shocking. But when you look at it the next day, the day after, people are cleaning up. The shops are, so a lot of the windows are replaced already. This was a small group, an isolated group that had a few hours of mayhem and enjoyment for them. But the city is not mortally wounded by any means. We're picking ourselves up, dusting ourselves off, and getting on with it.
Back to business as usual Monday morning.
I think so.
Okay, Marcus G, glad to be here. Thanks very, very much. So there we go, Lindsay, back to you. Monday morning, we heard from the Globe and Mail. It's all back to normal.
All right, Stephen LeDrew, thank you so much. It's 11:46, 22 degrees. This is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. Coming up, we're going to check on the traffic in Toronto as we've shown you from these live shots. It's not too busy downtown right now, and we'll get the real big picture from Amber Pay coming up. We're also going to get your weather picture from Anika Elliott, and you may need to bring that umbrella with you if you're heading out the door. Stay with us.
Monday Night Comedy's bringing out the winners. Ooh, on a new Hiccups.
You have been nominated for a clap-up. I lose every time.
I can show you how to be a better loser. Winning is everything.
4.
6.
Screw this!
Then, on a new Dan for Mayor.
We've got an election to win.
Yeah!
You win some.
Vote for me, because I'm crazy!
You lose some.
You're gonna get crushed.
The results are in. Tomorrow, starting at 8, 7 Central on CTV.
Get out the red and white. It's time to celebrate the savings during Ashley Furniture Home Store's Canada Day event. Choose from $100 off your furniture purchase of $1,000 to $1,499, or $250 off your furniture purchase of $1,500 to $1,999, or $400 off your furniture purchase of $2,000 or more, or get free financing for 24 months. You choose how you want to save during the Canada Day event at your Ashley Furniture Home Store. Great style doesn't have to be expensive.
Nick and Jules had the perfect family until they met the man who made it all possible.
Each of my moms had a kid. With your sperm?
Liking 2.
Liking gay.
Right on. I love lesbians.
Now,
Go easy on the wine, hon. Same goes for the micromanaging.
treat yourself to something invigorating and fresh.
Give us a hug before you go. Hugs.
A generous, nearly note-perfect portrait of a modern family.
Why'd you donate sperm? She seemed like a lot more fun than donating blood. Hey, I'm glad I did it.
The kids are all right.
In theaters July 9th. CP24, Toronto's breaking news. CP24 weather.
And now for a detailed look at the weather forecast, here's CP24's weather specialist, Anika Elliott. Anika.
Hi, Lindsay. Well, so much to talk about, so little time. Let's get straight to it right now. We've got some milky haze skies going on right now. Clouds continuing to increase. Hit and miss showers this afternoon with a risk of thunderstorms this late afternoon into the evening. It is going to start to get very humid, feeling closer to 33. It's 22 right now in the downtown core. Clouds, as we mentioned, still moving through and starting to see that wet weather out through the Barrie area, pushing in just on the doorstep right now. Looks like it has weakened in for the most part, but there are some cells of concern just popping up outside Goderich right now in the Grand Bend area. 20 degrees for the overnight, 26 on Monday, still looking unsettled. Tuesday, 21 and mainly sunny, 21 degrees on Wednesday, and mix of sun and cloud for Thursday. Canada Day, 23 degrees. So that is your forecast for right now. Again, hang on to the umbrellas and look out for some potential thunderstorms this afternoon, evening. Lindsay.
Anika, thank you.
You're welcome.
Remember, we have weather and traffic on our screen all the time, and you can also log on to CP24.com.
CP24 traffic.
For a traffic update, let's go live to Amber Pay in the CP24 Traffic Center. Amber.
Well, thank you, Lindsay. The planned closure of the ramp from the southbound Don Valley Parkway to the Gardner is in effect, so no traffic on this ramp right now. You will have to exit onto the lakeshore instead. In general, the Don Valley Parkway is a lot lighter than usual, so there really isn't a delay there. And this has not shut down yet. This is the westbound Gardner ramp to the North 427. That's was supposed to be closed as well, but not right now. So we will keep our eye out for that. Problems on the 401 have cleared. Lindsay.
Thank you. Well, let's check on your GO Transit routes with Erica Hawkshaw. Erica.
Hi there, Lindsay. It's business as usual over here at GO Transit. We have one train delay right now to let you know about. Our 10 o'clock Union Station to Niagara Falls train. Right now, he's delayed about 42 minutes due to some traffic congestion, or rather rail traffic congestion that he got himself stuck in. So give yourselves a little bit of extra time on that particular route. All other GO services are operating on time and problem-free. Lindsay?
Erica, thank you. Well, there are a group of protesters heading to the G20 Prisoner Processing Center on Eastern Avenue, and that is where we find CP24's crime specialist, Sue Scampati. Hi, Sue.
Oh, hi, Lindsay. A solidarity rally for the people arrested is taking place just down the block. Police have been searching people on the street throughout the morning, and that is happening behind me here now. And in a minute, we'll show you the officers waiting in the wings. I'm just going to step out of the way. And there is some people arriving here being searched by the police. And I'm joined now by the head of the Toronto Police Association, Mike McCormick. Mike, your take on what happened yesterday?
I can't say it enough that how disgusting and outraged, not only as a police officer and a union leader, but also somebody who lives in the city of Toronto, that our city would be turned into a haven for these criminals just to create mischief and destroy the city. And you know, I never thought in my lifetime I'd see a police car, let alone 3 of them, set on fire in the city of Toronto. It was absolutely disgusting. It took away from the message of what these G8, G20 demonstrators were trying to get across. Now the focus is going to be on nothing but the hooliganism.
Is there anything you would do differently? Are we going to see things done any differently today?
I believe the demonstrators have set the tone, and that we will be adjusting as a service and as to react to what the tone is of the crowd. And I believe there, obviously from the actions yesterday, there has been a significant decrease or significant increase in the tone of the crowd.
What about reinforcements? We heard 1,000 uniformed OPP officers arrived here in total by this morning, maybe officers coming from Ottawa. Why is that?
Well, again, it's because we have to adjust to the crowd's dynamics, and there has been a significant increase in the dynamic of the crowd. When these people are carrying around ball bearings, incendiary devices, lighting police cars on fire, this is something that needs to be addressed, and we're expected to address it professionally and as a police service.
Can you tell us, were any officers hurt yesterday?
No, and that's the one good thing, Sue, is that no officers were hurt, and none of the demonstrators, is my understanding, were hurt as well.
And you're feeling heading into this afternoon, Mike McCormick?
Well, I'm hoping that cooler heads prevail. I'm hoping that the demonstrators get the message that if they have something to say, everybody respects that right, but we will not tolerate violent behavior in the city.
Okay, thank you very much. And I can tell you that inside we have a little bit of insight about the holding facility in there. There's about 5 or 6 prisoners to a cell. They're described as cages. They're fed. Actually, we have, I'm going to get our cameraman to pan down. I'm hearing some loud voices down there, some shouting going on down the street. Bill, maybe you want to come off sticks. Bill, come off sticks. Bill? And we'll show you the police are out. I don't know if Craig Kielburger is up live. Apparently they're taking possibly a leader of the Black Bloc out. So we'll have to see. They're removing that person from this facility, going to court. Okay, a leader of the Black Bloc is being taken out of this facility just down the street. Oh, out of the crowd. Pardon me. This person is being taken out of the crowd. So we're having an arrest here of an alleged Black Bloc leader. And so the police moved in on this, what was a peaceful protest. And now there are arrests.
So, Sue,
I'm just going to move over.
And what we're looking at right now, from your vantage point, those people gathered there, those people part of that rally, that demonstration that we were witnessing with Craig earlier?
Yes, they are, and we're coming out, and we'll give you the shot down the street that we can see. They're shouting. I am a little bit away, but this is what's happening. I don't know if the person possibly was put in that van, but an arrest has been made at that Solidarity rally. And here comes, watch out. Okay, they're taking, perhaps the person is in that van. Yes, they're being taken down right into the facility here. So this just in, a leader of the Black Bloc taken into custody, and you're watching it happen here right now. Those, I believe in the van, if I'm not mistaken, under very tight security. Down the street, there are a number of motorcycle officers. We'll show you that in a second. We'll just let this scene unfold. You can see the police presence down there.
And Sue, you believe that this person was with the demonstration, or do you know if this person showed up during the demonstration? Any idea?
No, I have no information. All I can tell you, Lindsay, is that demonstration was taking place down there, and a leader of the Black Bloc was arrested from within that demonstration. So it's just happened. I haven't had a chance to ask anybody about it yet as it's unfolding right before our eyes. We just heard the shouting, which drew my attention down to the scene, and that is the information that we have, is that this is what has happened. So is there any other activity? I'm not sure. We're getting some reports of protesters possibly attacking police and the police fighting back. I don't see that from where I am, but that they could be into the left of TV if you're watching this on television, out of our sight. So we'll have to watch and see, because I don't see the police moving.
Because, Sue, I mean, up until this point, we've been checking in with our special correspondent, Craig Kilberger, who had been following that demonstration. For all appearances, very cordial, as he said, in his words, very calm. And this turn of events, well, we don't exactly know at this point what happened. You know what? Let's bring in our special correspondent, Craig Kilberger, who is on scene right now. Craig?
I am indeed. The protests that did appear peaceful, as per the description you were sharing, very quickly turned a different way. Two unmarked vans pulled up on Eastern, where Eastern meets Cape, which is right in front of the old Toronto Film Studios, which is being used as the detention center. Some ununiformed officers exited very quickly. They were officers as they were armed, and the police cleared for them to exit. They grabbed two individuals who were engaged in a sit-down. There was a brief skirmish as the number of people, some scrambled back, some scrambled forward. They brought those two individuals from the sit-down into vans and then quickly drove into the detention center. There was no provocation for this. The police aren't willing to identify why they grabbed these two individuals. It's assumed that they had identified them and chosen to arrest them in this manner. The group of protesters started to chant, "We are peaceful, how about you? We are peaceful, how about you?" There was a brief skirmish where the police officers pushed forward to drive them back when they tried to surround the vans. And now there is a sit-in taking place, and the group, again, repeating that same chant, "We are peaceful, how about you? We are peaceful, how about you?"
So, sorry, Craig, I missed the beginning part of what you're saying. To reiterate, these two individuals were, in fact, sitting down. Any indication if they were part of the Black Bloc?
They were dressed, one was dressed in a very bright purple shirt. Perhaps that they were identified for some other reason. This was a peaceful protest. There was no indication of a trigger. That, as you can hear them chanting in the background, peaceful protest. The police, though, did target these two individuals in particular, a young woman dressed all in purple, a young man, both of whom were very quickly grabbed by the police, brought into those vans and driven off. It was a surprise to the audience, particularly because literally moments earlier, 3 individuals had been released from the detention center. Becky, 19 years old, walked out to the cheers. The crowd started to share her story about what was occurring inside. Another gentleman in his 40s, Edward, walked out. They each started to share their stories. Edward had shared that he had been arrested when he had picked up a crate of oranges that he had assumed were merely left on the street, but apparently they were involved. Apparently they were the police officers' oranges. He said he didn't see officers around, and it was simply a misunderstanding. In his words, the 19-year-old Becky shared that she was strip searched. She was placed into a cell. The men and women were divided. The police are now doing a series of arrests. They're engaged. They're arresting and grabbing individuals. The batons are out.
Craig, are these individuals from the demonstration that were just marching and that you were following?
These are the individuals who are marching. Moments ago, they had been seated. Many of them still hold the peace sign in the air with their two fingers. The police drove them back about 20 feet. They are pushing and shoving. The crowd, though, is still very much restrained itself. They're all holding peace signs. Their hands are in the air. The police officers just grabbed two cameras, brought them to the ground. They brought an individual against the house.
And Craig, we're watching officers run right now. Are they running toward where you're standing?
No. They are. I am literally on the other side of the street. The police have stopped us from being able to go across the street. We are maybe 20, 30 feet away from what's transpiring. A young male was just brought to the ground on the paved walk, arrested. More officers are coming out of the detention center, about 100 in total. Their batons are out. There are now more officers than there are protesters in about a 2-to-1 ratio.
And we're hearing a lot of screaming and yelling in the background. Are we hearing that from the officers or from the demonstrators? And what are they saying?
Mix of both. The officers are shouting instructions at the crowd. They are now taking away a white male in his 20s away from the group. They appear to be arresting a second and now a third individual. They have put them on the paved walk against the side of the house. The protesters, all, I can see maybe 30, 40 peace signs. They're holding up their fingers in a peace sign. They've separated the group into two. They have the individuals who they're processing for arrest on one side, on the steps of a home, and the mass of these 70-odd protesters remaining on the other side, most of whom have peace signs or hands in the air. I can see 3 other individuals currently being processed for arrest.
So, Craig, in total, those being detained right now, how many people are being detained by those police officers on scene?
There are so many police officers, it's actually difficult to see who or how many they have on the ground. They have now created, and they've started to fire what appears to be from my side tear gas. There's a white smoke rising. The police are now running up ahead, running after the protest. There are now another projectile a third projectile was just launched. There's a large crowd. Riot gear are now out in full helmets and holding weapons in their hands and body armor. They're running out to meet the group. There are perhaps 150 officers now here. Again, a 2-to-1 ratio of officers to protesters.
And Craig, can you
more individuals on the ground?
Are you able to tell me what instigated them firing the tear gas? What was going on at that moment?
At that moment, we see people come out with their hands out who had been cordoned off by the police. But what instigated the release of the tear gas, there wasn't an actual item thrown actually, let me rephrase this. We are now taking this back. It was not tear gas. It was a projectile, 3 projectile shot, which did release an odor, but doesn't appear to be tear gas. None of the police have gas masks on.
So we should reiterate. We should reiterate that that was not tear gas. It was a projectile, a deterrent of sorts to disperse the protesters or demonstrators there. Just to recap, if you're joining us right now, this is outside the detention center, this set up on Eastern Avenue. We are speaking right now with our G20 special correspondent, Craig Kilberger, who is on scene. You're looking at live shots right now of people being detained, arrested, and brought into that facility. Craig, if you just hold hold on one moment. I'm going to bring breaking news producer Stephanie Smythe into the mix here. Steph, what do you know right now?
Well, we're just on the phone with the ISU right now to get the official word on what they are understanding to be going down here. Now, Craig was saying that wasn't tear gas now. It was canisters of some sort firing some kind of smoke material. We don't see the gas masks on. But, Lindsay, we're checking in, and we're going to have a little bit more information in a couple seconds. I'll be right back to you, okay?
All right, Stephanie Smythe at our breaking news desk. Thank you. And, Craig, I'm going to bring you back in. We're looking at live shots right now of really just person after person being brought in what appears to be handcuffs. You may want to correct me on that one, bringing them into the center.
You're absolutely correct. In fact, we also see a coach bus with officers in full riot gear have been deployed now on the scene. They are wearing gas masks, protective helmets, shields, batons at the ready. They are putting on their masks at the moment that are being taken out of large black duffel bags. Approximately another 50 officers who are offloading, bringing our total probably close to about 200 officers on site. We can see even more within the compound, within the detention center. Again, to bring people back, what originally started this entire incident, the group was seated. They were engaged in chants. Two unmarked vans pulled up in front of the group. A group of officers in civilian clothes exited quickly, extracted two people from that crowd who were seated on the ground cross-legged. One woman, young, wearing a purple, young man. Both were brought into the vans and driven off. At that moment, there was a series of pushing and shoving between the officers as they raced into the crowd to drive the crowd back, extract the two individuals. Some people pushed aft. There was a brief skirmish. It looked for a while that would be the end of it. The group, again, sat down, chanting, "We are peaceful, how about you?" But then there were two more arrests that were made of individuals in that crowd, at which point, the protesters were segregated into two groups, those individuals who were being arrested and those who were the larger group. The larger group, most of whom were holding their hands in the air, holding peace signs in the air, were then moved to the side by officers who released 3 projectiles with white smoke rising, and then the group started to run
and we
towards
certainly
Queen Street.
saw that. Craig, thank you so much. We're going to hold on with you just for a moment. CP24 Sue Scambatti also on the scene right now. In fact, Sue, you and I were talking as all of this started going down.
Yeah, and now I don't know if you can see, but we have the live shot up. The officers, the riot squad officers, are marching, banging their batons, obviously going towards another formation. The crowd, I can't see. The crowd is north of Eastern Avenue now, and just that is where those riot squad officers are going, up towards Queen Street, I guess. I don't know how far that crowd has gone, but things really escalated here very quickly, as you said, as we were talking. Suddenly we're hearing shouting. The police had moved in. Now, officers were standing by. We saw them standing by. The police presence ramped up significantly just as this group was approaching, and clearly officers had perhaps some intelligence or some indication, but it seemed like they moved in very swiftly to make those first 1 or 2 arrests. Someone, at least one of them, in connection with Black Bloc. More reinforcements are arriving here on scene. Emergency task force just went by, another suburban. We'll see if the numbers ramp up again, but certainly the tone of what was a peaceful protest has quickly changed, and we've seen that in the last 24 hours or so. Lindsay.
Well, absolutely, Sue. And the pictures that you're bringing to us right now, we're seeing a lot of police officers, not a lot of demonstrators at this point. What is the situation there right now with regards to how many demonstrators are still left in that area?
Well, I think I'm trying to move on the sidewalk, and it's really difficult to tell because I'm about a half a block away, but the riot squad went north, up a street towards Queen. So I see a crowd on the corner, but crowds are gathering on the corner. They're not protesters. It's just people from the area watching all this police activity. So I suspect, I don't know for sure, because the riot squad went up towards Queen, maybe that's where they went. But maybe Craig Kielburger can address that more accurately from his position.
All right, Sue.
We did see several people march down the street in custody, for sure.
Okay, Sue, if you just hold on for a second, we are going to bring Craig Kielburger back in. Maybe, Craig, explain exactly where you are right now, just so that we can get a sense of what you're looking at. Do we have Craig there?
This is Aaron coming. This is probably the bus with the U of T people in it. It's quite possible.
Okay, well, we're looking for Craig we're going to bring back Sue Scambatti. Sue, are you still with us there?
I'm here, Lindsay, and the bus that you're looking at that's arriving, I don't have it confirmed, but it quite possibly could be the people arrested from the University of Toronto. I don't see anybody in it. We were expecting them to arrive. I mean, obviously it has an escort, so I don't know where they would be. We were expecting a bus described just like that one to arrive with about 70 people arrested from the University of Toronto. The other bus that pulled up that is with the riot squad, actually officers are getting off that white bus where the protesters were, I can see. So that had riot squad officers. I thought maybe it was there to put people taken into custody, but we saw some march down Eastern Avenue and taken in on foot in handcuffs into this processing facility. So certainly the numbers of people arrested is escalating. We're probably rapidly approaching 600.
That's right, because we
as
were
the day gets on.
Yeah, we were at 480 at one point, and then adding the 70, and now these arrests that are going down right now. Sue, if you can hold on a minute, I'm going to try again to touch base with Craig Kilberger. Craig, are you there?
I am indeed. We have just met up with the protesters who were dispersed by the police, talking to a young woman. May I ask your name?
Hillary.
Hillary, and how old are you?
25.
25. Can you describe what this occurred?
Sure. We were sitting at the protest. We were trying to show our dissent for the people that had been incarcerated and detained by the police last night and this morning. 500 people. We know that we were protesting with them yesterday. Many of them were peaceful yesterday. We came. We sat down. The police started to advance at us. We were chanting, "We are peaceful. We are peaceful." And then we just saw a rush of cops come at us, take some people away. They started throwing tear gas at us and throwing their pellet guns. And that's when we ran because we were concerned for our own safety. We were being completely peaceful. There was nobody doing anything to the police. We were abiding by what they were asking us to do, but at that point they hadn't said anything to us and didn't actually give us any direction. And we just started to get tear gas and we ran because there are women and children that were at the front of that rally that were getting tear gas and shot at, and it's completely ridiculous and completely shameful that this is how the cops claim to protect us.
I'm surrounded by a group of the protesters who went running. They left Eastern to Queen, and at the moment, visibly upset. A number of them are quite shaken at the moment. There are tears. People are dispersing in all directions.
And Craig, we should make note that the young woman you were talking to was talking about tear gas, but it is our understanding that that has not been deployed. What was deployed was a deterrent to get the demonstrators back, but it did appear like a smoke, white smoke, and you saw it live here on CP24.
May I ask, I'm with another individual. May I ask your name and your age?
I'm Johanna. I'm 18.
And can you describe why you were here and what just transpired?
Well, I've been out protesting for the past couple of days, and I've seen some of what's been going on. Police have just been arresting protesters who were there peacefully. So we're here in solidarity with them to welcome them as they get released and to tell the police that we're not okay with what they're doing. And we were just sitting there chanting. We had food for people when they came out. It was completely peaceful. We were sitting down. And vans just came up and cops poured out and started shooting rubber bullets into the crowd. It was a little rattle, sorry.
There are approximately 100 police in full riot gear. They exited 2 buses, in addition to contingent of police officers who left the detention center. The protest is now fully dispersed. Individuals are walking down Queen Street and returning to their own homes and areas.
And Craig, the woman that you just interviewed, obviously very emotional. What is the mood like there right now that you're experiencing? Is it still tense, or are you feeling that's dispelled now?
The protest has been dispelled, and allow me to actually make a correction here, and you have iterated, and I wish to also just reiterate it. There was not tear gas fired. It was what appears to almost be a smoke bomb. It released a very white, large crowd, which caused a cloud, which caused the crowd to run back, and there were not rubber bullets that were used. There was an item of some sort that was shot from what looks like a miniature paint gun. The group is now dispersed on both sides, going east and west on Queen. You could see some individuals, again, a lot of tears, people visibly shaken, arms over each other's shoulders. This was a group that had stated their objective at the beginning was to be peaceful. They marched through a residential area. and they are somewhat stunned by how quickly the developments occurred, as were us in the media and others who were watching what was one moment of peaceful demonstration in less than 10 minutes. Now everyone has been dispersed.
Yeah, that was really unbelievable, you know, going from talking to you, Craig, and following this demonstration over the last hour or so, and how quickly things changed. I want to just ask our viewers or listeners right now, if you are in the area, of course, send your pictures, call us in. You can send your pictures to now@cp24.com. We, of course, have you covered. You can log onto our website and get any information that you may possibly need. So, Craig, we were looking at live shots right now of what appear the riot police to be moving. Not a big presence as there was maybe even 10 minutes ago. And I'm hearing some yelling in the background. Is that police?
No, it's actually the crowd itself, the protesters. They're trying to clump together as a group. Again, people still very visibly shaken from what occurred. I'm here with Joe, who's a school teacher here in Toronto. Joe, can you describe what just occurred?
Protesters were standing. Everything was peaceful. It looked like dozens of police jumped out unmarked. Undercover police jumped out of vans, ran into the crowd, attacking and hitting people. Some people fell down. People who tried to defend themselves were assaulted as well and kidnapped. Then when people lay down and put up their hands, there was a second incident where they came in and clubbing women and anybody really who got in their way. They swore at people. There was, I need to assert here, there was no hint of violence from the crowd. The protesters were well outnumbered by everybody else, and the police just attacked. They just attacked people and drove us off the street for no reason. I've never seen anything like it. I'm not even generally an activist. I don't even, you know, this isn't something I regularly do, and I'm actually appalled and shocked. Maybe I shouldn't be. Maybe this is common, but I just saw the police attack dozens of peaceful citizens for no reason and violate their rights.
And I have to say, as a teacher in our school systems, when you are talking to young people, what do you think this reflects about the state of our society as a teacher who works with youth?
I'm going to have to change the way I teach my civics and politics course, because I used to have a fair amount of respect for the police and thought they had a really hard job to do. I don't know that I can with a straight face say that today. Somebody needs to be held accountable for that attack on the citizenry that just occurred. And I haven't fully thought how I'm going to teach my courses differently, but it's certainly going to change after today. I'm no longer confident that we have constitutional rights in this city.
Craig, I'm going to jump in for just a moment. I'm going to show our viewers and tell our listeners about what happened just moments ago. These were shots, as you can see. You're going to see in just a couple of minutes. Police used some type of projectile. As you can see right there, the white smoke, a deterrent for the protesters, the demonstrators that had gathered. As you can see, the very, very large police present. This just happening moments ago, live here on CP24. This area that we're talking about right now and showing you pictures of is on Eastern Avenue, where the makeshift detention center for the G20 protesters are being housed right now. And at last count, we're up to almost 600 people in this facility. And we had been following a march, a very peaceful, and as Craig Kilberger described it, a very cordial demonstration through the streets in downtown East Toronto that in just a moment turned into something very different. And Craig, what's happening there right now?
The police have fully secured the area in front of the detention center. There is very strong police presence, and I should clarify that I'm on the side, on the Queen Street side, so a street away at this point, so I can see the police presence, but I can't physically get close. None of the reporters or individuals can, so we don't yet have a comment, obviously, from the police to clarify why that use of force was used, and to clarify who were the individuals who they sought to arrest from the crowd. So the voice that we have here are the voice of the group that was dispersing the protesters. That protest group, though, is now on Queen Street. They have come together in informal small groups.
And Craig, we're just looking at that video again from moments ago of that use of force that police used. Where were you in relation to that event?
I was approximately 20 feet away, directly across the street, watching it unfold. The media were talking with an individual who had exited the detention center a few moments earlier, a gentleman named Edward in his 40s, who was telling us his story at the time. And as he was sharing with us that, we then looked to our left, which was towards the protest group, largely seated, and we saw those two vans emerge, the officers exit, secure those two individuals, and then bring them away. The entire incident transpired in literally a matter of seconds, and from a peaceful protest to a dispersed protest, perhaps a total of 10 minutes.
All right, and remember, CP24 viewers and listeners on 1050, we want to hear from you, so you can call us now to share your personal stories, your comments, the numbers. 416-872-CP24. That's 416-872-2724. Or if you have any pictures or video that you'd like to send to us, you can log on to our website, cp24.com, and follow the instructions. Or you can email at now@cp24.com. We at CP24 have you covered. We have our special correspondent, Craig Kielburger, on scene, who witnessed this whole event. And you were mentioning, Craig, that some people had, in fact, been released from being detained, I guess, overnight following yesterday's events, and they were standing around when this next event happened.
Indeed. Since the protest group moved from Jimmy Simpson Park down Queen to arrive at Eastern and Pape, we had witnessed in the span of a half hour since arrival 3 individuals released to a crowd of cheers from the gathering. One individual, Edward, in his 40s, story. He was walking the streets at 2 a.m. The TTC wasn't functional, was trying to get back home, and when he witnessed a box of oranges sitting there, he picked it up, not even realizing there was a protest nearby.
And Craig, we were just, sorry to interrupt you, we were just showing a video from moments ago of these arrests. We're watching individuals being brought down to the ground. This is moments ago, video from moments ago. Individuals being brought down to the ground. We're looking at pictures right now of 2 officers and what appears to be a very dramatic takedown after, you know, what we were following as a very calm, quiet demonstration, and a bit of a juxtaposition that we're witnessing right now of that calm, and then this appears to be the storm.
Indeed, again, we don't have all the information on behalf of the police services. This is the reason why they chose to arrest those 2 individuals in the midst of this peaceful demonstration. It was a peaceful demonstration. There were no projectiles or insults flung. There was a father carrying his 4-year-old child in the group. When I was walking among them, the police were tickling this young girl under her shoulder and talking to the father about their hope that this would be a peaceful demonstration. It was cordial, is the best word that I can use to describe the atmosphere literally moments ago.
And where is that father and young child now? Were they able to get away quickly, or did people sort of run all over the place when this was happening?
There was a massive disbursement of people, again, within a matter of minutes. The trigger causing disbursement was the firing of 3 projectiles towards the ground in front of the crowd that released a strong white smoke. The crowd started to shout, "Tear gas, tear gas." Again, that was a point of confusion. It was not tear gas, but the fear that elicited caused the group to run. We do, and we know it was not tear gas, but the confusion caused the group to run. Some went banging on nearby homes, because this is a residential area. Some went running away from the police. The vast majority did towards Queen Street, where they then dispersed on Queen Street and regrouped. I'm now back in front of the detention center, where the situation here appears quite calm now. You still have a group of media near the exit of the detention center.
Craig, I'm just going to interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Originally located has now been vacated. There are now a lot of bystanders. Many questions still being asked of individuals on the street. Did you see this? What happened? A great deal of confusion still here.
Well, you know what, Craig? Let's talk to somebody who's in the area right now. John is on the line, has called into CP24. Hi, John. How are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
And I'm good. Where do we find you right now?
Well, right now I'm at University in Dundas area.
And what are you seeing in where you are?
Well, it's not a matter of where I am. There's a lot of police out there, which is very good for the city. After yesterday's disgrace with these peaceful protesters that turned violent, I think these people that were involved with those groups should come forward and let the police know who it was that joined them. If they care and they want their point across, then that'd be fine. As far as that gentleman or the teacher, he doesn't know, maybe he doesn't know why the police did that. They arrested somebody. Obviously, they wanted him, and you're announcing him as being one of the leaders of the Black Bloc. The Black Bloc are the people that have destroyed the downtown area and burned the police cars and are causing all this trouble. So why would we have to put up with that in this city? I think it's a good job the police are doing in order to get these people off the street, arrest them, get them with criminal records, so now we know who they are. I can't fathom how he doesn't think there's civil rights in this country when everybody else's rights have been abused.
John, I have to thank you so much for your call. Obviously, a very difficult position that police have been in, and for Torontonians for that matter. Let's go to another Torontonian who has called in. Brent, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm still here.
And Brent, where are you in the city right now?
I live at Jarvis and Dundas neighborhood.
And
so
what,
I'm right in the thick of things, pretty much, I guess.
And have you been on the streets today? What's been your impression of what's been going on?
I've been watching your coverage for the past 2 days, and yesterday I was unimpressed with how the vandals got away from the peaceful protesters. I think the protesters should have got involved and gotten away with them and stopped them from vandalizing our beautiful city. And today I believe the cops are doing what they're supposed to be doing and going out and taking care of those who are there. Maybe they're going a little excessive on their force, but again, we don't know why and who they're going at when they're jumping out of their cars like this. So I don't think we should be jumping on the cops too much right now, or the protesters to be.
Well, that's a very important point to make, Brent. It's very early, obviously a very fluid situation. We don't have all the information. We can just report what we see, and that is, in fact, what we're doing here at CP24. Brent, thank you so much for calling in. Let's head over to our breaking news producer, Stephanie Smythe. Steph, what have you got?
Lindsay, I just have a bit of an update and from the ISU, the Integrated Security Unit. They're saying that the detention center is not in lockdown at this time. They are still trying to figure out what's going on. Media centers saying they have no information on this. They're simply trying to assess at this point in time. EMS is not speaking to any injuries or anything substantial to that end either. So that's from the Integrated Security Unit. We know here there's been 500 arrests today at CP24. We've been told that number and possibly more just in the last few minutes here on Eastern Avenue. And Lindsay, I can tell you that we believe this is moments ago, and now we know that protesters and riot police are pushing north on Pape right now, on Pape Avenue, from this area, I'd expect, and from Eastern. So we're watching that very closely. Ken Willie's en route to that location right now. ISU saying the detention center not in lockdown, but certainly some frantic moments not too long ago. Over to you, Lindsay.
And Steph, just to reiterate, no injuries reported at this point after this incident?
Not officially reported to EMS, not that EMS has been called to, no.
All right, Steph, thanks so much. Do we still have Craig Kilberger on the line? Craig, are you there?
Yes, I am. I'm actually here with Darlene. She is a woman who witnessed what was transpired. She's in her 50s. She is a local resident, and I wanted to ask her, from her vantage point, what she saw transpire.
Well, all I'm seeing transpire is that there's no allowing peaceful demonstration. It's being escalated, and people are being spurred back, and it's creating a no-win situation.
So, as a resident, would you comment on, do you want the protesters here? Do you want what transpired here?
I am very proud of all the young, diverse people here who've got the guts to come out here and protect the freedom of this country. And I was at the park earlier, and there was somebody commenting on, don't disturb our day, this is our park. These people here are to make sure there is a park, that there is a future for the common person. I'm very proud of everybody here.
And from your vantage point, can you walk us through what you saw transpire from the moment of the trigger to what took place at the end?
Oh, are we speaking of this incident here now? Well, I didn't get a chance to see too much because we were told we were pushed completely back. We did get the option of ending up in the crowd, which I didn't have the guts to do. They said either you get in front of us or behind us, and I'm ashamed I did not. But what I saw was that the crowd was just being pushed back. All they were doing was sitting. They're just being pushed back, pushed back, pushed back. And then I heard a loud boom, which I'm told is tear gas, but I didn't get a chance to witness that. So.
And again, Darlene, a woman here in her 50s who is a local resident who saw what has transpired. and allow us to clarify that was not tear gas used, but instead a type of a projectile that released a white smoke to disperse the crowds. But we are continuing to gather reaction from what's now a large crowd of mostly onlookers, neighbors, community people who, because of the noise and because of the scuffle, came out to watch and to see what has now transpired here at Pape and Eastern.
All right, Craig Kilburn, thanks so much for that. We have, and if you stay on the line for us, please, we have Delcia on the line. Hi, Delcia.
Hi.
Hi, where are you right now?
Well, I'm at home, and I've been watching this since yesterday on CP24, and I just think the police are doing a great job today. You know, it's okay to protest, but these protesters, look at what happened yesterday. Why did people stand around and watch this happen? They had to defend our city. It's our city. It's our Canada, and we need to represent the people in the right way. What these people destroying the buildings is just totally not acceptable. And I'm glad the police are really going after these people that did the damage. People that want to protest, it's okay, but don't do damage to other people's property.
All right, Delcia, thank you so much for calling in to CP24. Continuing coverage here on CP24. If you're just joining us right now, an event a short while ago you saw live here on CP24. This on Eastern Avenue outside the G20 detention center, where they have been holding those individuals who have been detained by police over the last 24 hours or so. Let's go to Jim, who is on the line right now. Hi, Jim. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
And Jim, where are you?
I'm in Vaughan. I'm watching CP24.
And what has your impression been? You are a little bit removed from the downtown core. What has your impression been?
I can't believe this. I don't know why people aren't standing up for the police. They've got a hell of a job to do. And what they should do is put the people that are demonstrating in the police's position and see how they would handle this situation, because what I'm looking at looks like something from the States. It's it's totally ridiculous. These protesters, what they should do is clean themselves up, take a bath, shave their face, and get a job, go out there and work like everybody else does, instead of protesting for, I'm not sure what they're protesting for. 90% of the time when I listen to what they're saying, I can't even understand what they're trying to get at. So, and then on top of it all, the whole thing gets nasty and gets violent. I mean, it's like I was looking at a program from the States. It's totally disgusting. People should be sticking up for the police.
All right, Jim, thank you so much for calling in, and thanks for sharing your thoughts. We, of course, want to hear from all of you, our CP24 viewers and listeners on 1050. Here are the numbers to call: 416-872-CP24. That is 416-872-2724. If you're watching from outside the area, you can dial us at 1-888-863-CP24, or you can send, if you have any video, if you're in the area at this time, or if you're in the area right now, this is near Eastern Avenue where the G20 detention center is. You can email those videos, those pictures to now@cp24.com. We here at CP24 have you covered on every angle, and that's where we're going to check back in with our special G20 correspondent, Craig Kilburger, who witnessed this whole event go down. And Craig was, in fact, following the very peaceful demonstration that wound its way through the downtown Eastern Toronto and made its way here to the detention center. So, Craig, we're looking at video from moments ago, some fresh video of what happened. So what's happening right now?
There are a number of onlookers. We see the police in full riot gear who are returning back to the detention center. Their shields in hand, their batons in hand, their helmets raised. They've taken off their tear gas masks they were on a little bit earlier. They're now returning back along Pape. There was a brief moment where they they were running after the protesters as the protesters ran south on Pape towards Queen. I'm here with Monica, who is an individual in the neighborhood who saw what transpired. Monica, if I can ask you to explain, what did you see?
So basically, there was a group of people protesting. They were standing with musicians from the east on Eastvale. A black van came along, and a bunch of people jumped out of the van into the crowd. Police followed them right after into the crowd. There was a huge scuffle, and a woman was arrested. The crowd got very agitated, and about 5 minutes later, police formed a column, went through the crowd, looked like they were going through, but they went in and they arrested a guy. He went down onto the street, and they pulled him through back into the crowd. The bullet guns were taken out and were fired into the crowd. I'm not sure if people got hurt or not. And they kept, the protesters were pushed back. The police kept pushing them. And for about 20 minutes afterward, it was just, the protesters slowly moving back and back, and the police making a very solid wall and pushing them farther and farther along.
Thank you so very much. We also have with us Bridie, who's 20 years old from Cleveland. Just moments ago was released from the detention center. Of course, the entire reason why this protest was taking place at Pape and Eastern was in front of the detention center, where we saw the 75 protesters who sought more information on behalf of the more than 480 so far who have been confirmed arrested. Bridie was one of the individuals, 20 years old from Cleveland, just released. Can you share with us a little bit about what that experience was like seeing in the detention center?
Certainly. It was absolutely awful. The inside of the detention center is freezing. It's dirty. They keep you inside cages, actually. They're bars that cross both ways, and there's hardly anything in there except for a bench and a toilet, and it's dirty. They bring you food maybe once every, I was in there 19 hours, they brought it to me twice, so average that out. And then I had water 3 times, but that's it. But most of the time you're just freezing and uncomfortable and dirty.
And can you share with us, where were you when you were arrested?
I believe I was near King and Bay Street. There was a line of riot police at the time, and they were pushing us backward as we were trying to advance toward south, I believe, towards the center of the city.
And can you describe how many people were in the detention center that you just left?
At this point, I don't know. I was hearing reports, though, that there's 3 different cage areas where they'll keep you. There's one when you get right out of the van, and then another one where they wait to sort you, and then after they sort you. And I heard that in the middle one, there were up to 40 people per, cage. I'm not sure, but, if I had to give a rough estimate, there were at least a few hundred people.
And how many people in each cage and the cage size?
The first one, it was relatively slow when I came in, so there were 1 or 2 in the first phase. Then they'll do, searches. Then you get to the second phase, and the second phase probably, now they're saying it's up to 40 since they got so many people from, I believe, the Novotel all at once down here. And then after that, after they sort you, it depends on, if you're someone who resisted or someone who protested peacefully. If you're one of the people who protested peacefully, you'll probably have, up to 5 people with you. Some people only had 1, between 1 and 5. And then if you're somebody who resisted, they put you in a cage by yourself with no bench or anything. It's just you and the dirty floor. And it's about 5 by 6, I heard them say. And it's just you by yourself, and it's blocked off on 3 sides, so all you can see are the police officers walking by. It's like solitary confinement for those people.
Again, we're talking to a 20-year-old young woman, Bridie, who was just released from the detention center moments after the skirmish between the police and the protesters occurred.
All right, Craig Kilberger, thank you so much for bringing that. So if you hold on the line for a second, we're looking at live shots right now. This appears to be the perimeter of the detention center on Eastern Avenue, where it is presumed a couple hundred still being held there after being detained by police officers within the last 24 hours. A lot of people in the neighborhood around where this event happened just within the last 45 minutes or so. A lot of people coming out of their homes, a lot of people wondering what's going on. Let's talk to Lisa, who is on the line right now. And I understand, Lisa, you do live in this area?
Yes, I do.
And where are you in proximity to?
I'm at the far gate, so the gate that they've been entering with the buses and the police vehicles.
Okay, Lisa, tell me what you saw and how you were feeling.
Frustrated, because I think what was intended as a very peaceful march, and with the best of intentions, got sidetracked by, again, a few who had not so positive intentions. And I fully support the police in trying to make this, a safe time as possible for everybody. Certainly we don't know why they picked up those two individuals. There was no tear gas. I think that there may have been a smoke bomb to try and disperse the crowd, but they've been here for the past week and doing a terrific job of just keeping an eye on the neighborhood. They've been in and out of the alleys looking for, stashes of weapons. Anyway, it's been stressful in the neighborhood, but I think the police have done a fantastic job under some very difficult conditions.
All right, Lisa, calling us from the area where all of this is happening right now. Thank you so much, and of course, be safe. Right now, let's head over to our breaking news producer, Stephanie Smythe. In the meantime, if you're watching, you can always call us like Lisa has just at 416-872-CP24. That is 416-872-2724. Now let's head over to our breaking news producer, Stephanie Smythe, with what she knows.
Well, Lindsay, out high, we're not getting a lot of information out of the ISU right now, except to say that the detention center is still not in lockdown at this time. They're trying to figure out what's going on. We're also working on getting the Police Association President, Mike McCormick, on the line with us to update us from his perspective what's going on. Lindsay, we're hearing a lot of information from our special correspondent, Craig Kielberger, from people in the crowd saying that this was a random thing that just broke out of nowhere, that there was a sudden surge in police arrests, and some are saying violence. And, we've got some pictures there that we want to hear from the Police Association, what they're saying about the situation that has just unfolded at the detention center, this G20 detention center down on Eastern Avenue. In the meantime, Lindsay, I can also tell you that the protest we are hearing is moving north on Pape around Queen right now. CP24's Cam Woolley is en route to that area and is going to they're stopped at that area right now. Okay, we're hearing that they've stopped at that area from our CTV reporter, Austin Delaney. So we're going to have a report from that scene fairly shortly, Lindsay, as well, and hear from Mike McCormick with the Police Association about what has just unfolded at the detention center and what might have sparked this and what that smoke was. I mean, I know, Craig, everybody thought initially it was tear gas, but we didn't see any masks put on. And we haven't heard any reports about anyone being hurt from the tear gas. We do have from CTV's Lisa Laflamme reports that those rubber bullets were fired from the Arwen guns, or they're more like beanbag bullets, and she's got the capsules, and she's spoken to some people about that. So we're going to hear more about that situation as well. And again, have a conversation with Mike McCormick from the Toronto Police Association, Lindsay.
Stephen, you mentioned Lisa Laflamme. Let's bring in CTV's Lisa Laflamme, who is on scene right now. Lisa, can you describe what's happening right now?
Everyone is running everywhere.
Is Lisa there, Lisa Laflamme? All right, we'll get her on the phone in just a couple of minutes. Let's check back in with Steph. Now, Steph, I have to ask you, this area obviously heavy guarded by police officers at this point. We had the demonstration that just went through the area as well. Are we hearing anything about people who are traveling around, TTC-wise or possibly by vehicle?
You know, there have been some interesting tweets in the Twitter sphere, or if that's what you call it, Lindsay, about the TTC suspending service around the city right now. That is not true. Right now, we are looking at regular service on the TTC. I'm getting emails from friends who live in this area, say they can hear the protesters, they can hear the rioting going on. But right now, Lindsay, there's no word from TTC of any change to any of the service routes. Now, I'm just getting this update right now, breaking news from Tony Vella with the ISU. Here's what they are confirming happened at the detention center just moments ago that we captured live on CP24. 2 muzzle blasts were were deployed. Now we know what a muzzle blast looks like. We've heard about them, Lindsay. That was a muzzle blast. 2 of them deployed, and what they do is spew this smoke into the vicinity. This was outside the Prisoning Processing Center. The public safety and the public order team is on the scene. A number of arrests have been made, which we witnessed. And the individuals arrested have been identified as wanted, and that this
And Steph, we're looking at those shots, I guess what you were just talking about.
Rubber bullets. That's
Rubber bullets. Let me see that.
Rubber bullets.
Yeah.
They shot about 3 of them.
Stay together.
Solidarity! Solidarity! The whole world is watching! 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 The whole world is watching!
So, Lindsay, those were the sights and sounds from the drama that unfolded at the detention center on Eastern Avenue just minutes ago that we captured live, and now we're replaying for you how frantic it was at that point in time. And again, what they're now saying, the ISU, is that the public safety, public order team is on the scene. They did make a number of arrests, and that these people that were arrested today, these individuals have been identified as wanted, and that this is an ongoing situation, Lindsay.
All right, and we're just looking at those pictures we just brought to you. This is earlier within the last, well, it's been within the last hour now. Let's check back in with our special G20 correspondent, Craig Kilberger, who has been here since the beginning of this event. Craig, what's going on now?
Well, as you can see behind me, there's only a few onlookers and the media left. It is now quiet in front of the detention center at Pape and Eastern. Literally just moments ago, of course, here's where those smoke bombs, the 3 items, were deployed to create a white plume of smoke. This is where we saw a number of arrests occur and a skirmish between the police and the officers. The reason that the protesters selected this location is because the old Toronto Film Studios has now been converted into the detention center. I'm here with Bridie, 20 years old. For those who've been following the CP24 coverage, just moments ago I had the chance to speak with her via phone a little bit about what just occurred. She walked out of the detention center literally moments ago, and I want to ask, you were kept in a cell. Can you describe the conditions in your cell, the size, the number of people, and how long you were there?
Certainly. In my cell, there were, by the time I left, 4 people. And I wouldn't call it so much as a cell as a cage, because the bars went in both directions and had a big sliding door. But it was dirty on the inside. It was actually filthy. I feel my hands are dirty. They're filthy from the inside. It was freezing cold. If you can see here, they were giving out to some people sweatpants and sweatshirts and pairs of socks because it was so cold. But then by the time that they had handed them out to people, they ran out. So people were coming in off the street with nothing but tank tops and shorts and freezing. But yeah, and in my cage, they came around in 19 hours twice with small sandwiches, and they came around with water 3 times.
And can you describe the furniture, the facilities, toilet facilities?
Yeah, there was nothing but one bench, and it was a very thin bench. It wasn't wide enough to lay on so that people could just sit. And as for the washing facilities, there was just one portable, toilet in there, which wasn't stocked with toilet paper. You had to continually ask them for it. And
yourself, you were released 19 hours later. Were you charged? Did they explain why you, as one individual in particular, was released?
no, they didn't explain anything to me, really. They told me that I wasn't actually going to be charged with anything, that they were doing a catch and release, is what they called it, and that they just let me out and I was free to go. But unfortunately, I don't know where to go.
And what are your intentions now that you've been released? Will you join back to the protest? Will you stop protesting?
Well, that depends on where people are protesting peacefully, because the reason that I was arrested, I was protesting peacefully, and I would like to continue protesting in a peaceful fashion. I don't know exactly what my intentions are yet, because that place will make you very tired and weary. But I don't have any intention of giving up the cause. It's just that I need to make sure that where I am is peaceful.
And one final question. We've been seeing the so-called black bloc techniques used by some groups intent on violence. You told me off camera a few moments ago that you see yourself as a purely peaceful protester. Considering both types are being arrested, what is the dynamic between the two types of protesters, or the various types of protesters who are being held right now?
Right now, those who are brought in under peaceful pretenses were being held in the larger cages, as I had described before. Probably, what did I say, 12, maybe larger by 6. And they were sort of segregated between the people who were brought in on more peaceful things. Well, I mean, ironically, it was disturbing the peace, or whatever it's called here. But for standing or sitting or somewhere in somewhere that they shouldn't have been. Whereas for those who were resisting, they were kept in 5 by 6, even smaller cages, which were dirty, and they had no benches, no washroom facilities, nothing. And it was just them laying on the ground, oftentimes in zip ties, because they had resisted arrest.
And we see here in your hands the plastic bag, these items that the police services gave you when you were arrested, and your bag itself. You're now heading. You're from Cleveland. You shared with me. You came here to protest. And can you share with us what the sign is on your shirt here?
Stop the war on the poor. Absolutely. I mean, that's why most of us are out here right now. It's a strong, generally anti-capitalist message that we know that. And this is actually, when we sat down, the people that were around us were saying, you know, we're coming here peacefully. All we want to be able to do is help those who are less fortunate. We want, you know, justice for all, equality for all. We come here peacefully. And then my friend and I sat down holding peace signs to show them, and then that's when we got arrested.
Do you regret that you came to Toronto in light of what transpired?
Oh, absolutely not. Like, I love Toronto. I've been here multiple times. It didn't matter where the G20 was going to be. These things happen, especially with how much money they spend on defending the city and sort of militarizing the police force. These things happen. So I don't think it's Toronto's fault. You know, it's not the city of Toronto that causes these things. It's when you get a lot of people together with power and guns that these things happen.
And the protesters who just literally moments ago were at that corner at Pape and Eastern, the protesters said that they had come to be in solidarity with the individuals who were arrested. Could you hear their chants? Could you hear the singing?
You know what? No. In there you can't see or hear a thing, but people had gotten phone calls from their lawyers. And so the rumor was passed around in there, you know, from cage to cage. Hey, they're outside. And then there was a big cheer. Yeah, they're outside for us, you know. As far as we knew, that it was a completely peaceful thing going on outside. And everybody was happy that people were here to support us.
And how are the spirits in there?
Low, very, very low, because most people don't have any idea when they're going to be released. In fact, it was a complete surprise that I'm out here right now, because they told me, since I'm an American citizen, that they would probably certainly have to charge me and make me pay cash bail, because they thought that I would run away and never come back to, you know, go to my court dates. And so, yeah, originally they had said, we're going to let you go. Then I talked to legal counsel, and legal counsel said, no, they're probably not. And I waited there for 19 hours, and then they let me go and just put me out on the street and said, okay, please be peaceful.
20 years old, from Cleveland, came to protest the G20. Again, we're at the corner of Pape and Eastern, where just literally moments ago we had 75 protesters who were sitting, chanting, as they say, in solidarity with those who are arrested. There are approximately 480 confirmed at this point arrested. A moment ago, that protest turned into a skirmish between the police and the protesters. We'll continue to give you the stories of the individuals who are right here as this occurred right at the ground. Back to you, Lindsay.
All right, Craig, thanks so much. Sometimes tough to know where you are because we really are everywhere here at CP24. We, of course, have you covered. And, Steph, you know, interesting to note, the woman that Craig was just interviewing saying, I love Toronto. I would come back even after her experience here in Toronto. That's a sentiment we were hearing from some callers, viewers of CP24, saying they love Toronto and they're very proud of our police force.
Well, and speaking of that police force, joining me now live, Lindsay, on the phone is the Toronto Police Association President, Mike McCormick. Good afternoon, Mike, and please, we want to know, we saw it, live pictures here on CP24, what just happened at the G20 Detention Center on Eastern Avenue. A lot of allegations from people in the crowd saying police just suddenly came at them and violence that was not necessary. What is the position of the Toronto Police Force?
Well, first of all, good afternoon, Steph. I was just listening to your last caller, whoever it was you were interviewing, and you got to be kidding me. I mean, people say, you know, she gets arrested and she's blaming the police when we're trying to keep law and order, protect the public, protect property, and there's all these thugs going around breaking windows and torching police cars. I think that these demonstrators really have to look inward and not outward. If they have a message, everybody respects that message, and you have the right to demonstrate, get that out there, get that message. That's part of the great thing about being a Canadian. But when you start, you know, firebombing police cars, throwing rocks at people, breaking into windows, what's that got to do with the G20? And as far as the thing on Eastern Avenue, I don't think one day you can be part of that activity and then the next day you say, well, now I'm part of a peaceful protest. Let's forget that I was involved in criminal activity. It wasn't a violent confrontation between police and protesters. It was people who were getting arrested for committing criminal acts, and that's what we were doing.
So you're telling us, Mike, that people in that crowd at Eastern Avenue, though looking very peaceful, your intelligence tells you that they were involved in the vandalism yesterday in Toronto?
Well, what I'm telling you is that if they are being arrested and picked out of a crowd, it's because they have been involved in criminal activity, whether it's current or whether it is prior, but they have been involved, and that is why they were arrested.
And that's why, now, we saw pictures of smoke being fired into the crowd. Mike, can you confirm what that is for us?
I can't confirm what that is because I'm not on the operations side. That's something you'd have to talk to the service about their use of force options and what they're mobilizing and how they're using them.
So they're not just randomly picking up people off the street and arresting them for no reason. That is what you are maintaining.
Not only what I'm maintaining, I'm in fact categorically saying that is exactly what is not happening. No, people are not being picked up. I mean, and the position that was being put forward again by the person who was on previous to me, saying, oh yeah, you know, we protesting. There were thousands of protesters, and we've had over 480 arrests. So, I mean, that has to tell you something. We're looking at the people who are breaching the peace and committing criminal acts. And there is a venue and there's a way to peacefully protest. And these people went way above and beyond. I mean, take a look at Yonge Street, breaking windows, looting stores. What's that got to do with the G20?
Mike, you mentioned to our Sue Scambatti that some people changed the tone yesterday, and you are responding to that. Is that going to continue today?
I believe that we will address, you know, there has definitely been a change, and it started yesterday afternoon in the dynamic of the crowd. It was a peaceful protest. People wanted to get their opinions out, and that we respect that. But then there was a serious change in that tone. Again, when you're lighting police cars on fire, and our members and our police officers from across the country have been professional. We've been getting by on very little sleep, and we have been exercising a huge amount of restraint. It's very difficult for police officers to stand by while they're this group of thugs going around committing criminal acts. So, but we will be addressing it, and, you know, we will be adapting to the change in the dynamic of what this demonstration has turned into.
Okay, Mike, and finally, any report of any injuries to police officers over the past 24 hours?
No, we had one officer who was injured in an unrelated car accident, but not related specifically to the G20. And other than that, and that's one thing we have to say on a positive. There has been a lot of damage to property. There has been damage to police vehicles, and that's something we'll have to look at when we debrief this later. But right now, on the positive side, there hasn't been any serious injury, and none of our officers have been, hurt or injured. So, and that's a good thing from my perspective.
Okay, Mike McCormick, president of the Toronto Police Association. Thanks very much for your time today. We'll check back in with you a little later on.
All right,
and take care. Okay. There you go, Lindsay. Mike McCormick maintaining those people arrested, taken into custody at the detention center aren't the peaceful-looking protesters that they appear to be, according to police. Over to you.
All right, Steph, thanks so much for that. Ann Romer's here, and obviously some good news, as we heard from Mike McCormick, about the fact that no police officers injured in all of the events that have happened over the last 24 hours.
And we're also hearing about a lot of arrests, Lindsay, and some of the experiences within the detention center, the makeshift detention center on Eastern Avenue. Lindsay, I have with me right now Farzad Fatulahzadeh. He is a producer with CTV News Channel, one of our family. Thank you for being here. What happened to you last night at 8:30 at Queen's Park?
I was walking towards another CTV producer, which was on the other side of the police line. I was behind the police line because the police line had passed our truck and our crew. So I was trying to hand off a tape to another producer when about a dozen police officers approached me and told me that I was under arrest.
Did they say for what? What were they arresting you for?
Well, they told me because I was behind the police line. But all the media was already behind the police line. So I tried to explain. They told me to relax. I told them I was relaxed, and that was it. I was in cuffs behind my back and carried off.
And you were led to where at Queen's Park?
I was led to a makeshift detention facility at the corner of College and University, where they were processing and taking pictures of everyone who was detained, and then putting them into paddy wagons and buses to be carried away.
What was that process like for you, and who were you with when you were the other those who had been detained by police?
Well, the process itself, for me, it wasn't that stressful because I thought that I was going to get freed any second until I was on the bus on my way to the detention facility. I thought that I was just going to walk away. That there was a simple explanation. So, and I was joking around with the cops, and as they were taking my pictures.
Show them your dog tags, if you will.
So I had my media pass, and so I was under the impression that I was going to get let go.
Still handcuffed at that point?
Yeah, with twist ties behind my back. But at that point, after they took my pictures, they snapped off the twist ties and handcuffed me on my front, which was a lot more comfortable. At that point. Yes.
And what happened when you got to the makeshift detention center?
Well, we got off the bus, and our handcuffs were removed, and then we were cuffed again behind our backs. We were taken to these big cages, kind of like big dog cages. There was about, I say, 25 to 30 people in the cage that I was in. There was a portalet with no door in one corner.
So you were allowed to go to the bathroom, but how do you do that if you're restrained and obviously no privacy?
Well, we were restrained behind our back, so we were allowed to lie on the floor and pass the restraint over our feet to the front, so that way we could go to the bathroom.
Were you given water or food?
No food, and we kept asking for water, and I didn't get any until about 5 hours later.
What did you see around you, the condition of other people around you?
There were a lot of kids, a few older people.
Kids meaning over 20, young people?
Yeah. Well, there were actually a couple of teenagers, 16 to 14-year-olds, but in my cell, most of the people in my cell were about in their 20s.
Now, we should have shown this right at the get-go, but I want to show right now the video of you being arrested. So let's have a look at it right now.
I haven't seen this yet.
What do you see? What do you see?
Well, that's me thinking that I'm just going to get freed any second now. And the cops are actually telling me that was the case at that point, because I was like, look, I'm media. I wasn't doing anything wrong. And the cop on my right, actually, he was the one that just kept telling me, yeah, it's okay, they're going to let you go. You've been cooperative. So I wasn't really worried about anything at this point.
What did you see in the faces of others around you and their physical condition? And this was in the detention holding cells.
Well, some of the people were in really rough shape.
What do you mean by that?
By rough shape, like judging by their faces, bruised up, cuts. There was a guy bleeding out of his eye.
Were they attended to while they were being held?
There was a corner designated as a medical spot with the Red Cross. I didn't personally see anyone being taken there, but I assumed that people were being taken there. But while we were on the bus, we had a couple of people, one with severe concussion, he kept falling asleep, what we assumed to be severe concussion, and we kept asking for medical help, and it never came.
Did anything surprise you by what was said, people knowing why they were there or why they were protesting?
Well, for the most part, what surprised me was the stories. I mean, everybody claimed to have done nothing wrong. So most of the stories were I was just standing there, all of a sudden I was on the floor.
You told me before we began this interview that someone said to you, G20, I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, there was this one kid that I talked to who had no idea what he was protesting, if he was protesting. I didn't really ask him for details.
You were released at 3 this morning. Why?
They eventually realized that I worked for CTV, and they saw my pass and my belongings.
Should you have been arrested?
No.
Did you do anything wrong?
No.
All right. I'm glad that you are back with us. Farzad Fatalazadeh, producer, CTV News Channel, an experience you won't soon forget.
Thanks very much, Anne.
Thank you very much. We're going back to Lindsay. Lindsay.
All right, Ann Romer, thanks so much. Arrests, we've been talking about them for the last hour or so. That is what's been happening on Eastern Avenue outside of the detention center where people are being detained, a couple hundred at this point. That is where we find our CP24 Sue Scambatti. So, Sue, what's happening right now?
Well, Lindsay, the Toronto Community Mobilization Network, in advance of the summit, gathered together a team of lawyers in the event of arrests. And so there is a team trying to deal with people who have been brought here to the detention center. Lawyer Kevin Tilley is one of those, and he joins us now. You arrived here at 10 o'clock. It's now, I don't know, after lunch at least.
It's been a couple hours.
What's been your experience in here?
Well, I came inside, Sue, originally to find a few people who I'd not been able to locate. So we'd been getting calls from friends and from families and other people like that telling us that their friends had been arrested and they were trying to find them. I was making phone calls all morning to the detention center trying to find them, trying to find out where they were, trying to find out if they were going to get released, and I just wasn't getting any answers. The guards were telling me they couldn't find them, they didn't know if they were there or not, they couldn't answer questions. So I decided to just come down here at the end of the day and come in and see what I could find myself. And the situation wasn't much different. At the end of the day, it seems like the system in there is very disorganized. They don't know who most of the people are. Most of them are not actually being charged with anything. They're just being held in these steel cells temporarily, and they don't really seem to have a plan for how they're going to release them or what they're going to do with them in the long term.
You're heading up to the special G20 court at Finch because you think some of your clients might be there.
Yeah, well, the people who are actually charged with criminal offenses will be brought up there. They have to appear in bail court within 24 hours after their arrest. And frankly, for some of these people, the clock is ticking. They need to get up there pretty soon. So I'm going to go up to court and see if I can find them up there.
Seeing what we all saw yesterday happening on the streets of Toronto, and now the fact that we have more than 500 people being held at this facility, what are your thoughts about what happened, the number of arrests, in the whole big picture?
Well, to be honest, there's a lot of rumors and speculations. I'm not going to talk about exactly what happened. What I can tell you, though, is a lot of the people who are in there are not actually being charged with anything. They're not the violent protesters that people have been talking about. They're people literally who got scooped up on the streets for doing just about nothing. Most of them have been strip searched. Most of them have been detained in pretty awful conditions. They haven't slept at all since they've been arrested. So for the vast, vast majority of these people, they're just caught up in a system and they don't know what's happening to them.
Okay, I guess what happened yesterday unfolded, and now we're going to have to deal with the rest of it. Thank you, Kevin Tilley. And there were a lot of tense moments here earlier as more arrests were made, but things have quieted down now, and the riot squad has moved out. And
well, we're certainly looking at those pictures. We were looking at them, Sue, when you were talking there. So this all started because a demonstration was making its way through the area and ended up, I guess, across the street from the detention center. Any of those demonstrators still around at this point?
Well, there's the odd person around. They're camera shy. They don't want to talk. Let me see if I can get this lady. Do you want to join me? Have you reconsidered?
Oh, I just want to hear him.
Okay, well, you can hear him in a second. Listen, you were in that crowd of demonstrators. Tell us what happened. Okay, she doesn't want to talk to me. That's fine. She wasn't that fazed by what happened. We saw a lot of people very shaken by what had occurred when the police moved in. This lady said that when she saw the police coming, she kind of got it and backed off. But certainly the police knew who they were looking for, and they went in. And according to Mike McCormick and according to what seemed to happen, they weren't randomly going in. They were after specific people. They went in and scooped those people and actually marched them right down the street in front of us and took them on foot into this holding facility. Lindsay.
All right, Sue Scambatti, we're going to check in with you shortly. Thanks so much for that. In the meantime, we, of course, always want to hear from you. CP24 is your station, and you are all a part of this with us. We have Paul on the line right now. Paul, tell me how you were feeling right now at this moment. How do you feel about your Toronto? Do we have Paul? Paul, can you hear me? All right, we'll get back to Paul in a moment. Let's see if we have Carl on the phone. Carl, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank
All right,
you.
so what is your impression of your Toronto right now?
Well, I think like a lot of Torontonians probably really sad and frustrated right now. Sad that this has happened and frustrated that for some reason we seem powerless to say no to the PM and the PMO office when they decided to hold this event in downtown Toronto. And I'm a little surprised, quite honestly, right now that we're hearing from, the PM, from David Miller and from other officials who are surprised at the level of violence that they've seen during this protest. Because, I mean, for everyone out there who's ever seen the G20 on any media channel, we've seen that violence. We've seen that these groups, piggyback onto legitimate protesting, legitimate civil disobedience. And these groups who are there only for one purpose, which is to, basically commit criminal acts, filter in, make themselves part of the protests, and then commit these acts. And this level of violence has happened over and over in the past. And you can't tell me that CSIS, that the PMO's office has security reports, that probably even Mr. Miller's office had security reports that told them what the risks were. And originally this wasn't even going to be the site, the current site. So I want to know, why didn't we say, no, we're not going to have the Toronto Police Services support you if you want to have it here. We're not going to do this. I don't understand why we didn't have the right to say, no, Mr. PM, if you want to do this, have it in a military base, have it in a secure facility away from private and public spaces.
Carl, thank you so much for your comments and for calling in and for watching and listening to CP24. For all of our viewers and listeners, we always want to hear from you. You can call us at 416-872-CP24. That's 416-872-2724. Or if you have any video or pictures, send them to now@CP24.com. We'll get them up on our website. Maurice Cacho is working very hard along with our web team to do all of that for you. Let's head over to CP24's Cam Woolley. I believe you're at Queen and DVP. I guess first question, why are you there and what's happening?
Well, Lindsay, we're hearing about protesters in the Queen and Pape area, and there's some concern that they could come westbound now. If they do, they will be welcomed, although that's probably not the right word. Durham Regional Police are here. They have the public order unit. You can see the whole busload of officers. Toronto Police Service here, Halton Region EMS. And, of course, this is the type of thing we've been seeing all day. Police at a constant state of readiness. And they've frequently said, oh, we're ready for anything. But frankly, I do believe it. Officers here are well-equipped, well-trained. They're also watching the back streets. So if it's a legitimate protest, the officers got no problem with that. They're here to make sure things get safe or stay safe. But if anybody tries to get involved in any of the criminality from yesterday, these officers say they're ready to take the appropriate action, Lindsay.
And Cam, with all the events that have been going on, we've been seeing a lot of passers-by, people coming out to spectate that may or may not have been involved in these demonstrations. And they've also been bringing their phones, their cameras with them, and capturing a lot of these images. What are we hearing from police about what to do with these images?
Well, police are interested not in any legitimate protest stuff, but where they're interested is if you witness a criminal offense and capture that image. They'd like to see that. They have some of their own, and they are getting a lot of cooperation from people. A lot of regular folks walking through on their riding through on their bicycles. In fact, a lot of them been giving the police the thumbs up and saying great job. A lot of strong public support, especially even from some people that identified themselves as protesters. They're angered that some of these criminals have really hijacked their agenda and taken away their opportunity perhaps to talk about their issues. It's been ruined by the violence. So police here have a lot of support, and like I said, they're certainly ready.
All right, Cam Woolley at Queen Street and the Don Valley Parkway. Thank you very much. We'll check back in with you. We are all over the city right now. We're going to bring you to Queen and University, where we find CP24's Melissa Grello. So what are you seeing where you are right now? What are you hearing?
I guess the question, Lindsay, is what are we not seeing? You know, Sunday on Queen Street West, there's a lot of shopping to be done, a lot of great restaurants and pubs and restaurants. And if you take a look around me, it's really, really quiet. That's what we're not seeing here. We're not seeing the normal crowds that you would on a Sunday on Queen Street West. There is evidence of what happened here yesterday. We know it was a very different scene. If you put the clock back 24 hours, you can see some of the damage that was left behind here at some of the buildings as protesters had come through westbound on Queen Street heading towards Spadina. We know a lot had happened in a very, very short amount of time. We're speaking to a lot of the retailers here, those who do own the stores. For those who have decided to come out, maybe make their way to see what's happening on Queen West, unfortunately, there are a lot of stores that have decided to not open. I've been speaking to a lot of workers who said they literally ran out of the back doors of their stores, locked up the front, and ran out for fear of their own safety. So those workers are now saying, you know what, a lot of them had come in, tried to assess the situation. A lot of them are not open past 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon, so they figured, you know what, why don't we, for the safety of everyone really involved, just shut down. So the vast majority of the stores here on Queen Street West are in fact shut down for the day. There is still definitely a presence of police. They were just here with some of the vans, giving them some food and some water to keep them hydrated, because as we know, the police presence, particularly in this area as a result of what happened yesterday, has really been stepped up. Nobody is taking any chances. Streetcar, you can see it is in fact moving. By all accounts, everything is running as normally with regards to the TTC, both above ground and below the ground. But if you were thinking of coming down, aside from perhaps a nice stroll on a kind of a nice day, everything else down here is very, very quiet. Stores, for the most part, are shut down. And again, evidence now of the cleanup that is still happening after yesterday. Lindsay.
And you know, Mel, what I was wondering, we saw a lot of stores and businesses boarding up their windows prior to everyone coming here for the G20. After the events of yesterday, have you seen any more evidence that people may in fact have done that over the early hours or the late night last night or early hours of this morning?
We haven't seen any new boarding going up as a result of yesterday. We do see some of the boards going up. Our building is one of those examples, trying to deal with the damage that was incurred yesterday with broken windows, rocks, bats to the windows. The Starbucks right across from our building is still boarded up, and that is because the majority of their windows had been smashed in. So with regards to new boarding up, we haven't seen that, but it is very dark. As we go by the stores, you can see there is no activity, and perhaps the store owners, the retailers, hoping that sends the message that, hey, nobody's here, there's no point in coming around here.
All right, CP24's Melissa Grello, live at Queen and University. Thank you so much. As you can see from those live shots, nobody's on Queen Street right now. Not really typical for a Sunday in June. You have been watching CP24, Toronto's breaking news. We have more up-to-date weather for you. We also, as you can see, not much traffic going on. We've got everything G20. We have you covered on Toronto's breaking news. CP24 up next, Ann Romer.
CP24, Toronto's breaking news. Mom, what are you doing?
I'm looking through my old jewelry.
Why don't you sell them for instant cash? Oren Jewelry gives you the most cash for old gold, jewelry, and diamonds.
Who?
Oren.
This too?
Oren will sell that on consignment for even more cash.
Oren has buyers around the world ready to pay top dollar for quality jewelry.
Gold is at an all-time high. Take advantage of the high gold markets now and sell me your old gold, jewelry, diamonds, watches, even dental. I guarantee you the most cash.
Wow, I got much more than I expected.
I told you Oren is better.
Located off Allen Road between Shepherd and Finch.
Get ready, Toronto, because the Boys of Summer sale is back.
Oh, what a night.
Don't miss out on 2 tickets to Jersey Boys for the price of 1. So hurry, you must purchase by this Sunday. Visit jerseyboystoronto.com/summer.
Ontario can help you get your business growing. With business support programs including advice and consultation, research and development, financing and tax credits, and more. Find out at ontario.ca/business programs. The world works here.
What is power without agility? Control without grip. Driving without precision. Introducing the award-winning, luxury-loaded, European-tuned, all-wheel drive 2011 Kizashi from Suzuki. No wonder it was voted best in class. The power of control.
Get ready, Toronto, because the Boys of Summer sale is back.
Oh, what a night.
Don't miss out on 2 tickets to Jersey Boys for the price of 1. So hurry, you must purchase by this Sunday. Visit jerseyboystoronto.com/summer.
CP24, Toronto's breaking news.
It's 1:19, 23 degrees and overcast from 299 Queen Street West. This is Toronto's breaking news. CP24, good afternoon. I'm Ann Romer. Here is a look at the situation as we see it today. A number of arrests made after a confrontation between police and protesters outside the makeshift detention center. We're going to show you some startling visuals right now as we were there at every angle taking a look at what happened not too long ago. Here are the pictures as police taking down several protesters. What we hear from eyewitnesses, this began as a peaceful protest, and from some accounts, it turned violent on the part of police. Others and the police services, Mike McCormick, saying they were doing their job. In the end, a number of arrests made a quick journey to the detention center as this took place in the area surrounding it. We're hearing upwards of 500 people are now have been arrested through now into our second day of violence on the streets and police reaction in a very big way. Christopher is on the phone right now. Christopher, where are you calling us from?
I'm calling you. Actually, I'm right downtown, right at basically Dundas and Yonge.
All right, and have you been out on the streets in the past 24 hours?
I have been. I mean, I wanted to go out and see what was going on, and I took my camera with me, and, you know, I am fully in support of the police to go ahead and arrest people who think it's okay to vandalize property, to set cop cars on fire and whatnot. But, you know, and I've also witnessed the cops taunting people, swearing at them, you know, because they're bored standing there in the line. And then when people turn around and respond to them, attacking them, punching people in the face as they're taking them down. And, like, who is holding the police accountable for their actions? And these people that have called before me or tweeting or whatnot saying the police are doing a wonderful job. I mean, at the end of the day, there's, what, 20,000 plus law enforcement? You know, there's bound to be bad apples within the police department as well. And I wonder, you know, who is holding the police accountable for their actions? Because, you know, they seem to be able to do whatever the hell they want. I saw somebody ask the policeman for his badge number, and he's like, oh, you want my police badge number? It's 416-967-1111, you know, and swearing at people, calling people names. And, like the police, I am just like, I'm scared of the police. And I shouldn't, I'm a citizen of Toronto. I shouldn't shouldn't be afraid of the Toronto police.
Is this the Toronto you know and love right now?
No, absolutely not. You know, I was supposed to leave this weekend for Montreal. Unfortunately, because I have to travel with my dog on Via Rail, I can't leave the city. I feel like I'm a prisoner of my own home because, like last night when I was trying to come home, for example, I was rerouted several different times. At one point, you know, I end up caught in the middle on Queen Street there between Yonge and whatever the street is. I'm trapped in the middle of like some protesters with police on both sides trying to get back to my home. I mean, this is not the city that I know and love.
Christopher?
I'm thoroughly disgusted with the people who set the cop cars on fire and whatnot, but I'm also thoroughly disgusted with how some of the police people, you know, are treating people and punching people in the face. I mean, they're the people in a position of power to keep law and order. They're not there to taunt people and yell obscenities at people and beat people. And, you know, you just showed a video of them arresting people down by their little holding area or whatever, and there's the one girl with the purple shirt on. They're like, you see them treating her like she's a rag doll.
Christopher, thank you for your comments. They are true from your heart and your opinions. Let's go live on the phone now to Ed. Ed, what do you make of this situation? And there's a line in a song. What are we fighting for?
Well, I disagree with the caller before because I totally support the police and what they're doing today and clamping down early. I know I was saying to the fellow I just spoke to that earlier I was watching Craig Kielberger interviewing some people at the park before the protest. And there was a segment yesterday that Austin Delaney did where he caught some people changing their clothes in the doorway, and somebody tried to block the camera and whatever, and he said, "Why are you guys changing your clothes?" And when I looked at it, I thought, I recognize that guy. I think that was the guy yesterday. So I'm sure that the police have had a chance to look at photos that people have sent in and tape, and they wouldn't just go into that crowd today, I think, without some kind of knowledge of the protesters who use those crowds to hide in and then start to try to cause their mayhem like they did yesterday. So I commend the police for getting in there early. And I know when Craig talked to that one girl, too, before the parade, she said, oh, only because a few windows were broken. Well, get yourself educated because a lot more than a few windows were broken in Toronto yesterday.
Ed, I want to thank you for that, and thank you for continuing to stay with us here on CP24, and that's what we are here to do, is to bring you the information as it unfolds, the live pictures as they unfold here in the city of Toronto. We've got Cam Woolley standing by live, Cam, at Queen and the Don Valley Parkway. Cam, you know, there's been a shift in sentiment from yesterday to today. We're talking to Torontonians because that's what we do. What are you hearing from Torontonians, but also from police?
Well, Anne, I've been out all morning here and with groups of police, a very strong police presence. We're just here at Queen in the Don Valley. Actually, a lot of people driving by, honking, giving the officers the thumbs up. I was by the Eaton Centre this morning with a group of York Regional officers. People came up to shake their hand and thank them for being there, for helping Toronto Police look after the city. And I'm with Durham Police right now, a public order unit. They helped Toronto Police yesterday when some criminals were vandalizing police headquarters. They looked after it very well, and when they came out, there were a lot of onlookers, as we know, and they were cheering the officers for stopping the damage to our police headquarters. Most of the people very supportive of the police. I find a lot of the people that are being critical, as usual, don't have the story. They see the officers arrest somebody that they saw doing nothing, when in fact we're hearing from police that they are arresting people through intelligence that they have warrants for and that they have cause to arrest. And a lot of these people were the violent people that we saw yesterday. And we were present at the U of T today as well when we saw 70 arrests. And all the work I've seen the police doing, and I was a copper for 30 years, I've seen nothing but restraint and really good work. I've seen them looking after folks, including protesters. We've had some people by here today that are would like to protest and make their issues known, and the police made even helped them, told them where they could do that, and made sure that they understood about public safety. And I get the sentiment and the understanding from the police, and from what I've seen, is their safety first. And of course, when you start mixing the anarchist types together with regular folks, there's going to be some friction, and in some cases the police have to make arrests for public safety reasons, and then in some cases, as we've heard, they've been released unconditionally. Now, Durham Police here are part of the whole team, and they're spread throughout the city, different police services. Seen Montreal and Quebec City officers as well, and they say genuinely, and I believe this, that they're ready for anything. Ann?
CP24's Cam Woolley live at Queen and the Don Valley Parkway. Thank you for that. This is Toronto's breaking news at CP24. A number of things that I want to mention. We're going to keep a very close eye on the streets of Toronto as police and protesters continue to go toe-to-toe. We've got you covered. We have everything you need to know to get around safely here in the city of Toronto. We've also got the very latest traffic and weather. Yes, that's important on a Sunday afternoon. We want to hear from you as well. That's what we're about. Send us what you want, picture-wise, of what you've seen today on the streets of Toronto to my breaking news. And if you've got anything to say, send it to now@cp24.com. Also, give us a call with your personal stories and your thoughts about the way Toronto has been shifted into a different world. The tale of two cities, some are calling it. 416-872-CP24. That's 2724. Toll free, 1-888-863-CP24. We'll be right back.
CP24, Toronto's breaking news.
The small things in life show that we're all on similar journeys. For far too many women, that journey will take a turn they didn't expect, breast or gynecologic cancer. But they're not alone. You can walk for them, because though our journeys may diverge, our hope will not. The Shoppers Drug Mart Weekend to End Women's Cancers benefiting the Princess Margaret. Go to endcancer.ca for more information.
Introducing KFC's new Streetwise Value Menu, featuring KFC's Bargain Bucket Meal for the everyday price of just $24.99. Spending less time in the kitchen and more with your family? Very Streetwise. KFC, so good.
At KitchenAid, we see the joy in the small moments of cooking for grand occasions or simple dinners during the week. That's why we make appliances like the KitchenAid range, the only range with the Even Heat True Convection system for consistent baking. Because we believe that food should be as perfect as the moment it creates. Now get 10% off. See in store for details. KitchenAid, for the way it's made.
Hey, what's wrong with you?
I can't pay my monthly bills. I'm going crazy.
Do what I did. Call GTA Credit Solutions. They'll help reduce your debt to a small monthly payment. No more nasty collection calls.
All right!
Don't you see? They just scored.
I called GTA. They're going to help me with my money problems.
We speak your language, GTA Credit.
Why do some bottled waters taste funny? Water shouldn't taste like anything, should it?
Not ozonated, not chlorinated, not anything aided. ESCA, the source matters.
CP24, Toronto's breaking news.
Well, a week ago today, we were gearing up for the MMVAs, expecting huge, peaceful crowds here in the city of Toronto. A very different story this past weekend. Huge crowds, not so peaceful. It has been a very difficult and somewhat violent and tense weekend here in the streets of Toronto because of the G20 summit. It is 1:31, 23 degrees on this Sunday, June the 27th. Good afternoon, I'm Ann Romer from 299 Queen Street West. Traffic and weather together, but first our top story, police and protesters clash again, and this time outside the G20 detention center. Police used two muzzle blasts to drive back a small protest group outside the G20 detention center. Muzzle blasts are non-lethal discharges of high-pressure gas from a firearm. All of this happened after about 100 people who had marched from the downtown core to the Eastern Avenue detention center came together, and this seemingly peaceful protest was quickly shut down by a flood of riot police. We are now able to confirm that more than 500 people have been arrested over the course of the weekend. Of the hundreds of people arrested, some are being released. They're leaving the impromptu Eastern Avenue detention center with big stories about the conditions they experienced inside.
In my cell, there were, by the time I left, 4 people. And I wouldn't call it so much as a cell as a cage, because the bars went in both directions and had a big sliding door. But it was dirty on the inside. It was actually filthy. I feel my hands are dirty. They're filthy from the inside. It was freezing cold. You can see here they were giving out to some people sweatpants and sweatshirts and pairs of socks because it was so cold. But then by the time that they had handed them out to people, they ran out. So people were coming in off the street with nothing but tank tops and shorts and freezing.
Toronto Police Association President Mike McCormick says the protester tactics demand a heavy police presence.
I think that these demonstrators really have to look inward and not outward. If they have a message, everybody respects that message, and you have the right to demonstrate. Get that out there and get that message. That's part of the great thing about being a Canadian. But when you start, firebombing police cars, throwing rocks at people, breaking in the windows, what's that got to do with the G20?
Well, let's go live right now to our special correspondent for the G20, Craig Kielburger, on the move in one of our breaking news vehicles. Where are you headed, Craig?
We're in the heart of the downtown St. George campus of the University of Toronto. For those of you who know the university, we just passed Robarts Library. We're in front of Trinity College at the moment. There's a group of approximately 200 individuals on bikes who are doing a bike protest. In fact, the group is being organized by the Toronto Mobilization Action Network. They had on social networking called this the Bike Block, not to be confused with the Black Block. Though similar, of course, in name, that they are going through the streets of Toronto in what has been, and it continues to be, a peaceful protest. We do see police officers on all 4 sides, also on bike. Earlier, we did see police officers in riot gear. The protesters on bikes briefly stopped at Bloor and Spadina, blocking the road, at which point there was a negotiation with the police to continue. We'll be, of course, following them and providing that voice. I also want to touch on social networking. We've been following not only, of course, these groups, but also people's questions on Twitter. And we heard a lot of people asking, can we interview the police officers at these events? We have a number of times tried. The police, of course, issue official statements through their police press attachés, but we will, of course, continue to give a voice from the police, from the protesters, from the streets, from ordinary Torontonians, and trying to report on the protests and everything involving G8, G20.
Craig Kielburger, the Toronto Community Mobilization Network, of whom you speak, that it has organized this, what is seemingly peaceful bike rally, bike walk, has put out a press release, and just a line or two from it. The G8, G20 are anti-democratic, illegitimate institutions that inflict daily violence on our communities. Everywhere the G8 and G20 have met to further their exploitive agendas, from London to Pittsburgh to Toronto, they have faced huge opposition from local communities. So they are taking a stand and really quite strong, harsh words about the G8 and G20 and what they stand for, but also the resistance from local communities when these summits converge on their homes and in their backyards.
Oh, indeed. In fact, of the organizations, and to clarify, that network of organizations represents more than 36 groups, some of which are large, some of which are small, most of which are some organizations that, as they would phrase it, embrace a diversity of tactics. These are not, this is not Oxfam, this is not UNICEF, this is not Save the Children. These are small associations, often with members who embrace, as they call, a belief that capitalism as a system is ineffective. They're groups that do embrace a diversity of tactics. They have at times tried to distance themselves from the Black Bloc without actually criticizing them and their actions. The network itself is a very informal network. When we've spoken to the leadership seeking quotes for the media in the past, they have not necessarily been willing to interact with the press on an extensive basis. As someone within the human rights and the nonprofit world, I can speak from experience when I say that it is a much more of an unofficial umbrella association for an incredible kaleidoscope of organizations than one or two groups with official spokespeople. As I'm speaking to you right now, Queen's Park is now home for this bike block protest, this gathering on bikes. Approximately, again, 200 individuals on bikes have now entered Queen's Park under a police escort. They're now biking through the paths of Queen's Park. At this point, staying only on the north side of Queen's Park.
Now, beyond
and it's unclear where they'll proceed next.
Beyond the police escort, are you seeing any other police presence? It is becoming apparent that when there are gatherings of groups of people this weekend, that we see a presence of police.
Oh, absolutely. I have to say, from yesterday to today, a noticeable difference in the police-protester interactions and a noticeable difference in the number of police officers, even at small protests. We've been following the protests Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, some of which, the famed first one on Monday that left Allen Gardens, that briefly occupied an Esso station. That protest was under perhaps a handful of police in comparison. That one on earlier in the week was under a few dozen police officers were escorting it. Today we see quite literally hundreds of police officers. There are more police officers than there certainly are protesters. Police not only being visible on their bicycles, but also visible in riot gear. We see that the van that you saw pull ahead of us just a few moments ago, all these vans that you're seeing, these are vans carrying police officers or paramedics. They are driving off-roading through Queen's Park. These are unmarked vans that we can identify as police because of a number system that they put in the back left-hand corner of the windshields. And the police have, on a moment's notice, been able to deploy very quickly from these vans if there does appear to be any need for the police to step into the situation.
That's our Craig Kielberger, special correspondent for the G20, live for us on the streets of Toronto, and in particular following what's being called a bike block with police presence, but also police escort. So, Craig, you'll continue to keep a very close eye on this for us, and you're following all of the action here in Toronto on our streets as the protests move from one place to another, as do police. Thanks, Craig. Talk to you soon. Let's go live to our Maurice Cacho, CP24.com. We're asking folks to send their pictures of what they've seen so far. It's something that means something to them. It will mean something to us, Mo. To My Breaking News, also thoughts and opinions to now at CP24.com. You're also keeping a close eye on Twitter. What are you seeing?
Well, that's right, Ann. And in fact, actually, since yesterday, we got about 200 pictures and videos submitted to My Breaking News. And that number keeps growing. You've been doing a phenomenal job. Keep it coming, but stay safe. Now let's get to what you're saying online. And I've got a tweet here from Stephen. He says he's back from the G20 jail, and police are now targeting huge groups of peaceful protesters using crowd control weapons to get 1 to 2 people under arrest. But a lot of people are also praising police. Stella says this protest is embarrassing the GTA. Meanwhile, Sweetest One Statham says police are doing a fantastic job. Very proud of the various police forces. Let's get to some of the photos I've been seeing online today. These are police officers standing present on Eastern Avenue and Pape. As we saw, there was a clash between police and protesters a couple hours ago as well. Police arresting someone, doesn't say exactly where this is, but I believe this is also near the detention center. Moving on, we've got another photo here of two lines of riot police advancing towards a crowd that seems to be out of the shop. You can definitely see a strong police presence around the detention center. Here's just a plain police officer posing for a photo with the plastic zip ties in his hand, possibly ready to arrest someone. And then, because we like a little bit of comedy here when we talk to the web desk, police pushing back some pigeons on Bay Street. That's what's going on at CP24.com. Keep them coming. Just visit our website for the latest. And some of the videos that you've been seeing, we do post on our website, including some raw video of police clashing with protesters and a video of the CTV producer who was arrested by police. His full interview is up at CP24.com. Back to you, Ann.
All right, Mo. Thanks a lot. Maurice Cacho, CP24.com. Let's go live right now to our Stephen Ledrew, joining us live from the International Broadcast Center. A lot going on there. And, you know, there are some folks who have forgotten that there's even a G20 summit going on. There has been so much activity and protest and conflict on the streets. What can you tell us right now, Stephen?
Well, and you're absolutely right, but all the journalists here, thousands of journalists, do have CP24 on in the room here, so they've been following it. I'm here with Peter Ehrlich. He's been to many summits. And Peter, you're with a news organization in Germany.
Yes, that's Financial Times Deutschland, a sister paper of Financial Times.
So you've been watching TV, you've seen what's going on on the streets of Toronto. What's your reaction to that?
Yeah, I must say it's something we have at every summit. We have demonstrators coming on, appearing, but it was not very exceptional. Yes, the amount of protesters was not so high, and there were some violent people. That's unfortunately, we have them everywhere. So I think it was very strange to see for some of my colleagues that over half an hour yesterday people could smash windows without being interrupted by the police, and that in a situation where you have more police around than at every summit before.
And so with all those police around, the reaction is, why didn't they move more quickly?
Yes, why didn't they move more quickly? Why haven't they have water cannons or whatever, yeah? So it's this really strange kind of behavior. I don't know who's organizing the police here, but we know that from many demonstrations in Germany, other European countries, we knew other police tactics, yeah? Right. Sometimes it doesn't work, but this was here quite clear. It is a very strange idea how to deal with the things.
Okay, well, we don't know either, but we're getting to the bottom of it. We appreciate your comments on that one, Peter, and thank you very much for joining us today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Back to you, Ann, at 299.
All right, Stephen Ledrew, thanks for that. Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
It is 1:44. It's 23 degrees and overcast. This is Toronto's breaking news. CP24 coming up. Well, it's time to check on traffic in and around the city. There are still some areas that are off limits and that are difficult to get through because of more protests. We'll also take a peek at the weather forecast and find out when we will finally see some sunshine. This is Toronto's breaking news. CP24.
My name is Tom. As an openly gay man, I figured my career options were limited, but the Toronto Police Service proved me wrong. They accepted me with open arms, valued who I was, and gave me the chance to serve my city as an officer, a gay man, and a Torontonian. For me, pride means a police service that embraces my community. What does pride mean to you?
He's arranging a mortgage his way, a way that works. She's refinancing after hours from the comfort of her home. They were sinking in debt. Now they're using their home equity to consolidate their debts and save up to 75% on their monthly payments. Visit CanadaLend.com first for all your home financing needs. Regardless of your income or credit, we can lend a hand. Call now or apply online and save. CanadaLend.com. Visit us first.
1-866-I-CAN-LEND.
The ultimate June sales event. Lease a 2011 BMW 323i for $338 a month and receive no charge automatic on all 2011 3 Series sedan models, a $1,600 value, or have your first 3 months payments waived.
New Revlon Grow Luscious Mascara helps lashes grow stronger.
with a unique formula that complements your lash's natural growth cycle. 96% saw instantly longer lashes.
This is the start of something big.
New Revlon Grow Luscious Mascara.
CP24, Toronto's breaking news. CP24 weather.
A detailed look at the weather forecast. Raindrops keep falling on my head, I hear. Let's go live to weather specialist Anika Elliott. Hi, Anika.
And on my umbrella as well. Let's talk about what's happening. Yes, we've got a changing forecast today. Let's give you details on what is exactly going on. And so some updates on a tornado watch that's still in effect in the southwest. Let's take a look at our temperatures, I believe. 23 degrees in the downtown core, 23 out of Pearson Airport as well. It actually feels close to 31. It is quite humid out here, a little bit on the muggy side, but generally we've got some hit and miss showers this afternoon. Nothing too heavy, nothing too major. But within that, later this afternoon and into the evening, there's a slight risk of a thunderstorm. We'll keep an eye on that. I'll tell you why. That's because we've got a lot of convection going on right now. As a matter of fact, there is a tornado watch that is in effect in Windsor and Essex, all because of these tiny cells that we're keeping an eye on right now, continuing to hop across the border in toward Windsor. Haven't heard or seen of any major thunderstorms rolling through that area, but there is the potential right now in the southwest for thunderstorms, and some of those thunderstorms could contain tornado or tornadic activity. So two waves that I'm keeping an eye on right now. And the second one is what is expected to affect us late this afternoon into the evening. 20 is an overnight low, 26 on Monday, and showers still in the afternoon, evening. 21 Tuesday and on Wednesday, mainly sunny skies, and a mix of sun and cloud for Thursday. 23 degrees on your Canada Day. So you'll need to hang on to the umbrellas again this afternoon. And then late afternoon toward the evening, we've got that slight risk of a thunderstorm. But we'll keep an eye on all of that for you. Very muggy as well out here. Anne?
Right, thanks for that, Anika. You're wearing sunshine, and that really helps. Thank you.
All right, welcome.
Remember, we have weather and traffic on our screen all the time. You can also log on to CP24.com anytime.
CP24 traffic.
Well, traffic live in our city, but also on our highways as we start the motorcade procedure as leaders will begin to leave our fair city in a number of hours. Hi, Amber Pay.
Hello there, Ann, and certainly we have a lot of closures to pass along, so let's get right to it. First off, I want to show you the southbound Don Valley Parkway. The ramp to the westbound Gardner is closed down, and they seem to be pushing everybody onto the lakeshore. So keep that in mind because the lakeshore is really heavy right now. And once you get onto the Gardner Expressway, excuse me, you cannot get onto the Gardner Expressway. Westbound Gardner Expressway completely shut down from the Don Valley Parkway, and that continues all the way over to the 427. This image that we're looking at right here is telling me that we more than likely have a motorcade making its way along the Gardner Expressway somewhere. They block off the cameras when this happens right across the Gardner Expressway completely. So that's what we're dealing with right now. We also have an area shut down on the 401, and unfortunately, my cameras seem to be blocked here. I'm trying to pick up the 401 cameras around Renforth. We'll try this again. And no, unfortunately, I'm unable to move my MTO cameras right now, but we do have the eastbound side of the 401 collector ramp to Renforth completely shut down. Not going to be able to access that as well. Eastbound on the 401 in the express lanes, it looks like we have the Eglinton area shut down as well. The ramp to Eglinton shut down as well. Northbound 427 collectors, they are closed from the Gardner up towards the airport as well. And unfortunately, I'm not able to show you anything. But that's what I was seeing before some of my cameras were blocked. Anne.
Amber, what can people expect as the afternoon progresses as far as rolling closures are concerned for motorcades and whatnot?
Well, I can tell you that the Gardner westbound has been closed now for about an hour and a half. I was seeing that. There was no cars moving along there, and now they've just blocked off the cameras. So I'm assuming now that we are now starting this motorcade process out of the downtown core. So they may keep that Gardner shut down completely until everybody is out of the city. But at this point, they don't seem to be opening it and then closing it and then opening it like I'm used to seeing. Seems like it's a complete shutdown right now.
So that means stay tuned to CP24 for all traffic information. Also listen to CP24 Radio 1050. Thanks for that, Amber.
You're welcome.
It is 1:50, 23 degrees. It's raining. This is Toronto's breaking news. CP24 coming up. Our extensive live coverage of this weekend's G20 summit continues and the protests that have taken over the city of Toronto. Stay with us.
24th, live at 2, repeat at 8. CP24, your Pride Parade channel. This year's Pride Parade is brought to you by Trojan.
Why the board thinks a bouncy castle is dangerous is beyond me. Oh,
I don't know.
I don't think a bouncy castle is dangerous, and what's a fun fair without a bouncy castle?
No, not at all.
Look at this guy, come on. Can you attempt the speed limit?
Oh, the road is full of bad drivers. But you're not one of them. If you're 50 and over with a good driving record, you should be rewarded for your years of experience on the road. And this is why you can save up to $400 per year on your car insurance through Grey Power. Insure your car and your home through Grey Power. You could save even more.
Oh, great.
We can't make the bad drivers go away, but we can reward the good ones like you. If you're 50 and over with a good driving record, you have earned the right to save through Grey Power's Experience Advantage.
To see how much Grey Power can save you, call us at 1-866-473-9303 or visit greypower.com.
What happens
to someone who's trying to go straight? You sure got a funny way of showing it.
when a family of crooks,
You're my brother, and it's against the West Code of Honor to extort family members.
tries to go straight?
You have plenty of people to blackmail and extort, I promise.
I know. It's just there's nothing like your first time.
You'll have to see it
I love her. If I were to catch another man touching her.
to believe it. An all-new Scoundrels. Tonight at 9, 8 Central on CTV.
Closed captioning of this program is brought to you by Can't Be Tamed, the new release from superstar Miley Cyrus. Can't Be Tamed, in stores now.
CP24, Toronto's breaking news.
1:53. Welcome back to Toronto's breaking news at CP24. And we've had plenty of that this past weekend as the G20 is just about to wrap up. But it's been a long and violent weekend of protests and confrontation between protesters and police. Let's find out what's going on in terms of the G20, which is soon to wrap up. CP24 Stephen LeDrew joins us live from the International Broadcast Center. What's the scuttlebutt, Stephen?
Well, more than scuttlebutt. I'm with Robert Fife of CTV National News, and he has breaking news for CP24. Robert.
Stephen, we have the final communique from the G20 leaders, and it's a big win for the Prime Minister. He came into these talks unsure whether he could convince the summit leaders whether they would cut deficits in the midterm. There was opposition. The Europeans wanted to cut it fast. President Barack Obama was saying, oh, wait a minute, let's be easy about this. The Prime Minister was able to convince them to cut their deficits in half by 2013 and then to get their overall debt down by 2016. The only exception here seemed to be Japan because it has such a massive debt. They're going to have a little bit of time to be able to get their debt down.
A little wiggle room.
But and some positive news here, too. They say that if they can get their act together and keep the global economy recovering as it is on right now, $4 trillion could be added to the global economy. Tens of millions of new jobs will be added, and more people lifted out of poverty. So, from the streets where people are rioting to what's going on here, Canada has scored a big victory on the international stage.
Thank you very much, Bob. It's terrific. Okay, and back to you. Well, it's a win for Canada, and it's a win for Prime Minister Harper, and a win, obviously, for the world. So it's all good all around.
Well, it sounds like there was something accomplished at this G20 summit, and again, countries have agreed to cut deficits in half by 2013. Japan has struggled as one of the world's biggest economies. That might be the exception, and all deficits dealt with properly by 2016. And imagine, Stephen, $4 trillion could be added to the global economy. And, you know, a lot of the protesters today and yesterday fighting and trying to eradicate poverty. And so hopefully this means that everybody benefits in some way from the news that is coming out of the G20.
Well, and that's the irony of it. With a lot of the legitimate protesters, they're saying we're fighting poverty, and other ones are saying, well, we're fighting capitalism. It's capitalism that's going to bring the jobs to Canada. And that's exactly what Dimitri Soudis, the Prime Minister's communications chief, was saying to us this morning. They hoped would happen today, that they'd be able to cut the deficits and bring the world out of this I guess it's not a depression, but recession, and get jobs going again. That's exactly what they want. It looks like they got it.
And a technicality, Stephen, do they have to sign on a dotted line when they make these, when they agree to these things before they get to go home?
I think there's so many cameras there that a handshake's worth a handshake in that one.
All right, CP24, Stephen LeDrew, thanks for that.
Thank you, Ann.
It is 1:56. It's 23 degrees. We're moving in and out of a little bit of sunshine, a little bit of rain. Be prepared for anything today, and that includes disruptions on our streets as protesters continue to move throughout the streets of Toronto, and police are there to face them. For the second day in a row, G20 protests turn ugly. Next, more on this afternoon's protests and what police are doing to try and control the crowds.
Don't run!
July 4th, live at 2, repeat at 8. CP24, your Pride Parade channel. This year's Pride Parade is brought to you by Trojan.
Why the board thinks a bouncy castle is dangerous is beyond me. Oh,
I don't know.
I don't think a bouncy castle is dangerous, and what's a fun fair without a bouncy castle?
No, not at all.
Look at this guy, come on. Can you attempt the speed limit?
Oh, the road is full of bad drivers. But you're not one of them. If you're 50 and over with a good driving record, you should be rewarded for your years of experience on the road. And this is why you can save up to $400 per year on your car insurance through Grey Power. Insure your car and your home through Grey Power, you could save even more.
Oh, great.
We can't make the bad drivers go away, but we can reward the good ones like you. If you're 50 and over with a good driving record, you have earned the right to save through Grey Power's Experience Advantage.
To see how much Grey Power can save you, call us at 1-866-473-9303 or visit greypower.com.
Good dog.
American Standard, heating and air conditioning.
Looking for the ultimate home comfort you and your family deserve? It's easy with Comfort Plus from APT Installers. Earn up to $1,200, instant cash back, 15-year parts and labor warranty, or low financing. Get the comfort system of your dreams. Call APT Installers today.
CP24, Toronto's breaking news.
It's the month of the Ram. The time to celebrate the long days of summer, 18-hour workdays, and the trucks that power through them. Motor Trend's 2010 Truck of the Year, the Ram Heavy Duty, and Canada's most powerful light-duty pickup, the Ram 1500. With over $8,000 in consumer cash discounts, plus 0% financing, that means a new Ram 1500 for less than $26,000. But the month of the Ram ends June 30th.
Good dog.
American Standard, heating and air conditioning.
Looking for the ultimate home comfort you and your family deserve? It's easy with Comfort Plus from Active Temp Control. Earn up to $1,200, instant cash back, 15-year parts and labor warranty, or low financing. Get the comfort system of your dreams. Call Active Temp Control today.
I'm Pam, here with the Rogers Home Phone Challenge. Join all of the Canadians who've switched to Rogers Classic Value Plan for everyday low pricing on their home phone and savings every month.
If you haven't switched yet, you're probably paying too much. I mean, we're saving a lot now, each month.
With Rogers, I know I'm always getting a great price every day.
And switching was easy. I made one phone call and Rogers took care of everything else.
Take the Home Phone Challenge and see why over 100,000 Canadians have switched. Call the number on your screen now. You'll get the same reliability, plus 2 calling features of your choice, and 500 North American long-distance minutes, with no contract, no gimmicks, and no hassles. Just call today.
It was so easy.
I only wish we did it sooner.
What are you waiting for? Find out how much you can save. Go online and take the Home Phone Challenge today, or call the number on your screen right now to switch to Rogers Home Phone.
CP24, Toronto's breaking news. CP24, Toronto's breaking news.
The rain has stopped. We're sitting under overcast skies, a comfortable 23, although the humidity makes it feel a little warmer. It is Sunday, June the 27th from 299 Queen Street West. This is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. Good afternoon, I'm Ann Romer. Traffic and weather together, but first hour top story, police and protesters clash outside the G20 detention center. Police used 2 muzzle blasts to drive back a small protest group outside the G20 detention center. Muzzle blasts, they are non-lethal discharges of high-pressure gas from a firearm. After all of this happened, about 100 people had marched from downtown to the Eastern Avenue detention center, and that's where it all began. In total, more than 500 people have now been arrested over the course of the weekend. Of the hundreds of those arrested, some are being released. They're leaving the impromptu Eastern Avenue Detention Center with stories of the conditions they experienced inside.
In my cell, there were, by the time I left, 4 people. And I wouldn't call it so much as a cell as a cage because the bars went in both directions and had a big sliding door. But it was dirty on the inside. It was actually filthy. I feel my hands are dirty. They're filthy from the inside. It was freezing cold. You can see here they were giving out to some people sweatpants and sweatshirts and pairs of socks because it was so cold. But then by the time that they had handed them out to people, they ran out. So people were coming in off the street with nothing but tank tops and shorts and freezing.
Toronto Police Association President Mike McCormick says the protesters' tactics demand a heavy police presence.
That message, and you have the right to demonstrate. Get that out there, get that message. That's part of the great thing about being a Canadian. But when you start, firebombing police cars, throwing rocks at people, breaking in the windows, what's that got to do with the G20?
Okay. It's battery died. We're going to take you live right now to CP24 special G20 correspondent Craig Kielberger, who is following what's being called a bike block, and they're on the move. Craig, what's happening right now?
Hi, I'm having some trouble hearing you, but I'm on a little moped scooter at the moment. We will quite literally do anything to get you the story here at CP24. Among approximately 200 people on bikes who, as you can hear, are chanting in the background, "Whose streets are streets?" We are heading south on Yonge, just heading past Gerrard. The police are flanking on all sides this protest that has been very peaceful. There are people making the peace sign. There's a large multicolored flag with the words peace written on it. There's about 40 officers at the end of the protest. To be honest, I think they're finding this more amusing more than anything else. They've been cracking a fair bit of jokes. People on the street have largely reacted very positively to seeing this group. They've been, every time someone puts a thumbs up or a peace sign, the group has been broken into song or applause. Some people on the street who have been bustling for spare change with music have started to play. I see right in front of me a gentleman who looks to be in his 40s. He's pulling at the back of his bicycle a carriage containing 2 very young children, along with a safety flag at the end. And then behind us is the regular flow of traffic heading much more slowly, but still continuing to head down the street. Right in front of me, I see one gentleman being pulled over by the police who's on a bike, has a backpack, and the police are looking through the contents of his backpack. No disagreement, a very courteous conversation ensuing. By all standards, a very peaceful protest. I've asked why people have come out. The vast majority here are not saying anything about G8, G20. The vast majority are saying they want more bike rights in the city of Toronto.
Craig, just to reiterate exactly where you are and where you're seeing what could be potentially traffic slowdowns for people watching and listening right now thinking about going into the downtown core.
Again, we've got just past Yonge and Gerrard, moving at a fair clip, heading south towards the fence, although I don't believe that's actually the destination of the group. They appear to, one point, they went through Yorkville and were separated into two contingents, and they're now trying to reunite into one larger contingent. I pulled up next to the organizers in front and shouted at them a few times, asking, "Where are you going? Where are you going?" And they looked at us and they shrugged their shoulders and said, "The police are leading, not us."
Oh, isn't that
So,
interesting?
They're not really sure where they're moving at the moment, but again, certainly traffic slowdowns. If you're trying to head down Yonge Street, especially as you head towards in front of the Eaton Centre, Dundas Square, do expect traffic has literally come to a standstill, both in the cross streets and moving very slowly on Yonge Street.
Craig, I took a look at their invitation for the bike block today, and it was an unusual invite. It shows somebody holding a bike up above their head and a split in a fence. So are you sensing that this peaceful bike rally, if you will continue to be peaceful?
It's unclear at the moment. I've spoken to maybe a dozen individuals who are part of this. The vast majority are more here on the issue of bike rights than they appear to be here on G8, G20 issues.
What are they yelling?
Some individuals literally joined on the side of the street. Again, like in any story, there's always two sides, and so there may be elements among this group who may have a different purpose in mind.
What are they yelling? We do hear a swell of yelling as you were speaking, and now it's quietened down a little bit.
We had to pull to the side because of the wind blasts while I'm on the back of a moped. They were yelling, "Whose streets are streets?" was the most common. The loudest sound wasn't yelling, but they were ringing in unison their bike bells, and they were using it to make a series of tunes as they were ringing it in unison. It was quite a noticeable loud sound. People on the street would stop. They used it both to clear traffic in front of them, but also to try to generate public sympathy on the side of the streets. And again, I think more people are bemused by this than anything else. They're moving at a fair clip, so it hasn't slowed down traffic in Yonge too dramatically, and people on the side of the street are stopping, taking photos. Some motorists, where they're literally weaving between the cars, are quite surprised. I imagine they're not pleased. But at the moment, it is a peaceful, fast-moving bike convoy through the heart of downtown Toronto.
I got to say, I admire you in many ways and for many reasons, Craig Kielburger, and particularly right now as you're following all of this on a moped. You know, good for you.
Well, we had one ready just in case to get around the city when we thought things might get interesting yesterday, and thankfully, the gentleman, I'm riding on the bike, so I'm talking on the phone, hands-free, allow me to, with the new rules, say that, and literally a few feet behind, trying to give you the story from every angle, even behind a moving a bike block.
Our intrepid reporter, our special correspondent for the G20, Craig Kielburger. Happy trails. We'll talk to you very soon.
Thank you very much. All the best to you.
All right. Now, earlier today, the G20's Integrated Security Unit conducted a mass raid at the University of Toronto campus. At least 70 people were arrested as part of the G20 investigation. Police say a number of street-level weapons were received. Police are defending the large amount of officers involved in this one. Let's find out what police are saying about how things have gone so far. CP24's Cam Woolley is at the University of Toronto. And Cam, you've been speaking with police. Your 30 years as an OPP officer, you still have relationships with various police services. What are officers telling you today?
Well, and actually, I've been moving around a lot on the street. I've moved over to Queen and DVP now. Durham Police here at this location, and their public order units ready. And I think what's kind of interesting, too, is really the story from some of the protesters. Sarah and Brian, all the way from Belleville. And I know you were involved in the peaceful activities yesterday. Do you think the violence has ruined your message?
I think that the media is focusing too much on the violence. There's maybe 100 people that are participating in the violence, and the rest of us are peaceful, and the media should focus on our messages and not so much on what that few select group of people are doing.
What do you think, Brian?
Absolutely, yes. Most of us were peaceful. The few negative, violent protesters really tainted the message. I think that's what the world leaders and that are mostly going to see. They're not going to see the real issues, and the real issues at hand.
Thanks very much. Now, Giorgio Mammoliti just came by a few minutes ago on the street here. Giorgio, what do you think of the police activity so far?
I want to very clearly say that I'm proud of the police department, proud of even other police departments that have come in to help. And there is one councillor on city council at least, and a mayoralty candidate that is saying, hold the line, you've got my support. And we have the best police, in my opinion, in the whole world. So keep at it. You're holding them firm, and I think it's important to keep doing what you're doing.
Thanks a lot, Giorgio. And actually, while I've been here with the Durham Police, a lot of people have come by, giving the officers the thumbs up. Some have come and shaken their hands. I ran into that down at the Eaton Centre earlier. Durham Police routed some of the violent protesters away from Toronto Police Headquarters. The crowd was cheering them. So I think most people understand it's a difficult job, but they're doing a pretty darn good job here, Ann.
All right, CP24's Cam Woolley, thank you for that. Let's go live to our Melissa Grello. And Melissa, you are in the center of some activity. What's happening around you, Mel?
Right now I'm standing at the corner of Queen and University, and take a look beside me here. As we were just sort of standing around looking at the police, they started to do this formation, as you can see. So southbound on University Avenue is being blocked by police, and so you've got several dozen police officers both standing and with bicycles that converged here to the corner. It seems that they are going to be blocking something. Now, we know that as we've been tracking the bike protests that is currently on the move, we don't know if that's what they're preparing for. Obviously, by the formation, you could tell they are trying to block some kind of activity. Let's take a look north right now at University Avenue. So we're looking north towards Dundas, towards the consulate, towards the courthouse. It is very, very quiet. We don't see anything that is headed our way. CTV's John Musselman had said that there is some kind of bike protest that perhaps may be heading towards City Hall, which is literally behind me, and behind me is east on Queen Street. So I'm taking a look now, and I don't see anything. But obviously the officers here are preparing for some kind of movement that may be coming to us southbound on University. So essentially you can still travel east and west on Queen Street, which is right here beside me, again looking east this way. Either direction, I'm just going to take a look down the street here just to see if we've got any other officers that have mobilized. We see some officers there that seem to be on standby, seem to be on alert, but this happened just a few moments ago, just prior to the officers getting into this formation. And we did see one of the officers speak to a cyclist. They grabbed a cyclist and they were questioning him. And they did actually, from his knapsack or bag that
Melissa,
he had on his person,
just interrupt you for
some sort of mask. To us, at a distance across the street, it seemed like some kind of gas mask.
Melissa, I'm just going to interrupt you for a second.
Believe that he has been detained.
I don't think Melissa can hear me. I just wanted to step in for 2 seconds. What we've got now from our camera here at 299 Queen Street West, a convoy of vehicles, most undoubtedly carrying police officers. We've seen this throughout the days leading up to the G20 and beyond, and they are now heading south on John Street. So we're going to keep a close eye. We're counting 3, 6, probably 8 that we can see within our range, and there are more behind. In fact, that convoy goes all the way back, and it's enormous. We've got buses, we've got a huge number of vehicles, police vehicles, and it looks like there might have been 14 or 15 plus buses, and I've seen these go by. I've witnessed this on Friday at 4:30 as the convoy of vehicles made its way down Yonge Street, made a right turn on Dundas to respond to a problem at Bayon College. Police, what I saw on the ground on Friday in vehicles just like this, in their riot gear, with their shields, their visors up, but in their riot gear, ready for anything. And that is a large convoy of police vehicles. And we're seeing now that they are making a left turn, I believe, onto Adelaide from John Street. And we're counting probably 20 to 25 vehicles, some of them buses. So they are heading toward where Melissa is reporting live at the university and college area. There is the sense that there is something about to happen, that they are preparing to be in position at the ready, if you will. And again, we just witnessed this live here on CP24, an enormously long convoy of police vehicles with officers inside. And we are going to keep an eye on this as they made a left turn onto Adelaide Street, and they are now heading east. So we'll keep an eye on this. We're going to take a very short break here on Toronto's Breaking News. CP24, we'll be right back.
Monday night comedy's bringing out the winners. Ooh, on a new Hiccups.
You have been nominated for a clap-up. I lose every time.
I can show you how to be a better loser. Winning is everything.
4.
6.
Screw this!
Then, on a new Dan for Mayor.
We've got an election to win.
Yeah!
You win some.
Vote for me, because I'm crazy!
You lose some.
You're gonna get crushed.
The results are in. Tomorrow, starting at 8, 7 Central on CTV.
Twice the style, a balance of contrast and synergy. The newest move in contemporary living at Concord Park Place in North York. Welcome to the duo harmony of tango. See more at concordparkplace.ca.
CP24, Toronto's breaking news.
Watching everything for you here on CP24. This is the safest seat in the House. And here's what we see right now. This is live at Queen and Bay. The bike block rally has ended up here. And for all intents and purposes, according to our special correspondent for the G20, Craig Kielburger, it has been a peaceful rally. In fact, Craig said that some of those involved are looking for greater bike lane access in the city of Toronto. But there is a large gathering of cyclists here, and we are keeping a very close eye on this. And there is apparently a police escort. We also just moments ago live here on CP24 saw a very long convoy of police vehicles making their way south on John Street and then east on Adelaide. So when all of this comes together, we have our Melissa Grello at University and College, where there has been some activity as well. Police have lined University Avenue from east to west. So we're watching. We are waiting to see what is going to happen next. We've got Craig Kielburger live with us. Craig, what are you seeing and where exactly are you?
We are at the corner of Bay and Queen, the corner of Bay and Queen. I have just left the mobile unit, our scooter, to get back to the CP24 reporting truck. We appear to be witnessing what is the first, we think maybe an arrest. We're not quite sure.
Now, is this of the bike block folks? Is this the arrest you're speaking of from that group?
Indeed, although we're slightly unclear what's transpiring at this moment, although there is a discussion underway between some of the individuals who are on bike and the police officers, and we notice a gentleman has his hands above his head against a van. Again, it's slightly unclear the reason for this. There wasn't necessarily a very clear provocative act of a window being smashed or any damage occurring, but this individual has been taken away from the crowd by the police, and now we're witnessing this transpire. Again, that bike protest that we've been following for the past hour or so in literally a ring around the city. What started at Bloor and Spadina made its way through the street of Cumberland, which is, for those of you who know the region of Yorkville, a very small, very narrow street with many people eating on patios.
Craig, I'm going to stop you there. I need you just to stand by for a second. Sorry about that, but we've got Melissa Grello live at University and College, where the bike group is actually going by as she speaks. Melissa.
Yes, and we're right here at University and Queen. We're literally a block or two from our home at 299 Queen Street West. A little bit of disorganization, a little bit of disarray. You can see here literally the thousands of the bicyclists and the protesters that we've been tracking. They started to go north on University from Queen. They did a little bit of a U-E, and you can see things have sort of stopped because there's a little bit of disorganization. There are, in fact, about a dozen Toronto police officers on bicycles that are leading this whole crew. They started to swing north and decided they were going to come back south on University and are now heading west on Queen from University. And it is largely very, very peaceful. There are a lot of onlookers. You can see here, it is literally thousands. There are thousands of cyclists. They are heading towards you, Anne, at the station in that direction. So currently heading westbound on Queen Street West from University, Anne. And again, cyclists everywhere. Southbound University is still blocked by police officers standing here in a blockade formation to ensure that all the cyclists do not come south of Queen Street and instead are heading west.
So they are heading toward us at 299 Queen Street West, and we are getting our crews out ready to follow this, of course. And, you know, it's almost a reminder of yesterday. It was a walking protest, and it seems that the effort is on the part of the protesters to try and move south. And there are many roads and avenues. There's John Street and Peter and whatnot. So now, Mel, are they shouting? Does there seem to be tension within this group? And it's not lost on us that they're being escorted by police, which certainly sends a message as well, Mel.
Absolutely. In my estimation, Annie, you know, it seems to be largely peaceful. I wouldn't dare say go as far as celebratory, but there are a lot of the bells that are ringing. There's a lot of chanting, positive chanting. There's a lot of peace signs right now up in the air with all of the cyclists. And I will say, when I'm looking at the profile of the group, it is an array of people biking. You've got people of all ages, of all ethnicities. Really, I haven't seen children. I'm looking for children right now. We don't see that.
They're just arriving. So we are now seeing this in our own backyard, the over-the-shoulder shot that has become so familiar for us here at CP24. Come on over. Let's look over my shoulder. Now we see police, Melissa, and I want to bring Stephanie Smythe into this as well. Steph, 2 or 3 police officers on bicycle and leading the pack, and several on the side. And it seems, as Melissa had been saying, Stephanie, a rather peaceful group. And making their way right now west on Queen Street. And, you know, one wonders if they're looking for other ways to try and move south, as has been the objective of many protesters this weekend, Steph.
That's right, Anne. And as usual, police are intermingling with this group, and they are on the lookout for anything suspicious. In fact, we're hearing from CTV's Lisa Laflamme that police stopped 2 men on bicycles. They went through their bags. They were pulling out black clothing, and they were taking them into custody. And these detained guys were wearing Stop the Tar Sands t-shirts. So while we know that the bike block, that group, has a protest planned, it's also, we can see there are definite G20 protesters in there. Question is, are there other protesters who are going to ramp it up to vandalism in this group? That is what police don't know, and that's why they're ready for any eventuality, and that's why we just saw dozens of police vans heading south on John and then turning onto Adelaide and continuing south on John down toward the convention center as a precaution with extra police on hand. They're really, it's amazing how they've got this down in the city. They have police practically at every intersection.
And, you know, really, yesterday was not considered a test run. It was the real thing. But they have had strategy in place, Stephanie, and rehearsals and drills, as we know, for weeks and weeks leading up to this. The leaders are beginning to think about packing their bags and checking out and heading out to their various countries. The police presence, obviously, Stephanie, will be quite tremendous down in the secure zone behind the fence where the leaders have been meeting and staying as well. As the afternoon progresses, we will also see more road closures. Amber's been telling us about major road closures in anticipation of some of the most powerful people in the world leaving the city of Toronto.
And so every corner, Anne, you can see when you walk along Queen or anywhere in the city, dotted with a police officer, they are the ones who are communicating with the public safety, public order unit, saying, yes, they're starting to amass here and get more reinforcements. Look at this right now.
They've blocked John Street from our view here from our home at 299. And it seems as if at this point no one's attempting to turn south, but there is Peter Street to come after that, and then I believe Spadina is next. And we'll continue to keep all of this in our sights because we want to make sure that you know exactly what's going on here in your city, the city of Toronto. Now, they are not, as a very different look from yesterday, Steph, they're not in riot gear. They are in their ball caps, and but, you know, police are at the ready nonetheless. So
and they
do
always have
everything.
The helmets. They have the helmets attached to their hips,
they have it
ready to put on.
nearby, so they're not they have not donned their riot gear, but they're ready.
They're letting their presence be known.
Absolutely. So far, it looks as if it is peaceful as they move west, just past our home on Queen West. Steph, I'm going to go back back to Craig Kielberger right now, who, by the way, Steph, is on moped today, getting around. It's our breaking news moped. And Craig has been following many things for us through this weekend of G20. Craig, where are you right now?
We are, in fact, not far away from you. I can take a brief stop and come and join you if you'd like.
Great.
We are approaching Queen Street right in front of the CP24 buildings. I just wanted to add to Lisa Laflemme. She spoke about the two individuals at the back of the bike contingent who were stopped and questioned by police. In addition to removing black clothing, we also witnessed the removal of a gas mask from one of the backpacks. This wasn't a surprise that the police were stopping to check backpacks. We've seen this throughout the entire bike journey. This is the first time that we've seen, however, that what they found has led them to halt the person, and that individual, his bike was taken in the hands of a police officer, and when we left him, he was still engaged in a very passionate dialogue with the police officers, and we suspect was in the process of being processed for arrest. But as you shared, the group is now continuing to move via foot. There's TTC streetcars among them, pedestrians, onlookers. It's a very busy period here in Queen Street, and many onlookers still quite surprised by the presence of hundreds of people biking through the middle of their city.
Well, imagine what they saw yesterday, those who live and love Queen Street West, when they saw a police vehicle on fire and the mounted unit and police in riot gear. You know, there's never a dull moment on Queen Street West, and we're watching it very closely because it is our home as well. Stephanie, what can you tell us from police perspective about what it could be anticipated with this bike block and others now joining in on this?
Are you okay?
Steph? Just waiting for Steph's mic to be brought up.
Hello, here
there
I am.
You are. Hello.
What can be anticipated? Well, we were talking to Mike McCormick earlier, the head of the Toronto Police Association. Absolutely anything. They are braced for absolutely anything. We saw it. Now, we're just, and I'm getting some breaking news from Robert Fife at the International Broadcast Center. Sources tell CTV police have just arrested several individuals for weapons offenses. They were in a vehicle. They seized Molotov cocktails, anarchist shirts. No further details available just yet. All as a result of the investigation. All three arrested for weapons offenses. That just confirmed to CTV for us by Robert Fife. Again, several individuals arrested for weapons offenses and in a vehicle, and they seized Molotov cocktails. So back to your question, what can they be prepared for? Just about anything. This was in a vehicle. Now we see the bike situation, and I believe that's our breaking news vehicle with the moped behind. I think Craig's gotten back into the vehicle.
Craig behind on his...
He was riding behind the driver of the moped, and he's back in the breaking news vehicle now. I know that much. So, you know, just breaking news right then that we just learned seconds ago from Robert Fife. Weapons seized and the
Molotov
summit
cocktails.
Yeah, the summit coming to a conclusion, but still, as you can see, there are efforts underway to disrupt this.
Now, here's another live shot, Steph, of our home here on Queen Street West. Streetcars have stopped. Vehicles are at a standstill at this point. Quite a large group of cyclists, led by police, flanked by police, and backed up by police.
Absolutely, and we saw the reinforcements along every intersection. We haven't really yet, Anne, seen anyone try to storm that fence.
Well,
that was supposed to be the goal. We haven't seen that happen. And will we ever, if police keep up their presence? Maybe not.
You know, it's interesting. I mentioned to Craig earlier that the invitation for the bike block rally showed a person holding a bike in a triumphant manner over his head and a rip in a fence. So you don't know whether the message there is to try to get down to the fence. The leaders are beginning to leave, and at some point that fence is going to be coming down, not in the very near future. But let's go live right now to Craig. What have you got, Craig?
The group has paused briefly at Spadina and Queen, and there appears to be a bit of a discussion, but they've now continued. They're now moving north on Spadina. Again, at each step along this way, there appears to be a negotiation between police and the bikers. It doesn't appear to be a hostile conversation, quite a courteous one. And there is a very, very strong police presence. I'm now even fully appreciating the number of unmarked vans that are ahead and behind. If I had to estimate, I'd say maybe 60, 70 officers on bikes and over a dozen vans full of officers. So the protesters here would be 1-to-1, if not outnumbered, by the number of police who are traveling with them in this bike motorcade, in addition to officers who are lining the streets on the south side, so lining the south side of Spadina and other cross streets to prevent anyone from going further south, which of course is towards the fence.
So a traffic issue for people trying to travel on Queen West at this point. Now, did the bike group choose to go north, or did police ask them to head north on Spadina?
The police directed them and did not give them an option in that regard. They moved the group north. They created a physical blockade with their bikes, creating a U-shaped semicircle between the two corners. And this is the very spot where I stood yesterday along with other journalists and individuals. In fact, I'm at the very spot where we witnessed the first act of vandalism on those two police cruisers, which of course led to the smashing of windows down Queen Street. But a very different gathering today, a very different relationship with the police, a very different message that they're successfully managing to get out, which is the issue of bike rights. And sadly, yesterday, of course, whatever the message was that they were trying to convey, the vandals, was unsuccessful. But today, a peaceful protest on the issue of biker rights.
But still a great police presence. I was in that area much earlier this morning, and police were asking individuals to pull over on their bicycles, and it was just a reminder to take ID with you wherever you go, whatever mode of transportation. Police were searching and asking for identification from just random cyclists who were out doing their Sunday morning bicycle journey, if you will. Craig, hang tight. We're going live to our Melissa Grella right outside our home here at 299 Queen Street West, as the bike block and others has just gone by our home, Mel.
Yeah, that was very interesting, and it was really quick. Again, such a distinctive difference between what transpired here about 24 hours ago. Literally, everything is back to normal. I'm going to actually swing around because although the bike block has moved, the one thing that does remain, if we can take a look here behind us at John Street at Queen, is that the officers are still here. So they have not yet been officially released from blocking all of the access points to head south. We saw that first lining up at University, in fact. So the officers are still there. It looks like they may be starting to perhaps break up, but officially no traffic is allowed south just yet. Don't know if they're just worried about any stragglers coming through, but it was very quiet, as we all saw and watched here live on CP24. A lot of peace signs and a lot of solidarity between other people who had just stopped on the side of the road and on the sidewalk to watch them. So it seems that everything is largely back to normal here, aside from the officers still just blocking traffic to go south. By the looks of it, we anticipate that that will be lifted shortly as well, Anne.
Well, and I guess the question is, where is the bike group going, and how long will they be out on the streets? And of course, we here at CP24 are going to keep an eye on everything on our streets of Toronto to let you know where this particular group is headed. Apparently peaceful and ringing their bells and flashing peace signs, but still a large group and police all around it, and that means traffic issues. Steph, you've got something new for us.
I do, Anne. This is from our Sue Scambatti. She has some breaking news saying that at College and University, a man carrying gas mask, 48 baggies of paint in small plastic bags, like mini paint bombs, has been arrested. We're going to be showing you pictures soon, but he said, according to Sue Scambatti, that he was going to hand out paint bombs for people to throw. He also had a black shirt and gloves. So this is at College and University, Anne, where this is happening, and the information coming from our Sue Scambatti. The baggies, she says, look like paint bombs, and they must be tested. That's what police there are saying at College and University. And this is on top of the news that we just got and broke from Robert Fife, that several individuals were just arrested in a vehicle for weapons offenses, and police seized Molotov cocktails. So this is still very fluid, very active. Police on the alert constantly and ready to make arrests, and very much having a keen eye out there today, Anne.
Seems like a dragnet, and it's getting larger. Let's continue to watch this bicycle protest, rally, demonstration, gathering, whatever term you wish to use, apparently still peaceful. Our Craig Kielberger is our special correspondent for the G20 and following this one very closely. Craig, what's happening now?
What's your number?
Craig, we're live on CP24. Craig Kielberger. We must have a little bit of an issue. He might not be able to hear me, but he is following this bicycle rally as it turns north. It started as something called Bike Block. And Craig had been telling us earlier that quite a number of people involved, not necessarily protesting the G20, instead hoping for some word to be put forward to other leaders, and perhaps municipally speaking, about more access to bike lanes, more bike lanes being put together. Craig Kielberger, we can see our breaking news vehicle. Can we hear you?
Indeed, the bike protest is led by approximately a dozen officers now who have taken the lead up front. They're still moving very slowly north on Spadina, heading again back towards the University of Toronto campus. I want to emphasize the fact we've asked a number of bikers where they're going, and everyone seems to collectively shrug their shoulders and say, we're following the group up front. And when we reach the group up front, we ask, well, where are you leading them? And they say, we're following the instructions of the police. We are here witnessing, again, a peaceful protest, one where there is the most noticeable aspect of the protest has been a very jovial father with two young children riding in a back carriage behind him. Interesting that we've spoken to a few people who have joined in from the streets. They're not quite sure what they're protesting. They said they just thought that this was a good ride around the city on a Sunday afternoon.
All right, Craig, thank you. We have to move to Melissa. We want to move to Melissa as we, Melissa, see from our rooftop that we've got the mounted police, and I believe they're going north on John Street right now from Queen. What can you tell us?
Yeah, we just noticed that, of course, they're being trailed now by one of the police vehicles. There was approximately 12 officers and their horses heading north. Doesn't seem to be that they're in any major rush. I will say that. They seem to be relatively relaxed, but always disconcerting when you see that entire group moving through the city here. So it looks like they're heading northbound, not exactly sure where they're headed. I'm sure that our crews that are on the other side will catch them, perhaps find out where their final destination point is. But again, as I had showed you before, the officers here to my immediate west on John Street still blocking anything that's heading southbound. If you try to get south here from Queen Street on John, you're being blocked. I suspect that is still the case over at Duncan, a few blocks away from us as well. The last that we had seen of the bike protest was heading westbound, as we had seen. It seems right now still the officers are staying in place and holding their position and not allowing that traffic south. Anne.
Well, I guess the question is, what is going to happen this afternoon? And we're keeping an eye on every single situation as it is unfolding. It is 2:38. This is Toronto's breaking news, CP24.
CP24 breaking news.
We indeed have breaking news. It's weather related. Let's go live to breaking news producer Stephanie Smith at our breaking news desk. What's happening, Steph?
Well, Anne, a tornado warning has just been issued for Windsor, Leamington, and Essex County. That's from Environment Canada. They say that the weather radar indicates a severe line of thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes going to move through the Windsor area at about 2:45. So that's coming up. We know we have viewers all over, and we are going to go to CP24's Anika Elliott with the very latest on this system, tracking the radar now. Anika.
Yeah, indeed, Stephanie, we've been keeping an eye on these thunderstorm clusters that have been popping up. This is the second wave that I've been talking about all afternoon that is going to be moving onto the shoreline of Lake Huron. Let's take a look at what's going on right now as we prepare for this tornado warning, as we've been mentioning down through Windsor. You really are going to want to take immediate precaution. Take cover in a place like a basement or closet or a bathroom. This is a tornado warning, again, repeat, for Windsor and the Chatham region. There's still a tornado watch in effect around Sarnia, and I can show you what's going on in terms of those radars. These, again, very tiny popcorn clusters popping up, very sporadic, and this is what happens in this nature when they're not very organized. They're just going all over the place essentially right now, but along the 401, the 402 near the Sarnia area, and again, some very menacing cells approaching the Windsor area right now, and this is all part of a system that's moving through Michigan that is going to be moving into the southern Great Lakes. We've got a risk of some thunderstorms later this evening around the Toronto area once all of this this starts to move through. I want to show you what's happening around Toronto Sea. For right now, we are in the clear. But if we step back, again, thunderstorms developing and continuing to move further east toward the shorelines of Lake Huron. And this threat extends all the way from, you know, the Owen Sound area down toward Windsor. And we could see some of this activity moving toward the GTA. Now, it is going to start to weaken once it pushes toward the GTA because we're not as humid as they are in Windsor right now. For example, they're looking at a daytime high of 33, and with the humidity, it will feel closer to 40. So all those ingredients, plus this active weather approaching, puts them in a perfect position to actually see tornadoes bubbling up. Also some strong winds, torrential downpours, as well as hail. So again, a tornado warning in through Windsor. You will want to take cover at this point. Places like a bathroom or closet, a small interior room in your house, that is where you need to go right now as a tornado warning is in effect. We'll continue to track this situation, and we'll continue to let you know how it could potentially affect the GTA late in the afternoon toward the evening. Stephanie? Or Anne?
Anika, thank you very much for that. And of course, we'll continue to watch this weather system that is developing and now a big threat over Windsor. We're also watching right now a bike gathering, a protest, a rolling protest, a demonstration, a peaceful one at this point. It was going along Queen West. It turned north on Spadina. Police encouraging that route. We now go live to our Craig Kielberger in our breaking news vehicle following it. Where have they gone now, Craig?
It is quite literally covering the entire breadth of the city. They're moving, they've just crossing St. George. They're clustering quite near the University of Toronto campus, again, on College Street. It is, I have to say, again, I know this is being led by police. I quite literally, and this is speculation, I think they're just trying to tire them out. And bringing them across the city to various locations, allowing them to get their message, but doing so in a peaceful way and in a very fluid motion, bringing them to intersection to intersection. The police are obviously aware of a route. I've been quite amazed that ahead of us at nearly every step, there have been officers who have closed off certain areas, both to prevent them, but also, I think, frankly, to prevent confusion on behalf of cars and onlookers. They've brought traffic to a halt up front, and they're continuing to move now past the University of Toronto campus, moving towards Yonge and College. Again, the site of quite a violent protest yesterday, but today a very different protest focused on the issue of transit and bike rights.
CP24 special correspondent Craig Kielberger following very closely what appears to be at this stage and so far. And with that's how I leave it after what we saw yesterday. At this point, so far, it is more of a traffic headache for people. The protest appears to be quite peaceful at this point, and the protesters are taking the lead, following the lead of police, and they're also backed up by them as well. Craig, just a quick word on the direction that you think that they're going to be heading in for people who might be thinking about traveling in the downtown core, because you can't get through this.
Oh, no, you can't. In fact, they've taken up both lanes now on College Street. Traffic is truly come to a standstill or moving at the pace as the slowest bicycle could move. So we're witnessing them converge at Yonge and College. They appear to now be going north on Yonge Street. They are going north on Yonge Street. Perhaps 20 minutes ago, they were going south on University, pardon me. They're going north on University, heading back towards Queen's Park, where, of course, they were there maybe 45 minutes ago, biking in the park, the so-called free speech zone. And again, worthy to note, it's a very different feeling than this intersection yesterday, where we had seen a tense standoff with the police. Here, the police and protesters working quite literally hand in hand in cooperation as the police direct a peaceful group assisting with traffic. We have seen police, again, biking up to individuals, asking them how they're doing, asking them if they're okay. This has been a wonderful example of Toronto Police Services and a wonderful example of what a peaceful protest is meant to be. You've been in many, so you know of what you speak. Craig Kielberger, our special correspondent for the G20. Keep on following this group. You could be on bike getting your exercise, but probably a little bit easier to stay with them in the breaking news vehicle. Thanks for that, Craig. Thank you.
All right. It is 2:45, 21 degrees and overcast. This is Toronto's breaking news. CP24 traffic. Well, there are some real pockets of congestion, if you will. In this case, it's two-wheel that we're looking at right now in the Young College area. Amber's got everything you need to know about how to get around the city as the G20 leaders begin to leave Toronto. Weather-wise, tornado warnings for Windsor. That and much more coming up with Anika. Stay with us.
CP24, Toronto's breaking news.
Got junk getting in the way? Why not clean it up? Contact 1-800-GOT-JUNK and we'll take care of the rest. Our friendly teams will remove your junk from your home or office at a time that's convenient for you. We'll take almost anything, from old furniture and appliances to yard waste and construction debris. Plus, we'll do all the loading and cleanup so you don't have to. Why wait? Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or book online and remove your junk without getting off the couch.
Backyard dreams come true during 8 crazy days. International Pool and Spa Center's huge summer sale. Example, this 12x21 semi in-ground pool only $89.99. Or a 7-foot spa that seats 6, $49.95. 8 crazy days until July the 4th at 7 Toronto area stores.
You are not getting any vegetables until you eat your ice cream.
Be louder, I'll turn this raft around.
See? 10 colors are 10 times prettier. When you put fun first, that's Great Wolf logic.
Get great summer rates now at greatwolf.com.
They're so cute when we're sleeping.
It's simple. Saving keeps you safe. But just as important, it makes you stronger. Want to really work your savings core? Then give your savings a boost. Move them to ING Direct. You'll add muscle to every dollar you save with high interest. You'll never feel the burn of fees or service charges. Instead, you'll feel a saver's high. And it's perfectly legal. Want a solid savings core? Then exercise your right to build a stronger future for your savings. Go online or call and save your money.
Backyard dreams come true during 8 crazy days. International Pool and Spa Center's huge summer sale. Example, this 12x21 semi in-ground pool only $89.99. Or a 7-foot spa that seats 6, $49.95. 8 crazy days until July the 4th at 7 Toronto area stores.
CP24 breaking news.
We have more breaking news. This time it's about the G20. Let's go live to producer Stephanie Smythe at our breaking news desk. What's going on, Steph?
Well, and there seems to be a fluid situation right now down by the fence, the security perimeter. There is an intelligence call there that there might be an incident, nothing specific that I want to get into at this point in time. We know that there are protesters down by the fence. We know that right now it's very peaceful, but we are on alert, according to our sources, that there could be something that might go down there shortly. So we are going to watch this very closely, and we are now going to go to CP24's Gurdeep Ahluwalia, who's down at Blue Jays Way. Gurdeep, what more can you tell us about the situation unfolding down by the security perimeter right now?
Hi there. You know what? Not a whole lot happening over here right now. I'm on Blue Jays Way in Wellington. We're looking south right now. That's the shot you're seeing. That's looking towards Blue Jays Way in front. There is a bit of an increased police presence during right along that fence there, just inside that fence by the Rogers Centre at Front and Blue Jays Way. I've noticed a few more police officers being deployed there in the last 20 minutes or so. But in terms of the bike protest actually coming through, haven't heard it at all yet and haven't seen anything roll through here. In fact, we are sort of on the southwestern tip of this security perimeter here, and it has been a relatively quiet area all day, just like it was yesterday. Of course, we will bring you anything that, as soon as it rolls through here. We'll be here live all day, and we'll bring that to you as soon as anything happens, Steph.
Okay, Gurdeep, thanks for that. And we just want to let everyone know, Anne, that we're always keeping an eye on every eventuality here in the city with CP24 and all of our teams all over. You know, you've been watching the coverage. You've been giving the coverage on Queen Street, right on University Avenue now, down by the security perimeter. That fence that has not yet been, that secure fence has not yet been broken. We're keeping a close eye in for anything that might happen down there right now. Over to you.
Now, Steph, as well as we are positioned everywhere in the city and through Gurdeep's camera and Gurdeep's skills as a reporter, he'll be noting whether there is any change in atmosphere, if you will, down by the security fence. If the breaking news that you just spoke of, that there might be an incident down by the security fence, you'll begin to see police gather and galvanize in a way that we've seen throughout the city ahead of situations and during situations, Steph.
Absolutely. It's fascinating to watch, and you and I have seen it live on TV many times in the last 24 hours, how they quickly get their intelligence. They get in those vans or in buses, and they are where they need to be in an instant. So Gurdeep was witnessing a little bit of a build-up. Might not be exactly where he is at the security perimeter. It's a long fence, so we're keeping an eye on it, Dan, really closely for everyone.
Very good. That's what we are here at Toronto's Breaking News. CP24, we are your eyes and ears, and you are ours as well. Please send breaking news pictures, anything that you want to say to us. Send your pictures to My Breaking News, and your thoughts, your opinions, your comments to now@cp24.com. And of course, keep it here on CP24. We will continue to follow this breaking news for you very closely. Let's go live to our Sue Scambatti out and about. Sue, where do you find yourself right now?
I'm at Queen's Park right now, and as the bike block makes its way around Queen's Park Circle, hundreds of people on bicycle riding through downtown Toronto as what you can hear and see is a very boisterous, happy protest for a change from yesterday afternoon. They're being escorted by a few bicycle police officers from Toronto Police, and it all seems to be going very finely. We've been following them as they're going through the city. So this is just the latest different type of protest surrounding the G20, Dan. And as you can see, they're saying our streets, your streets. They feel that Toronto's not very bike friendly, for one thing. So this is part of this protest to reclaim the streets of Toronto for bikes.
And Sue, we saw as they came by our home here at 299 Queen West, be peaceful and bordering on celebratory in a sense. But we did see police lining all southern exits from Queen Street in an effort to perhaps stop anyone from thinking about heading south toward the fence.
Well, sure. I mean, that is a given here, and that is the prime concern. And that's what we heard from Chief Blair last night. Despite all the vandalism and the anarchists running apparently amok through our city, the chief felt that yesterday's security operation was a success, primarily because no one got to that security fence. So that is what those safeguards are all about. And the officers are just at the top and tail of this protest, just to ensure, I'm sure, that everybody's safe. We just had an arrest here right on the corner. I think Stephanie mentioned it a few minutes ago. So it just shows you this is such a blend of all different emotions all the time. But hearing from people here today, other protesters that are here on the lawn of Queen's Park, everyone is hoping that there is not a repeat of the violence that broke out yesterday, and that from police officers also.
CP24 Sue Scambatti, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And we've got an update now on the weather situation. We're going to go live to Anika Elliott with more information on what our friends in Windsor are going to be facing at this very moment.
Oh, unfortunately, yes, a tornado warning that is now in effect issued by Environment Canada. We've also got some additions to the tornado watch, as well as a new severe thunderstorm watch in effect. This is the warning that is in effect for Windsor, Leamington, Essex County. So you really are going to want to take immediate cover, take immediate safety precautions, go in a place like a basement, a bathroom, a small interior room like a closet. The idea here, you want to put as many walls between you as possible, because there are some very menacing cells that continue to produce some thunderstorms that have the potential to create tornadoes. So we're keeping an eye on that. The tornado watch is in effect for Elgin, London now, Simcoe, Woodstock, Goderich and Stratford. And there's also a severe thunderstorm watch that is in effect for Dunnville, Brantford, Niagara, the city of Hamilton, and Waterloo. So we are starting to see a little bit of that edging toward the Waterloo area, for example. Still just a cloud cover around the GTA, but if we step back a little bit, we can see this cluster of thunderstorm cells continuing to approach the shoreline of Lake Huron, still quite a ways off. But again, this watch, the thunderstorm watch, is just talking about the potential for those that active weather to develop. But the tornado warning is definitely very serious because that indicates the weather is imminent or occurring in Windsor, Leamington, Essex County. So again, take cover if you are in those communities, or warn a friend as well. So we are looking at some potentially active weather as we look at the G20 delegates getting ready to head home. Leaving at Pearson Airport could be potentially active around Pearson Airport, for example, because it's later on this afternoon toward the early evening hours when we could get into some of that thunder shower activity. It's not as humid as it is down in the southwest. As a matter of fact, our temperatures have just backed off. We've just cooled down to 21 degrees. The Humidex was at 31. It's now at 26. So that's actually a little bit of good news in the sense that you need the humidity. You need that muggy air mass in order to help bubble up some of the thunderstorms that they're seeing in the southwest, where it's been feeling close to the low 40s. So that's just to give you a bit of perspective there. Monday, 26, still a little bit unstable, especially through the afternoon hours. Some showers expected there. Tuesday, 21 and mainly sunny. 21 degrees on Wednesday, and 23 mainly sunny skies for your Canada Day. July 1st creeping up on us, and that is coming up on Thursday. So again, just to recap, a tornado warning for Windsor, Leamington, Essex County, and severe thunderstorm watches in effect for places like Dunnville, as well as Niagara and the city of Hamilton now. So we're keeping a close watch on these thunderstorm cells as they creep closer and closer to the GTA. Anne.
Well, Nika, thanks for that. And we've got our eye on everything that's going on here, right here in our own backyard. Of course, the G20, as the leaders are beginning to leave, and the inclement weather that is making its way into Ontario, over Windsor and Leamington and that area. And of course, everything that's happening on our streets here as we have what appears to be a peaceful bike rally taking place, but the warning of potentially difficult situation at the fence. So we're keeping an eye on all of this for you. We've got the visuals, we've got the information. We want to hear from you as well. So let's take a short break, all of us here on Toronto's Breaking News, CP24, 257, 21 degrees, and we're beginning to see some sunshine. We'll be right back.
The G20 summit is here, and if you capture breaking news, we want Toronto to see it first. Go to CP24.com to send us your video and pictures. Click on My Breaking News, the G20 through your eyes.
This summer, make your barbecue sear and sizzle with success. Try Bruno's Fine Foods' delicious barbecue-ready grilling meats and produce. Fresh fish, chicken, lamb, spare ribs, and New York steaks aged to perfection come pre-seasoned, pre-marinated, chopped, and ready to grill. And you can still find a large selection of the best quality meats and vegetables you can prepare your way. You'll always get personal service because at Bruno's Fine Foods, there really is a Bruno.
Twice the style, a balance of contrast and synergy. The newest move in contemporary living at Concord Park Place in North York. Welcome to the duo harmony of tango. See more at concordparkplace.ca.
CP24, Toronto's Breaking News.
Your backyard dreams come true during 8 crazy days. International Pool and Spa Center's huge summer sale. Example, this 12 by 21 semi-in-ground pool only $89.99, or a 15-foot pool with filter and pump for $9.95. Quick up pools for $233 complete. A 7-foot spa that seats 6 for only $49.95, or an 8-foot just $69.95. Save on chemicals, accessories, and toys. 8 crazy days ends July 4th. International Pool and Spa Center's 7 Toronto area stores.
It was a rainy day when Pizzaville played in the World Cup. Let's listen in on the big game. Bocconcini gets the ball and plays it up to Provolone. Provolone shoots it to Zucchini. It's stolen by Parmigiano, who heads it to Asiago. Asiago up the middle to Vetta, who passes to Pepperoni. He kicks! Oh, he really smoked Gouda with that one. During the World Cup, call Pizzaville for authentic Italian-style pizza at 736 3636.
Whether you have an employment, criminal, family, corporate, or personal injury matter, legal issues can be puzzling. The lawyers at Devery, Smith & Frank make all the pieces fit together.
If you've been fired, or if your job is in jeopardy, or if you're an employer facing staffing issues, you need to consult with an employment lawyer. Speak to the experienced lawyers at Devery, Smith & Frank. Know your rights and how to protect them.
Visit us at deverylaw.ca. We'll be on your side when you need us.
Why do we get the second credit card? How are we going to pay off another mortgage bill?
Nobody's gonna give us a quick loan with our credit.
Ayo, money away! What if we exchange my mother's necklace for a fast loan?
Bring me your jewelry and I will process your cash loan instantly.
You're too good to be true.
I'm Russell, the loan arranger Oliver. Bad credit, no credit, need a loan? I don't judge. No questions asked. People have been trusting me to give them top value for over 40 years. I'm still #1 when it comes to top cash. Oh, yeah.
CP24, Toronto's breaking news. CP24, Toronto's breaking news.
It's 3:01, 21 degrees, and we do now see some blue skies and some sunshine, some clouds. From 299 Queen Street West, this is Toronto's breaking news. CP24, good afternoon, I'm Ann Romer. Traffic and weather together, but first our top story, police and protesters clash again, this time outside the G20 detention center. Police used 2 muzzle blasts to drive back a small protest outside the G20 detention center. Muzzle blasts are non-lethal discharges of high-pressure gas from a firearm. All of this took place after about 100 people marched from downtown Toronto to the Eastern Avenue detention center. In total, more than 500 people have been arrested over the course of the weekend. Of the hundreds of those arrested, some are being released. Now, they're leaving the impromptu Eastern Avenue detention center with a lot of stories about the conditions they faced inside.
Those who are brought in under peaceful pretenses were being held in the larger cages, as I had described before. Probably, what did I say, 12, maybe larger, by 6. Whereas for those who were resisting, they were kept in 5 by 6, even smaller cages, which were dirty, and they had no benches, no washing facilities, nothing. And it was just them laying on the ground, oftentimes in zip ties.
Let's go live right now to our George Logojanis, Queen Street West. There has been a bike rally this afternoon, and police have been all around it. And you've got some information. I gather that there's a gathering of free speech going on right now, George.
Yes, the press conference is underway, and I'm going to send it over now.
We have seen that riot police have not been protecting their precious cop cars that we are seeing on television. They're not protecting the windows, but they are encircling groups of people when they are in smaller groups, and they are taking their batons and they are taking their shields. And they are using that against the people. In numerous jail support rallies that we have had in the past 24 hours, where people are going to the jails to support their friends as they leave, we are finding that cops are also meeting them there with brutality. Riot police, armed cops are circling them, are telling them to leave, and they're not providing an avenue for them to do so. They're then circling these demonstrators. They're snatching them. We've seen plainclothed cops snatch several demonstrators who are supporting their peers coming out of jail. We've seen them being snatched, being thrown into cars. We've seen cops prepared with tasers. This is not acceptable when we are already resisting the G8 and G20 violence, the violence that comes from their structures and policies. So I'm just going to introduce Ryan White from the Movement Defense Committee, which has been helping the up to over 500 people who have been imprisoned.
Hi folks, so my name is Ryan White. I'm from the Movement Defense Committee. We're a collection of law students, lawyers, community activists who are working together throughout the summit and before the summit to provide, or at least to facilitate, connections with lawyers, with criminal lawyers, to those people who are arrested. And so I'm just going to give a quick report back on what our legal observers who are out in the streets with the protests are seeing, and also some of the conditions in the jails that are coming back to us, which I have to say are absolutely deplorable. And I also want to talk a bit about the levels of shocking police brutality that we're seeing, both things that I've personally witnessed, but also that we've seen from legal observers that the Movement Defense Committee has that are in the field, and also that we're hearing reports of. So, as far as the Toronto 500 is concerned, we've been told that, so what's first of all happening is that throughout the whole day and yesterday as well, police have been moving around and I think just kind of almost like armed gangs. They come in, they swarm people, they grab them. We've had protesters collecting outside of the detention center on Eastern Avenue. We've had protesters throughout the city. All of them have been in some way, shape, or form assaulted by the police. Those protesters who are being taken into custody, what we're seeing is that they're often not being given timely access to lawyers. We're having people wait up to 14 hours to make phone calls so that our office can assign them criminal counsel. They're being denied access to, or timely access to, duty counsel. Protesters are being held for up to 8 hours without water. They're often being given minimal food over a 10-hour period. They're often being held 6 to 8 per cell, 7 to 8 per cell. And even though they're saying that larger cells are unoccupied and are not being used. As far as what we're seeing on the ground, so the way that one of the things the Movement Defense Committee has been providing has been legal observers that have been going out to pretty much every single march, who are watching the protests, who are taking part in the protests to see what is happening. And I want to touch in particular on one protest earlier today at the jail solidarity demonstration down on Eastern Avenue. Beforehand, we had a large number of Movement Defense Committee reps there. We also had members from the community who were there, who were organizing. The police came out, they talked to us, we negotiated a route, we negotiated space that the protesters could use. We received assurances that protesters would not be arrested unless there was some sort of issue, such as violence. We saw absolutely none of that. All we saw instead was we showed up, people were on the sidewalk, police instead charged into protesters, where people fell, they were grabbed and dragged behind police lines. We saw plainclothes police officers with batons out. We had a number of people arrested. Over the last few days, we've had legal observers arrested who were watching protests. And it's just the level of brutality at that protest was, I think, just absolutely unfathomable. To see the way the protesters were just being picked off by the police, the way that the police were just moving in, firing either false tear gas shots into the crowds, hitting people with batons, all sorts of stuff. So it's something that now we're calling on people to do, is to recognize the fact that protesters are being wholesale denied their rights under the Charter to counsel, to be dealt with in a humane manner. That we're seeing that the police with their prisoner processing center, I think we're hearing reports back from our criminal lawyers who are out there that they've lost control basically of the center, that they have no way of processing people, and that as a result these delays are starting to infringe upon the rights of those individuals who are there. The protesters, the community members, the people who have just been grabbed. I know that media has been grabbed. I've heard reports of a number of different media members who've been grabbed, and we're asking people as a result to phone your MPPs, to phone your MPs, to phone groups in the area or anyone who you can think of to say, look, we need to take a stand, that we need to ensure that people have their right to protest protected, and we need to make sure that those people who are being arrested are dealt with in a humane way and are having their rights respected. So we're asking that people start to push that as hard as possible because what we're seeing out there is simply unacceptable, and it is just making the situation worse.
Ryan, if you could talk directly to the chief of... Sir, come to the microphones. Okay. What? If you could speak directly, if you had the chief of police's ear today, what would you say in terms of how to handle things as we go forward now? What's done's done. How do we go forward?
I'd say what's wrong with you? I think that they've completely lost control of the situation, and I think that what we're seeing now is police are inciting crowds, are initiating confrontations with crowds, and what we're also seeing is the police, I think, have simply, I think in some ways, suspended law and order, or just saying, look, we're not going to pay attention to the rights of protesters, we're not going to pay attention to the rights of those people who are in detention, and they need to take control of this situation in a way that is consistent with those rights.
Some people thought at the film studio today that some of the people they initially picked off were some of the anarchists from yesterday that were wreaking havoc across the city.
You know, I think a protester is a protester. This idea that there's somehow protesters who deserve to be picked up or who can be taken away. I mean, what we see is the police, you know, at least to people who are there, it's a completely random process. We have individuals who are simply just showing up because they heard about it that morning, or individuals who were there yesterday who took part in any number of different protests. We have legal observers, like I said, we have media members. They're all being picked up. And so this idea that they're focusing on people, I think, just isn't true.
So if you're asking police to be calm with you guys, can they expect the same? Will there be more burnt police cars?
I think if you look at the videos, if you're looking at the videos that from today, and in particular, I know that I've seen some of the videos that have been broadcast on places like CP24 with respect to the protest of the jail solidarity demo. I mean, look at it. People sit down. They're not moving. Protesters complied with orders from police. Protesters did everything that they possibly could and got assurances on camera from police that they would be dealt with in a manner that was consistent with their rights, and the police reneged that deal. And instead what we had was, frankly, in all of my days of going to protests, of taking part in demonstrations, I've never seen a situation where police have lost control to that degree. It was absolutely frightening.
And we also have to notice that you can't ask people to be completely compliant when they are completely vulnerable, when they are being dragged around, when they are being snatched, when they are being put into cop cars. You can't ask them to be peaceful and compliant when they have no control over the situation, when they are being grabbed by other people and have no control.
You condone yesterday's actions?
Nobody's throwing.
We're dealing.
Nobody's throwing.
Were you there this morning? Did you see?
We're talking about yesterday.
No, we're talking about today. We are talking about a complete violation of civil liberties. People were chanting, "We are peaceful. How about you?" And we had cops throwing themselves into the crowd. They were plainclothes. They came out of vans and they took these people and put them back into those vans.
So this is, let's be clear, that's this morning?
This morning, and this has happened, people were circled in the free speech zone and tear gas. What about the
And it's not just this morning. I think this is throughout the whole time, though, that this has been happening, both today and yesterday. We have seen police continuously charge into crowds, pick off people. And as far as the Movement Defense Committee is concerned, the issues with delays in terms of getting counsel to talk to people, the issues in terms of holding conditions, those are things that have been problems since Friday, and that they're only becoming even larger as the police continue to lose control of the situation and continue to violate the rights of the individuals who live in the city.
Okay, so you said describe what happened last night, and who do you say is responsible for it? What happened last night and why?
Yesterday afternoon. We're talking about burnt cars.
We're listening in on a press conference being held in Parkdale by the Toronto Community Mobilization Network. Our George Logajanis is there and actually asking some of the questions. George, this group very critical of how police have handled situations through these 2 days of protest here in the streets of Toronto because of the G20 summit, and also very critical of the conditions of those who are in the detention center. George, they're peaceful in their delivery of their concerns, but they're very critical of police.
That's right, Ann. I'm just going to speak to you off camera and quietly because the press conference is still happening just about 5 feet away from me. The folks that put this press conference on here at Parkdale Library, the Toronto Community Mobilization Network, do only want to speak today about what they say happened today, which is what occurred at the Eastern Avenue, the Eastern and Pape Detention Center. They simply want to address the conditions inside the holding center, and they do not seem to want to really talk too much in detail about what happened yesterday. They're sort of being evasive about those questions of the damage and the destruction and the arrests yesterday. mostly because they say it's just too convoluted. There are so many hundreds of groups that are protesting that they do not want to be the sort of umbrella spokespeople for that. Now I'm going to send it back to the press conference now because some more question and answers happening.
All right, George Lagojanis, thank you, and we'll drop back in just a moment. We're going to take you live right now to Julia Burke at Queen's Park, where a peaceful bike rally has just gone by. Julia, what can you tell us, and what about police presence on the ground?
Oh, hi there, Ann. Yeah, well, what a difference a day makes. Queen Park here yesterday, of course, was a flashpoint for some of those demonstrations that got well out of hand. Today, a different story. It's become a bit of a lazy Sunday afternoon here at Queen's Park. So far, so good. If you can look just south of me here towards University and College, we have some people gathering on the lawns. Some of them are demonstrating different causes. One, for example, what different environmental issues that leaders of the G20 are not bringing up during their summit this weekend. A lot of the people, though, are just observers, Torontonians who wanted to come on down to Queen's Park to observe firsthand what was going on. Some of them curious, I suppose, to see if there was going to be a repeat of yesterday. I'm happy to tell you that's just not the case. It's been very peaceful here so far. Just a little while ago, we did have that bike block protest take to the streets of Toronto. They circled around Queen's Park. They were very festive. A lot of them getting cheered on by people who were on the side, cheering them on. Their message was to Canadians, take back the streets, really, and their protest is aimed at leaders of the G20 countries who they say are creating societies that are too dependent on the car, or too dependent on oil, and they want them to take back the streets and do more for public transit. As far as police presence goes, Anne, it's still here. You can still feel it and you can see it. Around us right now, there are clusters of officers, and I think you can probably see some of them down there. They're on bicycles, they're on foot. I'm going to say the ones that we can see right now, maybe about 100 police just south of us here, but also behind the camera, we have more guarding Queen's Park. We have some more actually coming down on bicycles just to my left. The camera's right. They're going to pass by. They've been doing that all day long. They've been on bikes. They've been in vans. And just keeping an eye on things in case anything gets out of hand. And I do want to tell you about a little bit of levity as well that we had here just a short while ago. It was kind of nice to see. We have somebody here today at Queen's Park. His name is Lawrence. Come on into the shot, Lawrence, with us. And he's bringing a little bit of sunshine to people right now after so much tension yesterday on the streets of Toronto. Hi, Lawrence. How are you doing?
Great, Julia. How are you?
Good. Tell me about the sign you have here and what you're doing here today at Queen's Park.
Okay, so I'm here with a non-political social movement, a sustainability movement called the Zeitgeist Movement. And it's basically the activist arm of the Venus Project, which is founded by Jacques Fresco down in Florida. So this is basically a movement that looks at trying to look at the foundational similarities between all of us and unifying under those, as opposed to any sort of division. Our message here is to spread love and lower fear.
And we couldn't help but notice earlier you actually managed to break through that, if you will, glass wall and get to a police officer. And I understand so far, Lawrence has been trying to offer hugs to police officers whose job is to guard Queen's Park right now, Anne. And he was having a hard time getting anybody to say, sure, come on and hug me. In fact, I think yesterday you actually got pushed aside by somebody.
Yeah, I mean, hugs are always extended to all uniformed officers and security officers.
Today you broke through that glass wall.
I did indeed.
Tell me about that moment.
He came by.
You were applauded by everybody around you. Go ahead.
Well, indeed, we applauded him for breaking it down.
What happened
he rode by and he saw, and I was just holding up my sign, and he said, "Hey, don't I get a free hug?" I was so taken aback, I couldn't believe it. I mean, after yesterday was a different story. Unbroken line of riot police from one end to the other, and I was offering free hugs right at the front line, and they did advance, and they came through, and they smacked.
But today you were able to break through, so that was good news for you.
Yeah, today I guess.
Very nice. Well, thanks very much, Lawrence. We appreciate it, and good luck with spreading the good cheer here today. We need
Absolutely.
it.
Bring it in.
Thank you very much. Oh, thanks,
dear.
Anne. Thank you. Back to you. Did you want me to send you down to 299 Queen Street to offer you a hug?
It's all yours. It's all yours.
I can keep them for myself.
Yes, you may.
All right.
Julia, thank you so
Thanks,
much for
Anne.
that. That's Julia Burke.
You're welcome.
Let's go live to Austin Delaney at King and Bay. Austin, we had received some breaking news through our Stephanie Smythe that there might be a situation that could develop this afternoon around the security fence. What are you hearing?
Well, I haven't heard any of that from Stephanie and haven't been in touch with anybody. What I have here is a very peaceful protest here at King and Bay. It's the Christian Peacemakers. They came along King Street, they were singing hymns. They're sitting down now in front of a lot of police officers. I'll show you this great police presence, and they're just sitting there praying right now and trying to get their cause forward. They were hoping to go to the fence, but this doesn't appear to be a very violent group at all. If you remember, yesterday, I'll just point over here, this is King and Bay where the 2 police cars were on fire. So a very different situation here today, and here's why. We're going to go back again. If we're swinging too much of the camera, I apologize, but have a look at all these police officers. There is just a wall of them now, taking no chances. That's very different from yesterday here at King and Bay.
Thanks. Well, Austin, you know what a difference a day makes, that is for sure. And we're watching, we're waiting, we're looking, and the leaders are beginning to leave the city of Toronto. And thanks for that. We know you're standing by, and if anything happens, we'll go right to you. Thank you very much for that, Austin. It's 3:20. 21 degrees, it's sunny. We've got great weather, but there is a tornado warning in effect for quite a bit west of us and south in the Windsor area, Leamington. We've got all the details that you need to know about that, your own backyard weather, and a look at traffic as the leaders begin to leave the Toronto area. The G20 summit just about wrapping up. We're keeping an eye on peaceful protests that are going on right now. Stay with us.
The CFL on TSN returns with a Canada Day celebration. The Argos have a new owner, a new coach, a new team, and a whole new attitude. Catch the Argos as they crank it up in Calgary when they take on the Stamps. Argos football new and intense. The CFL on TSN. Argos Stamps. Thursday on TSN.
Honey, I think it's time for a new car. Something reliable.
Yeah? And fun to drive.
But loaded with tons of features this time.
Who has all that?
Suzuki has all that for an all-in-one price. Get an award-winning four-wheel drive Grand Vitara with 0% purchase financing for 72 months, 0 down and 0 hidden fees for an all-inclusive price. It's loaded with AC, keyless start, power package, and automatic transmission. Own it for $187 bi-weekly. Just sign and go. Get an all-in-one price today at Suzuki.
Good dog.
American Standard, heating and air conditioning.
Looking for the ultimate home comfort you and your family deserve? It's easy with Comfort Plus from Comfort Care. Earn up to $1,200 instant cash back, 15-year parts and labor warranty, or low financing. Get the comfort system of your dreams. Call Comfort Care today.
CP24, Toronto's breaking news. CP24 weather.
Kumada Ramanathan has our weather look for what's going on right here in Toronto, but also the system that is quite threatening over Windsor and areas around that.
Absolutely. Hi, Ann. Well,
Hi.
It turns out that a weather warning is in effect, as you mentioned, for quite a few areas around southern Ontario. Let's get right into it. So, the tornado warning, of course, as I mentioned, watches are on for Elgin, London, Middlesex, Simcoe, Delhi, Norfolk, Woodstock, Tillensburg, Oxford County, Goderich, Bluewater, Southern Huron County, Stratford, Mitchell, Southern Perth County as well. Now, these thunderstorm rings are quite current. We received them just hours ago from Environment Canada. According to the weather experts there, the severe thunderstorms are also expected to come along with the isolated tornadoes that are a possibility today. Now, how are they created? Well, that is a hot and a humid air mass. When they have settled over southwestern Ontario, that's when the chance of thunderstorm activity as well as that tornado watch come into effect. You can see those orange and yellow little circles there on the map on the Doppler 24 radar there, and that is actually what we are watching and monitoring right now for everyone at home. And so the possibility is that they will be moving into our area in the later this afternoon, so we are going to be monitoring it to see exactly what people can expect. So anybody that is worried, don't be too concerned. The best advice to take in this sort of situation situation is to be watching your local television station like CP24. Will bring you the most updated information, and if you do see any sort of stirring and activity, well, you always want to get in touch with us. Let us know what exactly you see, but also take cover. Try to go into a well-shielded area, perhaps your basement, for instance, until whatever the weather condition is has passed through. But I'll continue updating everyone on exactly what they can expect later this afternoon, as well as the 5-day forecast. All of that coming up later in the hour. Now back to you, Ann.
All right, thank you. And just to repeat, it is a warning for Windsor and a watch for London. Thank you very much for that. Remember, we have weather and traffic on our screen all the time. You can also log on to CP24.com anytime.
CP24 traffic.
A traffic update, and some people going absolutely nowhere at this point. Hi, Jamie Goodfreund, live in our CP24 Traffic Center.
Hey, Ann. Actually, right now, traffic not too bad, obviously, in the downtown core. We are dealing with some congestion. We'll get to that in just a sec. But we also have some closures to let you know about. Southbound Don Valley Parkway, the off-ramp to westbound Gardner Expressway completely shut down, and that is for a lot of the motorcades making their way out towards the 427, and also the westbound Gardner Expressway completely shut down. We can't show you any cameras along the westbound Gardner, but that is shut down from the Don Valley Parkway all the way out towards the 427. And speaking of the 427, we can't show you those cameras once again, but the northbound lanes are the collectors shut down from the Gardner all the way up towards the 401, and the northbound transfer from the core to the collectors at Dundas, that too is shut down. We can't show you traffic cameras along the lakeshore, but I can tell you that westbound lakeshore is very congested, anywhere from about Parkside to Windermere as well, getting off the Don Valley Parkway southbound to the westbound lakeshore. You can expect some congestion as traffic is being forced at that to get off at that stretch of the Don Valley Parkway. Right across the 401, we're actually dealing with some good news. No major problems. We had the eastbound off-ramp from the 401 to Renforth. That was shut down for a brief period of time. It has since reopened, and that's some good news. We also had a little problem for one eastbound off-ramp to Port Union Road. We had a disabled vehicle that was blocking the left lane. That has since cleared. Other than that, leaving the downtown core along the northbound Don Valley Parkway, not too bad as you make your way up the parkway. Southbound traffic, that's in pretty good shape, and also still getting lots of reports from our producers and reporters in town right now, hearing that the bicycle rally is actually heading east on Queen from Sherbourne. So if you are in the downtown core, like I was actually on the streetcar heading northbound on Spadina, there are rolling closures and delays, so expect some congestion and some on and off delays in the downtown core due to the protests.
Funny you would say that, Jamie. We have exactly what you need right now, which is a live look at the bike rally that is heading east on Queen towards Sherbourne. This is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. A difficult morning, a more peaceful afternoon, day 2 of the G20 summit and protests around the city. This is a live look at what is still a peaceful bike rally surrounded by police. We'll bring you more details of what's happening on your streets coming up in just moments.
Closures, confusion, conflict. When G20 impacts your life, CP24 is ready. In-depth coverage from the studio to the streets. Toronto's G20 station, CP24.
Mom, what are you doing?
I'm looking through my old jewelry.
Why don't you sell them for instant cash? Oren Jewelry gives you the most cash for old gold, jewelry, and diamonds.
Who?
Oren.
This too?
Oren will sell that on consignment for even more cash.
Oren has buyers around the world ready to pay top dollar for quality jewelry.
Gold is at an all-time high. Take advantage of the high gold markets now and sell me your old gold, jewelry, diamonds, watches, even dental. I guarantee you the most cash.
Wow, I got much more than I expected.
I told you Oren is better.
Located off Allen Road between Shepherd and Finch.
This year, one cinematic event captivated audiences across the globe. Now, the girl with the dragon tattoo will play with fire. The girl who played with fire.
In theaters July 9th.
What happens?
For someone who's trying to go straight, you sure got a funny way of showing.
When a family of crooks,
You're my brother, and it's against the West Code of Honor to extort family members.
tries to go straight.
You have plenty of people to blackmail and extort, I promise.
I know. It's just there's nothing like your first time.
You'll have to see it
I love her. If I were to catch another man touching her.
to believe it. An all-new Scoundrels, tonight at 9, 8 Central on CTV.
Closed captioning of this program is brought to you by Can't Be Tamed, the new release from superstar Miley Cyrus. Can't Be Tamed, in stores now.
CP24, Toronto's breaking news.
We are coming up to 3:29, almost 3:30. Time to check in with our Stephen LeDrew at the International Broadcast Center. So much going on today, and it's good to see that you're all smiles. What can you tell us right now?
Well, and you know, we're talking about the protests all day. I thought we'd call in my friend who is an expert on protests because she's been in so many of them, Judy Rebick. Welcome to CP24 again, Judy.
Thanks.
Now,
good to be here.
The protests, most of the protests were peaceful. There's a few in there, and there's a criminal element.
Yeah.
And yet we heard the representations before. People said, well, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Sid Ryan said we have our marshals, and we should just be allowed to go along. Yeah. But clearly that wasn't the case.
Well, yeah, it was the case. I mean, they kept the big protests peaceful. But then what happened was a group of people, I'd say it was about 2,000, wanted to stay downtown and try and make the fence. Those people were not violent. Then 75 broke away from them, changed their clothes into black bloc costume, and ran along Queen Street. They were violent. And I don't know why the police didn't stop them. I saw them go. They were really easy to stop. When they started to torch that car, there were riot police all around. They just sat and watched them do it. Now, I want to know why they didn't stop them.
So your advice or your question is you thought the police should have stopped them right then and there
instead of right at the beginning.
Them to go up Yonge Street and smash and loot?
Absolutely. They didn't loot so much. They smashed all these. Why? Like, they were completely accessible to they had about 1,000 riot police down there, and those 75 black bloc could have been arrested easily without hurting anybody else. They waited until they were in the middle of crowds, up at Queen's Park, down at Novotel, down at King and Bay, and then they arrested 500 people who had nothing to do with the violence, nothing to do with it.
Judy, do you think that the police were concerned about the charge of police brutality, which is what is being leveled against them today?
Well, I mean, if they were concerned about that, they should have arrested these people right off. I mean, if they were there jumping on I saw a video this morning of a guy jumping on a police car with 10 riot police watching him do it. Why didn't they arrest him? There was nobody around, right? So I think, I really have questions about it.
Okay, so most of the protests, as you say, 99% of the protesters were fair. Everybody, we heard Chief Blair saying that's their right. Yeah. They could do it. He bent over backwards to allow it. Do you think he bent over backwards too much and allowing these other ones to get out of hand?
No, I think that he's equating the people. There's two kinds of things that happened last night. One was violence, right? Yep. The other was people who wanted to go down to the fence, who didn't think the police had a right to keep them at Queen Street. They were peaceful, but they were militant, and they didn't listen to the police. He's equating that with violence. That's not violence. And he's arrested 500 people, among whom are some of the best known and best organizers in the city who had nothing to do with the violence.
But how then, okay, I hear your distinctions, but how then are the police to know between the militants who are going down to the fence when they're told not to go to the fence and the violent ones, as you say, the criminal element? How are the police to know? How can they trust those people going down to the fence when they say, well, don't worry about us, we're nonviolent?
I'm not saying to trust them. I'm saying they try to block them. People push. They move back. You know, it's a process that happens, right?
Right.
They know how to do it. I've seen them do it many times.
The police were in that process. I saw them as well.
Yeah, that's right. They do it many times. But what they could have done was arrest the black bloc at the beginning before they had a chance to be part of a bigger crowd. And that's what they didn't do. And so and not only that, why didn't they put out the fire in the police car? That fire was burning for 2 hours so that all of you could get your shots. They have a water cannon. They didn't even use a fire extinguisher to put it out. Why? So I think they're spinning a story for the media. I think that's what they were doing last night. I think that was the decision they took to justify all the expense. I really do, because the story was starting to go against them. I really think that's what they were doing.
You have to be very, Judy, you have to be very, very cynical to say the police let them go in order to justify the expense.
Yeah, it's not that I'm cynical. I am very critical, because I did see an agent provocateur in Montebello, and I did see police overreact. Just a second, I did see police overreact in Quebec City. But no, I'm talking about last night. I wasn't sure what happened, but when I looked this morning and I saw eyewitness reports and videos of what happened, and I saw a car burning with a line of with a line of riot police watching it burn, with an individual alone who had obviously been involved in the burning and not arresting him, I have to ask some serious questions. And I think you should be asking some serious questions.
Well, we're asking lots of questions, and people will continue to. That individual, I understand, was arrested this morning.
This morning? Why wasn't he arrested yesterday before he did more damage?
I don't know, but I mean...
You know, it was obvious he was there, and there were other people who were breaking windows. You got them in your shots, right? That guy was broken his star. The police were right there. There was hundreds of riot police right there.
Okay, so the next time there's a demonstration, will you be an advisor to the police, tell them who's good and who's not?
I'm not going to be an advisor, but they should know what they're doing. The Toronto police know what they're doing, you know? I don't know what's going on. Like, all I know is if they didn't know, they claim they didn't know what the Black Bloc was doing, which I also don't believe, because I know they had informers.
Yep.
And then even if they didn't know, I think they're incompetent then. They're either incompetent or they're up to something.
We'll get to the bottom of it at CP24 with your help. Judy Rebick, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, Ann, back to you.
Wow, that was riveting television. Thank you very much. Stephen LeDrew, we'll see you soon. Let's go live to our special correspondent for the G20 here at CP24, Craig Kielburger, on the ground. Hi, Craig, where are you? I know you're following the bike rally, the bike blog. Are you in the breaking news vehicle, or are you back on your moped?
Well, in fact, the shot that you can see right now is the vehicle that I was traveling in earlier, the little yellow moped in the left-hand side. There's another individual in the back giving us information. I'm in the breaking news vehicle. We have literally crossed this entire city. We've gone from the west to the looping around the center. We're now on the east side. We're going further east on Dundas. We're approaching Dundas and Broadview. We've seen quite a variety of reactions from individuals. I have to say the police have certainly been working very diligently in blocking the streets. You can see them in the shot on both sides. They blocked the intersection. They stopped cross traffic. They've been clearing one intersection as we've moved ahead. They've been periodically stopping individuals who have joined this rally to ask to search their backpacks. We've seen them, plainclothes officers, stop cars, either near or front, or some that have been parked on the side, to chat with them, and at some points have opened the trunk to take a look at what they might be carrying. So the police have certainly been very diligent throughout this entire process.
CP24 special correspondent Craig Kielburger literally in the middle of this, and I'll tell you, there'll be a lot of very tired cyclists tomorrow morning after this long journey.
Well, indeed, and we can't be ending here. I'd be highly surprised. We're near the detention center, so I highly suspect they're not going to end on the east side. They'll probably be, I assume, escorting them back towards the center of the city, back towards the Queen's Park. So this may be a while. We'll be following this and updating you at every pedal of the process.
Our special correspondent for the G20, CP24's Craig Kielburger. Thanks for that.
Thank you.
It's 3:37, 22 degrees as you see in that live shot. Traffic can be a bit of a challenge around the city as we see protests and rolling rallies, if you will, that bicycle rally. So we've got all the information you need as the G20 leaders begin to leave Toronto as well. Road closures, traffic-wise, and the next step when it comes to the tornado warning that is in the Windsor area, and our weather here in our own backyard. Stay with us.
Monday Night Comedy's bringing out the winners. Ooh, on a new Hiccups.
You have been nominated for a clap-up. I lose every time.
I can show you how to be a better loser. Winning is everything.
4,
6.
Screw this!
Then, on a new Dan for Mayor.
We've got an election to win.
Yeah!
You win some.
Vote for me, because I'm crazy!
You lose some.
You're gonna get crushed.
The results are in. Tomorrow, starting at 8, 7 Central on CTV.
Today, a Russian agent will kill the president. The name of the agent is Evelyn Salt.
My name is Evelyn Salt.
Then you are a Russian spy.
Somebody's setting me up!
Stop!
You got me?
She had the drop on me. Why didn't she shoot?
You think everyone's who they say they are.
Salt.
What is power without agility? Control without grip. Driving without precision. Introducing the award-winning, luxury-loaded, European-tuned, all-wheel drive 2011 Kizashi from Suzuki.
No wonder it was voted best in class. The power of control.
CP24, Toronto's breaking news. CP24 weather.
Kamuda Ramadan has all of the information that we need as far as weather is concerned, and we've got a really difficult situation being faced by a lot of folks in southern Ontario right now, and particularly southwestern Ontario.
Absolutely, and that's right. Well, a severe weather bulletin has been put out by Environment Canada, not only because there are thunderstorms that are expected to move in, but also tornadic activity that is going to be moving into southern Ontario as well. The watch is on for Elgin, London, Middlesex, Simcoe, Delhi, Norfolk, Woodstock, Tillensburg, Oxford County, Goderich, Bluewater, Southern Huron County, Stratford, Mitchell, and Southern Perth County. It's always good to rattle off the names of some of those areas so anyone that is watching can maybe be noting exactly what they should be watching out for, because of course that still is the weekend and people may be heading out to some of those areas, maybe for a cottage and just to visit some friends. Doppler 24 radar there showing us exactly what we are seeing at this point. Now, when a hot and a humid air mass settle over southwest Ontario, that is what brings the thunderstorm activity. And as you can see on our radar there's a little orange as well as some outlines of yellow around the orange. Well, that is what is thunderstorm activity moving into our area right now and expected to arrive later this afternoon. So we could be seeing some effects of that later this afternoon. Let's see if I can take a look at the 5-day forecast right now. We are, we're just taking a look at a closer picture of where that thunderstorm activity as it heads further east towards Toronto and the area. Now, 5-day forecast there showing us what we can expect for the rest of the weekend as well as into our work week. Well, Sunday there, as I mentioned, possibility of thunderstorm activity. There was talk about this on the Environment Canada website yesterday, and now, of course, well, it seems like the possibility is getting stronger. Monday, though, as we head into the work week, it looks like there is going to be rain in our forecast. Isolated, though, 26 will be the high. By the time we get to Tuesday and the latter half of the work week, well, lots of sun in our forecast, but a mix of clouds poking in there as well. Temperature-wise, we do dip down slightly Tuesday, Wednesday, 21, slightly higher by the time we make it to Thursday. Of course, big day for all Canadians, I'm sure, and you are probably planning your own celebrations for Canada Day. I know for myself, I want to just spend it with family and friends, but you, what do you have planned?
Same thing with my family, and we break out the barbecue big time on a day like today, or like that day, of course. And there'll be fireworks, but not that kind. It's usually when we start discussing politics and whatnot. That's in our family. That's the fireworks. It'll be fun, though. Thanks for that.
Oh, no problem.
And remember, you can find weather and traffic all the time on our screen, and you can access it anytime by going to our website, CP24.com.
CP24 traffic.
Traffic, and it's a challenge this afternoon. Let's go live to Jamie Goodford in the CP24 Traffic Center. Hi, Jamie.
Hey, Ann. Yeah, definitely want to avoid the downtown core if you're driving in and around the city, but we do have some closures to let you know about. Let's get right into it. As you make your way southbound along the Don Valley Parkway, no major delays until you hit the bottom end of the parkway. This is the on-ramp to the westbound Gardiner Expressway, completely shut down. Westbound Gardiner from the Don Valley Parkway all the way west out towards the 427. And we can't show you traffic cameras along the westbound Gardiner, the 427, or on the lakeshore, and that's because of safety precautions for the motorcade sessions that are heading out towards the airport, as a lot of the G8 and G20 leaders evacuate our city. And basically right now we do no major delays on the northbound Don Valley Parkway, but as you head on towards the northbound 427, the collectors, the transfer from the express to the collectors at Dundas, that is shut down, and northbound 427 collectors, that's completely shut down from the Gardiner all the way up towards the 401. Also hearing reports that the westbound Lakeshore, very busy right now as you get forced off the Don Valley Parkway to the westbound Lakeshore, so you can imagine there's some congestion there. But right across the top of the city, not too bad. Here's a live look at the 401 across from Yorkdale. Traffic is moving at the limit, a little bit further west out towards Mississauga. No major problems as you're heading out towards the airport. We do have a couple MTO crews on scene that are blocking the exit to the southbound 427. But for the most part, traffic right across the top of the city is in great shape. And if you're heading northbound on the 400, no major issues all the way north of Major Mac. And just an update on the cycle rally right now, just hearing the latest report from our producer out in the field that the cycle rally is actually heading south on Pape, and they actually just arrived at the detention center. Just hearing this report right now on my email, and we're getting lots of reports in, so we appreciate all the reports from everyone on Twitter and our producers and reporters out in the field. Keep them coming. Back
All
to
right,
you.
Jamie, thank you. And that, as you mentioned, that bicycle rally has ended up at the detention center, a real flashpoint this morning. So we're going to keep a very close eye on that. The bike rally has been peaceful so far, but we're on the ground throughout the city, keeping an eye on everything for you as the G20 summit begins to wrap up. All those details coming up, and some new numbers when it comes to arrests. That's coming up next on Toronto's Breaking News, CP24. Right now, let's go live to our George Lagajanis in Parkdale after a press conference was held by a group that really is an umbrella group and not happy with what they've seen, at least today, the treatment by police.
No, they weren't, and we're at the Parkdale Library. Right now, the press conference is thinned out. It was the Movement Defense Committee and the Toronto Community Mobilization Network sharing their feelings on what they say was really unjust arrests and really poor treatment and poor facilities inside the detention center. Also, now we're hearing some more news that has been floating through the crowd. This is Chelsea Fluck, who's a member of the TCMN. Chelsea, what's been floating around here? What's the new news?
We just caught word that there are police at our convergence space.
What is that and where is that?
A convergence space is a place where we can all get together. That's the media covered it a little while ago. It's our kitchen, and it's places that we make our banners and come together. And so there are police currently outside harassing and intimidating activists trying to get in, is what we just caught word of. So we were going to go down there after this and go support them.
Now today was all about discussing what happened, not really yesterday in the details of the protests themselves, but the treatment of some people that were detained and arrested. What did you hear from friends inside?
I've heard that it's crowded. I've heard that just look at the examples. The first arrest I know of, there was a guy who was arrested under the new secret law, and he got out many hours later. And we went down to greet him after and bring him food, and then 2 people were arbitrarily detained under a thing that they said was investigative detention, and then they were searched. So what we also wanted to come together here to talk about is that there are people, our rights are being eroded. What people fought for, pardon me, but what people went overseas and thought that they were dying face down in the trenches for is being eroded here. That gift to our generation, well, is slowly being eroded under new secret laws, under things like that. There was a deaf gentleman also in the detention center. He didn't have access to ASL interpretation. Then the police came out as we were doing jail support and lied to us and said there was a court date at 9 a.m. We went there. There was no court date. So we're seeing this kind of lack of ability for the community to trust the police on things that they tell us about how we should organize what's safe and what isn't when they're just randomly searching people, randomly detaining people, randomly arresting people.
Chelsea, the G20 leaders will be leaving town. What, in your opinion, the residual impact is going to be in terms of relationship between the authorities and groups like yourself?
I went down to the Security Prosperity Partnership People's Summit counter meeting down in New Orleans, and they were very clear as well about trying to illuminate the fact that when it's your city and you live here, and people come here and there's protests like these, that the fear is that the police are just going to be more repressive. So the people want to know, what I would like to know is what's going to happen to those cameras. Are they going to come down after? The cameras that have the footage about the cars that burned. Show us, do we have a right to that footage? I would like to see, were those cars abandoned there? Who gets to control our city? And that's a long-term question that their long-term community organizers organized years and years on issues of migrant rights, poverty, working class issues, women's issues, everybody's issues, queer issues. Has this made it out into the media? Has this made it out into mainstream media? No, the media focuses on violence. And it's kind of one of those things where when you focus on the violence and you don't report it properly, because the only violence I know has been perpetrated by police against people. I've had 3 people last night in the hospital, and everyone else was in the jail. And what I'm wondering is, when you're focusing on so much violence by protesters towards property and not by police towards people, how are you complicit in perpetrating that violence and allowing it to continue when there's a smokescreen of what's happening?
Well, Stephen Harper's theme for this G20 was recovery and new beginnings, talking about fiscal matters. You sort of have an idea of what your ideas are on your arm. Tell me about that quickly, very quickly.
Well, just quickly, you noticed I have this tattoo, And this is about love is the movement, that if you're not in it for love, I don't know why you're in it at all. But there's a raid going on. We were just notified at the Convergence Center, so I'm going to go down there right now. If you'd like to come with us.
How far down the street is it?
It's just at the light and down.
What street?
What is it? What is it?
It's a corner of Noble. It's
Noble? Noble and Queen? There's a raid happening?
A raid happening of our contingent.
Breaking news, we'll try and break down here and go to Queen and Noble where their Convergence Center for the Toronto Community Mobilization Network is, and we'll send it back to you.
Very good. Thanks for following this story very closely for us, George. We go live now to Austin Delaney at King and Bay. Austin, what's going on right now?
Oh, there's quite a bit going on down here. A lot of different things. We had a Christian group come in a little while ago and sit down at Bay Street and King, sit down and start singing some hymns. Now, this group here has just come in, the Animal Liberation, Human Liberation Group. And then if you just pan over on the other side here, this is quite interesting. Here you have one man in that group. I'm going to see if I can get a better shot for you. But there's one man in the middle of that group, and he's pro-police, and he's saying they did a great job and that the protesters should go home. There's nothing to protest about. You live in a democracy. You voted for these people to make decisions and go home. And then all the other people around him are yelling at him. It's peaceful, though, but that's what's happening here. Also, police are taking no chances. They're pulling people out of the crowd who are in black. One girl was pulled out wearing a black dress. They questioned her for a little while. They took away a bandana, and then she's just taken out. She wasn't charged, wasn't arrested, so she's been let go. I talked to her. She said she's okay with that. All along King and Bay today, the difference, game changer today. The police were pulling people over who had knapsacks. If you're on a bicycle, if you're walking, if you were young, useful people, if you were wearing black, they stopped you, they talked to you, and they wanted ID. And in one case, they took away some packages from one guy, some chlorine. So if you look over now, we can see the police line here. This is the difference at King and Bay today. How many police officers, those buses full of police officers in riot gear, they're just sitting behind there because the fence is just a block away. This is King and Bay, of course. Yesterday, 2 burning police cars here, but now there is a line of police and backup there. But right now, it's a very peaceful protest. So King and Bay right now.
Austin Delaney on the ground for us. Thank you very much for describing. It's as if we are right there. And yeah, what a difference, as we've been saying, what a difference even a half a day makes. It's a more peaceful, but the numbers are beginning to swell in the downtown core and in other parts of the city of Toronto. It is 3:52. We have breaking news.
CP24 breaking news.
Let's go live right now to producer Stephanie Smythe at our breaking news desk. What you got, Steph?
We have numbers and new numbers from the Integrated Security Unit on the arrests made. Here's the latest from Tony Vella at the ISU. 560 people have been arrested in total over the past couple of days in relation to G20 protests, either lawful or unlawful. Of those, 244 arrested today, Anne. So a very aggressive push by the Integrated Security Unit, the G20 police force, to detain, to get hold of and capture and take to that G20 jail on Eastern the people they believe responsible for some of the violence that we saw during the protests yesterday afternoon, last night, and thankfully not as much today. And so again, recent new numbers from the ISU, 560 people arrested in total, protesters in connection with the G20. We should call many of those arrested alleged vandals, and then 244 of them arrested today. And back to you.
CP24 producer Stephanie Smythe live at our breaking news desk with numbers of people arrested and taken to the detention center. Some have been released. We understand that the bike rally has moved in that direction, might even be there. Let's go live to Naomi Parnas on scene. Looks like you are surrounded by cyclists. What's going on?
Well, I am, and actually they just showed up a few minutes ago, so this story is developing as you see it. The bikers showed up. They basically took over the street in front of the detention center. As you can see, many of them are now sitting on the street in front of the temporary prisoner processing center. They're chanting "Our streets," they're chanting "Wasted money," and they're chanting "Let them go." And as you can see, there's a line of police that's lined up behind the back there. Police have come in from all corners, and they're standing around these at this point, peaceful protesters who've made their way through Toronto. Let's let you just listen in here so you can see what's happening. A moment of quiet here, and as you can see, police lined up in front of these protesters. As we were here earlier, police actually blocked them from the street, but it appears at this point they're letting them sit in the middle of the street for the time being. But as you know, it's been a very chaotic day here at the detention center. When we were here earlier, it was peaceful, and then within a few seconds, everything changed, and police actually wrestled one woman to the ground, and then we heard some shots ring out, and what we learned from police is that those were muzzle blasts. They were individual tear gas applications that were shot out at someone and then arrested someone. So there have been several arrests already here today, and several moments of things changing as we're watching it, and you're watching it unfold in front of you right now.
And we're going to get a different perspective, Naomi. Thank you for that. Craig Kielberger also on location. And Craig, it's calm at this point, but people are sitting in, if you will. It is a bit of a sit-in protest. Are they protesting the treatment, the lack of access on streets, taking back their Toronto streets, or are they protesting the number of arrests and people in the detention center? We are live in front of the temporary detention center that has been set up. It's an old film studio on Eastern Avenue. We've got several of our team on the ground, and we've got Craig Kielberger, who has been in front of this location many times since all of this really began in earnest yesterday, the day of protest and that which turned from peaceful to violent. Craig, this is quite a new scene. We've got the bike rally that was peaceful all the way along, all through the streets of Toronto. Explain what message they're trying to get across right now.
Well, everyone, ourselves included, were quite surprised by the turn of events because the police have been directing, as I've shared with you and shared with viewers the past 3 hours, the movement of the bicycles. We've started on the east side, probably the west side of the city, we moved to the heart of the city, and we were quite surprised when they took a turn onto Pape, and the police closed any other avenues and led the group, and to my knowledge, and I was watching the entire time, the police were always leading, led them directly in front of the detention center, which, we in the media truck looked at each other and in quite a concerned manner, because obviously earlier today we were at this very site of a sit-in which turned confrontational between the police and protesters. Of course, when the protesters reached this point, there's now a juncture at Eastern and Pape. The police have closed off the exit on Pape. You cannot go north on Pape. They cannot double back from where they were, although some individual bikers have walked up to the police and explained that they don't feel comfortable and they like to leave, and based on that, they have allowed individuals to depart. But instead of continuing, when they biked past this very contentious point, the detention center, we heard a shout cry out saying, "Sit in, sit in, sit in." And, this was certainly a surprising turn of events that the bike rally would be led to this point. It has been peaceful. They still remain peaceful, but they have blocked Eastern Avenue. It is not physically possible for the detention center to bring any more buses in or out at this moment. And of course, there's a line of police officers watching everything that's transpiring. So the question is on everyone's mind, and there are some very nervous people here, is will the protesters concede the ground to allow the movement of items in and out, of people and buses in and out, or will they keep their bicycles on the ground and continue this sit-in? And who will concede the ground first?
Yeah, it's always who's going to blink first. Now, Craig, does that mean then those who've been arrested, who would normally be transported here in swift to time, are not being transported into the detention center, and also those who've been released are not getting out?
Well, indeed, it is not physically possible to move a large vehicle, or any vehicle for that matter, even for me to step in between. And you can hear them, by the way, chanting behind me. It's very difficult even for feet to step between the 100-plus bicycles that are now lining the road. And there are an additional perhaps 100 people who have chosen not to sit in but are watching, in addition to a lot of neighbors who have walked out on the side of the street. I do see children. I do see families. This is a point of potential confrontation, and they're just chanting over and over again. You can hear peaceful protest, peaceful protest.
Craig Kielberger, thank you. Stand by. We'll be back to you very shortly. It is 3:59. We have breaking news.
CP24 breaking news.
Throw it back over to Steph Smythe at our breaking news desk. What's going on now, Steph?
And we've been telling you about the tornado warning in Windsor and a watch in London, and now the province of Ontario has issued a red alert for that area. We're going to go now to our weather specialist Kumita Ramanathan, with the latest on what this red alert means. Over to you, Kumita.
Hi there. Thanks so much, Steph. That's right. The red alert has been issued for Leamington as well as the Essex County area. Now, what does this all mean? According to Environment Canada, their weather radar is indicating that a line of severe thunderstorms are capable of producing tornadoes southwest of Detroit and moving northeast at 60 kilometers per hour. They're also expected to reach the Windsor area later this afternoon. Now, these storms are very strong, expected to be able to produce wind gusts of all the way up to 100 kilometers per hour. Also, torrential downpours and large hail. Now, something that everyone should be aware of if you're in the area or in neighboring areas is that you should take immediate shelter as soon as you can. Close all your doors and your windows. Do not enter into this area if you are in outlying regions. Anyone with pets and perhaps some livestock as well, try to keep them indoors as much as possible. Give them stored feed and protected from water that is clean and indoors as well. If you have any more information and want the most updated information about this upcoming tornado watch, well, you should be tuning in to CP24, of course, and we'll bring you the most up-to-date information as it becomes available. Now back to you.
Okay, Kumita, so that's a tornado warning in effect for Windsor, a tornado watch in effect for London, Ontario, and a red alert in effect for that area of the province that just issued by the province of Ontario. Now, and we have some other breaking news that is developing down at King and Bay. We're going to go live on the phone now to CTV's Lisa Laflamme. Lisa, we have live pictures from that scene. What's going on? What can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you that this started out as a very peaceful protest. In fact, at this moment, it still appears to be a peaceful protest. We're at the very symbolic location, though, that yesterday, the first location that the two police cruisers were set on fire. I can tell you that in the last half an hour, we've watched the police here quietly pick out of the crowd 4 people that I have seen, all of them young, dressed in black. They've been questioned, searched. Some have been let go. One has now been handcuffed and taken away. There was some intelligence that members of the Black Bloc were going to try to infiltrate this peaceful protest. For some reason, in the last few minutes, now the entire riot squad has come out here, and they are now making a secondary security line behind. It's OPP and Peel Regional Police that are actually fronting the first line of security here, trying to keep these protesters where they are. But like I said, it's been very peaceful. The crowd has swelled, though. I think we're around about 500 now at this corner of King and Bay Street.
And I think, Lisa, what we've seen with the riot police is that as these crowds get larger and larger, that's when they move in their reinforcements. Should anything like this, like you're saying, a peaceful protest, suddenly have a few bad apples that might want to turn it. We know that the goal is to get to that fence. We haven't yet seen that happen. Police are still on alert for that, no doubt.
It's been a really interesting day, Anne, because we've been monitoring exactly these small pockets of movement, if you will. They've all started out very peacefully, and at 3 different mini protests today, or mini demonstrations, shall we say, we have watched police strategically move in and literally pick out of the crowd the targeted arrests. They know exactly who they're looking for. This started this morning with the 70 arrests at the University of Toronto, where they found, as you know, the bricks and bottles filled with some unknown substance. They have made strategic efforts all day long to try to minimize the chaos and violence that unfolded yesterday by being one step ahead of the hardcore self-proclaimed anarchists, if you will.
That's exactly it. And you know what, Anne, Lisa, Ann and I were noticing yesterday in our coverage that amongst the very obvious police force, like the police officers with their bulletproof vests and behind them the riot squad, there are many plainclothes officers. What's going on now?
Well, the crowd every now and again just sort of erupts to applause because there's someone on a bullhorn who is, of course, making public statements about capitalism, about crime, about greed, about poverty, and every time they hit a chord, the crowd obviously is in support. The police, though, are literally not moving right now. They are just standing in position. The riot police are also in position. They do have their tear gas guns out. They don't have masks on or anything. Shields are not down, and their stance certainly is one of no trouble at the moment. But we saw it this morning. They were singing Kumbaya 1 minute, and 15 minutes later, they were being fired at with these muzzle blasts, the police call them, at close range. So things turn very quickly in these groups. This is the largest going on right now in Toronto, here at the corner of Bay and King, and they just have, you have no idea how it can change and what prompts that change.
And Lisa, we were talking to Mike McCormick just after that incident at the detention center on Eastern Avenue, the G20 Center, and he was saying, you got to be kidding. These people look like they're peaceful, but they know, this is what the police allege, they know in the crowd there are those troublemakers they want to pluck out of there, and that's why they had that muzzle blast of smoke into the crowd, he says, down on Eastern Avenue.
We were right in the crowd, and I can say that police did this morning go into that crowd, and they pulled three well-known, anarchists, if you will, from the crowd who had been sitting quietly there. They were not part of they were not singing, they were not clapping, they were just sitting quietly on the road watching. Police were watching them too. They moved in and pulled them out of that crowd. That act alone, though, incited some anxiety within the crowd, and that is why police then were a lot more aggressive today than we saw at all day long yesterday. So they, right from the get-go today, they have taken a different approach, a more aggressive approach to shut this down before anything like what unfolded yesterday should reoccur.
Is there any sign of the mounted unit yet, Lisa?
No, not at all today. In fact, it's a very different tone today. As I said, we were speaking to one of the riot police, questioning them on how they approach something like this. I mean, the most unusual thing about this particular summit protest compared to a lot of other ones that have unfolded over the last decade is the vast playground they have to work with, the entire downtown core of the city of Toronto. So that is why we are seeing police who are trying to sort of anticipate, choke off little protests is what they're paying attention to. You watch, mini groups of police quickly mobilize to one area, and then it's quieted down, and then they move somewhere else. That also is the strategy of the hardcore protesters, is to keep them on edge and uncertain of what the next move's going to be.
Okay, CTV's Lisa LaFlamme at King and Bay, where hundreds of protesters have gathered, and the police bringing in their reinforcements. Thanks for that, Lisa. We'll check back with you shortly. And Anne, that's the situation at King and Bay right now, and not unlike what we've seen at other areas around the city. And there's something else developing in a little bit. I'm going to come back to you, Anne, with that.
All right, and as we keep a very close eye on the situation here at King and Bay, as Lisa LaFlamme and Stephanie Smythe describing, about 500 people at this point, and a line of police have formed all around trying to keep the peace, if you will, and they're at the ready. Lisa, looking at their body language, they are in a ready but to stand down mode at this point. When you get a group of people together, though, just about anything can happen, as we have seen in the past 36 hours. We are keeping a very close eye on this situation, and Stephanie Smythe is working on something else. There's palpable tension increasing just as we come into the final hours of the G20 summit and the leaders are about to leave. One wonders what happens in situations like this and in the days ahead as this massive police force coming together, all from right across the nation, forces. They leave. Do the protesters leave, disperse? Is that the end of it? And as Lisa so astutely mentioned, the protesters, for the most part, some of them have considered this a very vast playground. The streets of downtown Toronto, which is quite large, and a huge police force has rallied to try to cover everything from every street and every angle, just as we've been doing here on CP24. Craig Kielberger, all around our city as well, our special correspondent for the G20. And Craig, where are you right now?
Detention center at Eastern and Pace, and 5 TTC buses full of officers have now arrived. They're in full riot gear. The officers who were initially here have taken a defensive position in front of the entrance to the detention center. They are lined arm by arm, shield to shield. The 50-plus officers have formed a line moving towards the protesters, shield to shield, batons out. All these protesters do have bicycles.
And are they still seated?
Confusion right now, because there appears to be a very limited window of space for them to exit between a column of police officers. And so many people are asking, how do we leave? Where do we leave if we don't want to be here?
Craig, we saw a similar situation where what appeared to be a rather peaceful demonstration was quickly broken up by police in a very dramatic way this morning. Might that be the case this afternoon? Let's go to Naomi Parnas, who's also on scene. What can you tell us about the feeling between police and those who are sitting in front of the detention center?
Well, and as you can see, the mood here is changing very quickly. We can now show you the pictures of the riot police who are now walking up Eastern Avenue. They're walking towards the prisoner processing center. So the mood here, once again, and this is how it's been all day, has been changing very, very quickly. We are seeing more riot police arriving behind this line of riot police. There are now riot police with their shields out and their helmets down in front of the prisoner processing center. The crowd, we can actually turn around and we can show you the crowd behind us here. The crowd has started to move back. Before they were filling the street, they saw the riot police, and now they've moved back. They're going behind this white line here, so we'll pan off and we'll show you what's happening over here. The protesters, as you can see, have moved their bikes. As I said, they were sitting on the road before the riot police started to come in, and they've now moved their bikes when they saw the riot police arrive. So here are the fresh pictures of the riot police starting to line up here on Eastern Avenue in front of the prisoner processing center. And this was very peaceful. I mean, the protesters were here on their bikes asking for people to be released. We overheard one woman asking police, you know, very nicely if more people could be released, because we've seen a steady stream of people be released all day from this temporary prisoner processing center, many of them who were released without charges. And these protesters feel that they've been arrested illegally, that they weren't doing anything wrong, that they're all innocent people, and that's why they've come here to protest. So as you can see, very dramatic pictures and another dramatic situation playing out here.
So give us a little bit more information. The protesters, the bike rallyists, if you will, have gotten up from their sit-in, and have they moved away from the entrance to the temporary detention center?
Well, we can we'll turn our camera around. We can show you where they are right now. So just in relation to where this is, the entrance is just a few feet away from them, and they are now where the protesters were this morning when we had that other chaotic situation where the muzzle blasts were released into the crowd.
And you can see there are 2 lines of police, as you can see, on the west side and on the east side. Is that correct?
That's correct, and also on the south side of the street as well. So they're now cornered. They've cornered the protesters at all ends. The protesters are on the north side of the street, and the riot police are now on the east, west, and the south. So they've basically cornered them in.
And the attempt is to disperse the crowd?
I'm assuming that's what the attempt is. I mean, sometimes police receive intelligence that obviously we're not aware of, and that's what happened this morning. And they went into the crowd because they believed they found a member of the Black Bloc. So it could be that they received information that there are some people in the crowd here that they're interested in possibly detaining, and that's possibly why they've come out. Maybe they've discovered some information that there might be some sort of violence that may erupt in the next few minutes. We're never really sure why they come out, but obviously they receive information that we're not privy to.
And we can hear chanting. Naomi, what are they chanting at this point?
A lot of the time they've been chanting, let them go, you know, these are our streets, wasted money. A lot of chants about the innocent people inside. We saw signs for peace. We saw signs for the difference between the rich and the poor. So they're here for a variety of causes, but obviously the reason that they're here right now is to protest what they say are innocent people who were arrested last night and this morning.
Do you feel that there is agitation now increasing in the bike rally crowd?
Yeah, these moods change very quickly, and we get a sense right when the riot police come out, the mood just changes right away. You know, it went from being very peaceful, they were singing, they were clapping, and right away we knew that something was happening, because you can just sense that the street totally changes, the mood on the street, the feeling on the street, and you know that something's about to happen.
Their shields are up, their visors, if I can't quite see, but it looks as if in many cases their visors are down. I guess it's a question of who moves first.
That's right. This has been that cat and mouse game that we've been watching over the last 2 days, and this is exactly what happened yesterday. It happened this morning. This is just one of those situations where you never really know what's going to happen next. You just watch and wait and see.
And I want to, if we can, through the eyes of our camera, swing around again so that we can see the full magnitude of the sheer number of police. They have encircled almost fully. It seems to be around three corners, three lines, almost completely encircling the group of bike rally protesters. They had a peaceful rally throughout the city. Can you give us a number, just a guesstimate, as we look into the sea of people with their bicycles?
Well, I'm standing here behind them now. I'd have to step in and see how many are actually backed up onto the street, but I'd probably say about 75 were here when they were sitting on the street. 75 to 100 people were sitting on the street. They did fill the street, so there were definitely dozens of them. I would say probably about 100. And like I said, they were just sitting on the street. They sat down, they put their bikes down, and they sat down very peacefully on the street. One of the women walked up to police and said, is it possible to release some of the people who are inside? And police told her, you know, we'll see what we can do. And then riot police showed up.
And police have cleared the area near the entrance to the detention center, but obviously no vehicles coming or going, no people going in to be processed after being arrested, and no one able to leave if they are released. It's still a peaceful situation, but the presence of police with their shields, their big shields up, and a lot of them with their visors down, it certainly sends ripples through a crowd like this. And all of us watching here at CP24 and everyone who is joining us live right now, a bit of a standoff, if you will. What began as a peaceful bicycle rally through various streets of Toronto, with police encouraging the rally, escorting them, but staying along an area away from the security fence. The rally ended up right here in front of the temporary detention center that has been a very busy detention center since a lot of arrests have taken place since this 2 days of G20 summit. The protests along with the meetings have been taking place. Right now, the protesters, bike rally protesters, after they did a sit-in in front of the detention center, police moved them out of at least the entrance of the detention center, entrance to the detention center. And it's now, Naomi, a wait and see at this point.
That's exactly what it is, Anne. And you talk about those people who were released. We spoke to many of them, and they talked to us about the conditions inside that jail, and that's what has many people here upset, because they're telling us the conditions are cold, they're getting very little food and water, there's very few washrooms, they're in very, very tiny prison cells, and the people here are upset about that because they don't think many of these people should be arrested. They saw the violence that was happening in downtown Toronto yesterday, and they're upset the police didn't arrest the people who were smashing the windows and who were looting the businesses. They are telling us that they arrested all these people who were very peaceful, who weren't doing anything wrong. And obviously that's their own opinion, but police will say differently. We did speak earlier with the head of the police association, and he says he thinks all of the arrests last night were valid. He says obviously police had reason to arrest the people who were arrested, and that was their view on that. Our cameras are actually pointed in a direction. I don't know if you can see here now that they're now moving into a line together, the riot police, so they're dispersing themselves. We're not sure what they're doing. It looks like they're having some sort of conference here. And actually, at this point, we see a lot of them walking away.
Naomi, thank you for that. We're going to keep a very close eye on this situation as, yes, we see the strategy changing, police lining up in a longer line, but still a length that is considered a bit of a perimeter. They have enclosed the protesters on three sides. We're going to put this scene in our smaller box on the right side because we're going to go live right now to our Melissa Grello here at 299 Queen Street West. And, you know, we've been watching all of this because local TV matters, but the eyes of the world have been watching this situation and what's going on in Toronto. You're going to get a very interesting perspective right now, Melissa, from someone who actually used to work here at CP24.
Absolutely, indeed, and thank you very, very much. We are going to continue to watch this situation as we welcome to CP24 this afternoon none other than CNN's chief business correspondent and CP24's alma mater as well. We welcome Ali Velci to our broadcast this afternoon, and he is live here in Toronto. Good afternoon, Ali. All right, we'll see if we can get Ali on the line. Now, Ali, of course, covering the G20 for CNN. He is located just in the Yorkville area, monitoring, of course, all of the goings-on when it comes to the actual G20. Not only the business side of it, but he is, in fact, a native Torontonian, and so definitely has a very, very unique understanding and deep, in fact, understanding of this situation. Ali, are you with us on the line? Are you live with us, Ali?
I am here, Melissa.
Oh,
I am. Can you hear me?
We've got a fair bit of a delay between the two of us, so we'll try to make this through together. First of all, I want to welcome you to CP24. I know that you've been watching what has been happening here in Toronto. Can I first get your comment on what is happening right now at the detention center? We've got the seemingly peaceful sit-in. Is any of this a surprise to you? Have you seen anything like this before in Toronto, Ali?
No, Melissa, and we'll make that delay work. But I'll tell you, it's a big surprise to me, actually. It's a big surprise to the people I know, my family and friends here in Toronto. Look, we can expect the fact that since I worked here in that building that you were in, this city has grown. It's become more cosmopolitan. It's become bigger. And as such, it takes its turn as host of these major events. And we have seen these types of things in other cities where we've had these major events, sometimes influenced by people outside the city who are almost professionals at this sort of thing. So I think there's a bit of a surprise that it's taken these turns, that these legitimate protests, which are part of Toronto's fabric and part of Canada's fabric, have taken on these slightly nastier turns. And I think everybody's watching very carefully, but I also think there have been lessons learned by law enforcement as to how to try and keep this situation under control without provoking anything more than necessary. And it's, I think you've described it very well. I've been watching your coverage at CP24 on this, and these are a series of tense standoffs that sometimes end up with things that look very inflammatory, including burning police cars like there was outside of your place yesterday. But the reality is it does tend to diffuse itself, and I think so far Toronto still comes out looking good. But you are right. The eyes of the world, if you didn't know much about Toronto and you didn't know what else was going on in this meeting, you might think the city's burning, and that's definitely not the case.
And let's talk about that. We know that CNN, you've had extensive coverage here throughout the G20 summit. Do these demonstrations and these protests eclipse the business that is being done at the G20?
No, probably not. They certainly, you know as well as I do, as our viewers do, that the pictures of burning cars and protests and police and riot gear are generally more compelling than a bunch of state leaders stodgily walking around and shaking hands. But the reality is the world knows these meetings do have to happen. If anything, the last 3 years has taught us how intertwined we all are around the world, and our concerns as regular people are shared. So I think there's interest in the outcome, but there's nothing I can tell you about the G8 meeting or the G20 meeting and what's going on right now that is going to be nearly as compelling as sit-ins, as police with riot gear, as fires. So the reality is, in the long term, the G8 and the G20 are going to be more important. In the short term, sure, it's attracting the world's attention, but that's going to happen every G8 and every G20 summit that there is.
Absolutely, and we've seen things that have happened in Pittsburgh as an example. What are we to learn from all of this in terms of, you know, the city? And you know the city very well, very, very well indeed. A lot of people in shock over all of this. They say, this is Toronto the good. This is not Toronto. We've turned into a police state. I mean, we've been hearing comments from all sides. You know, in the end, what are the lessons to be learned here? You've seen this stuff in many cities internationally.
Well, yeah. I have, and I've also spent a lot of time in Toronto, and I know there was a time when our police forces were less sophisticated at dealing with crowds. I think they have actually become more sophisticated about this. A show of force without full engagement is actually the best way to handle these things. One thing I will tell you, though, is that as much as some people say this isn't the Toronto they knew, it's not the Toronto they knew, and this is a city that's grown. And the one thing, again, if we've learned through the financial crisis over the last few years, through SARS, through H1N1. We're all the same. We all have the same problems. And when you have these kinds of summits and meetings, you're going to get this no matter where you are, no matter what city you're in. I think there might be some reality in discussing whether in 2010 and forward there are more sophisticated ways to have these meetings than everybody having to get together and pressing the flesh. But there are a lot of people who tell you, whether it's business or politics, some things don't actually get away from the fact that you've got to have people in the same room sharing a joke, sharing a drink, slapping each other on the back. It sounds a little old school and boys club, but the reality is that sometimes it gets things done. Is it worth $1 billion? Is it worth fires? Is it worth sit-ins? Is it worth arrests? I don't know about that. It's worth a discussion to know that it is, but for the moment, this is still the way we do it.
Ali Velshi, before we let you go, we're going to talk just very, very briefly about President Barack Obama being here. I know that you are with the White House press corps. In the end of all of this, the optics of all of this, with regards to the business that has to get done in the end of it all, is your impression so far as we start to close out this G20 that this has been a successful meeting of the world's leaders?
Absolutely it has, Melissa. It's successful on a number of fronts. The U.S. came in saying it's too early for the governments to pull back all their spending because consumers haven't been able to step up to the plate yet. Europeans were a little wary of that. Canada comes in the middle with a proposal that says, let's cut our deficits in half by 2013. Everybody kind of signs off on that. There's nothing mandatory about what gets decided this week, but everybody has decided we're going to move forward and we're going to still be on the same page. Generally speaking, I would say that is a success. It's a success for Canada, a success for the United States, and probably a success for global economies. So yeah, I would say they leave this thing checking off the job well done box.
Ali Velshi, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. We know you as CNN's chief business correspondent, but here we also know you as one of our own. It was a pleasure to talk to you, and thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. All right, and let's head now back to Ann Romer at the anchor desk.
I think I was seeing double of you, Melissa. Oh, I was. Oh, you're terrific. Wasn't that great to hear from Ali Velshi with really an international perspective, but his heart is right here at home and used to be with CP24. Thanks, Mel. It is 4:25. We're continuing to watch a couple of very serious situations that are beginning to emerge. What began as a peaceful bicycle rally around the city of Toronto, escorted by police, fronted and back-ended by police, ended up in a sit-in at the detention center that has been put up on Eastern Avenue. Now, police were not happy with the sit-in. They managed to, at this stage, move the protesters into an upright position, holding onto their bikes, backed away from the entrance to the detention center. Police have surrounded the area in 3 lines, and they are just at the ready at this point. They are in riot gear. The shields are up. Let's go live to Stephanie Smythe as we watch deja vu all over again, as we've been watching for the past 36 hours. What begins as something peaceful has the potential to turn ugly, Steph.
Well, yeah, and they can just be effective in what their tactic is, the riot police, to squeeze people out of the area eventually. That's the goal, to just squeeze them out peacefully, have everybody move on.
And see who has longer staying power. I mean, we're all human beings, so some of us have to be home for dinner and, nature calls and that sort of thing. And I guess protesters, as they stand together, and in this case they've been cycling together, they have messages that they want to get across. Police are getting across their message that they would like them to move along.
And I think that everybody is getting a little weary, Ann. It's been a long time. We were talking to Mike McCormick, the Police Association president, earlier today. He was saying how some of the officers have been on the job for 24 hours. It is hot out there. It's muggy. They've got a lot of equipment on. So everybody's working really hard, and these are long hours. It's late into the day now.
And the G20 summit, the leaders are on their way home.
That's right, Ann. And by the way, just on that note, I want to just bring in the leaders when it comes to the weather. We've been talking about the weather warnings. There's a tornado warning in Windsor. I think it's been canceled now, Ann, so that's some good news. And a watch for London, Ontario.
But still turbulent weather. And, know, my favorite expression, fasten your seatbelts, but I would imagine that that the aircraft carrying the various leaders, they're certainly going to have to be rerouted with air traffic control to try to avoid that weather.
But so far, we're hearing no problems out of Pearson Airport, so that should be okay, Anne. And so that's a little bit of good news. We're watching all the situations unfolding in Toronto right now, Anne, so give it back to you.
All right, Stephanie Smythe, thank you. Let's go live to our George Logojanis in Parkdale. A very fluid situation there. The Toronto Community Mobilization Network, they're at the center of attention right now. What's going on, George?
Hi, Ann. Well, our camera and our production vehicle, our breaking news vehicle, are both now trapped behind police lines. Very fluid scene. This was a scene that was quite cool about half an hour ago when we arrived on scene after we were at the press conference that the Toronto Community Mobilization Network had at a Parkdale library. Then they said, as we were live on TV, that there was some sort of police activity at their headquarters, or what they call their convergence center, at the corner of Queen and Noble. So we came down, we saw a line of police officers that had put themselves across and blocked their entrance. They were searching some people in a bus that was headed back to Quebec. Apparently, they had found some, not incendiary devices, but some things that could be combustibles and some gas masks and such. And then, within moments after that, so that would be about 15 minutes ago now, at least 150, maybe 200 officers on bike and on foot and in vehicles came down here, completely surrounded this building, and took two young people into custody. And as I speak to you, currently have them pinned up against our breaking news vehicle and surrounded. A young woman, I'd say in her early 20s, and a young man in his 20s. Both of them are dressed in dark clothing, and they were dragged from the building. I didn't see exactly where they were brought from, but they were pushed down hard onto the ground, cuffed and arrested, and both are screaming vehemently against the police. But again, they are pinned up against our breaking news vehicle, which is currently surrounded by Toronto police on bicycle. They will not let us near the vehicle to get a live signal so we can show you what's happening. And our camera, again, is also behind police lines. Hundreds and hundreds of police officers here in Parkdale blocking off the headquarters of the Toronto Community Mobilization Network, what the members here call a raid, what the police are calling a mobilization effort. And I can tell you right now, as I speak, ETF has arrived on scene, and another 50 or 60 police officers walking towards us. Streetcars getting through, no traffic getting through. It's quite a scene, Ann. We'll try to get pictures for you as soon as we can.
What are we talking about, number of crowds? You have told us a great police presence and more on the way. What are we talking about as far as crowds gathering?
As far as crowd gathering, about the same number of people that I can see that are being held within the police line, and a lot of spectators on the south side of Queen Street now, looking over, taking pictures, trying to find out a little bit more. But there's two police lines, one on either side of Queen Street, that are only allowing police vehicles or streetcars or buses through. No other pedestrians or vehicles being allowed here right now. But again, the scene is quieted down. These two young people have been, I would assume, arrested, and they're waiting to take them in.
Now, you described it as them being pinned against our breaking news vehicle. Are they still in that position? And what's been the response from people on the street watching this?
Well, as soon as it happened, and it happened feet from us as well, there was a real backlash. People were screaming, pushing against the police line, let them go, let them go. They didn't do anything. And as I speak to you now, the young woman, probably in her early 20s, has been taken off of, she was pinned up against the back of our truck. She's been sat down on the curb. She's got handcuffs on, those plastic handcuffs, and police are trying to calm her down and talk to her. She's crying. She's upset. She doesn't really seem to know what's going on.
And the second suspect?
Pardon me?
The second suspect, the young man?
The second suspect, the young man, is currently pinned up against, sorry, I'm just being pushed back off the street by police as we speak. The young man is pinned up right against the side of our vehicle. He's quiet. He has his face pressed to the side of the vehicle. Two police officers are holding his arms. Those arms are handcuffed, and he's just waiting to see what happens next, as are we.
And again, reiterate, we've got, and we see the photos, officers on bicycles and surrounding the building, but you also say there's been now the arrival of officers in riot gear.
And more, and as I speak to you, I look down the street, east along Queen, even more coming. In fact, a few officers wearing massive uniforms, those bomb protection outfits. One officer who is now walking towards the actual headquarters itself, who has a full bomb protection gear is the only way I can describe it. Well, it's riot gear, but it's the kind of uniforms that police use when they expect not just projectiles, but also explosives. So now, this is a very, very tense scene here now. Very quiet.
Any vehicles?
The only thing I can hear... Pardon me?
Any vehicles accompanying these police in what you're describing as very protected suits?
Yeah, the vehicles are being, the police vehicles are being parked at Dufferin, and they're walking up on foot. There's just one ETF vehicle here, but the rest are on bicycle or foot. And really the only sound that I can hear, except for the occasional person commenting on this on my side, not happily, is that young girl who's crying across the street who's been cuffed. She's still sobbing on the ground as police are trying to calm her down.
We have several situations going on at exactly the same time on our streets here in the city of Toronto.
The crowd is now starting to chant. The crowd's now starting to clap and chant something, some sort of rally cry for the people that are still behind the police line at the other side. People that presumably belong to the Toronto Community Mobilization Network. When I first was prepared or trying to get through to you and do a live TV report, before our camera got confiscated and put behind the line, we were going to speak with a young woman by the name of Charmaine Khan, who at that point, which was about 45 minutes ago now, told me that 3 of her people had been arrested with unjust cause, she said. She said they were people that were boarding a bus to go back to Quebec that police had raided their property and found that they had some masks, goggles, and that they were being taken in, and that's all we know at this point. So at least, she told me at that point, there's at least 3 people arrested. With the other 2 I can see now, that's 5.
So just to recap, we've got dozens and dozens of police officers on bicycle. You just mentioned that
I'd say
police...
100. I'd say 100.
You've just mentioned, you've already said it live twice, that police in riot gear have arrived, and then you described another layer of officers in extra padded outfits that you've described as seeing in other situations, emergency ETF situations that have involved that type of clothing. And how would you describe the purpose of the officers who are so heavily padded beyond the normal riot gear? What would they normally be brought in to do?
It's just that one lone officer that I saw walk past all of us, past the line and into the actual headquarters area where that bus is parked that was searched. He's the only one that was dressed in that massive suit. It's the only way I can describe it. It's nothing like I saw anyone wearing yesterday, even the frontline riot police. It's something completely different.
And
it looked like something tactical that you would wear if you were trying to defuse something very explosive. Everything but the huge bubble helmet.
Yes,
but,
that's why I asked whether there was a vehicle attached to this individual or following the individual.
There is no bomb disposal unit vehicle that I can see. He just walked up the street himself. Nothing that I can see that is.
What's the crowd doing right now, George?
Very quiet. Very quiet as a small contingency of police just left the line and are coming towards our breaking news vehicle. They're talking to the 2 young people as we speak that were, well, at least apprehended. We don't know if they were arrested. But again, those 2 are being very cooperative. I mean, the young girl's very afraid. She's just on the ground crying, and the young man hasn't said a word.
And you said these 2 were taken from the building, the Toronto Community Mobilization Network.
I don't know that. I don't know that they were actually taken from the building. When I was being pushed out of the line, that's when I heard the scream, and I looked over my shoulder, and I saw the 2 of them. They were 5 feet away from me, being thrown to the ground and wrestled hard to the ground. I didn't hear them shouting or complaining to police or giving them any real verbal reason to do this. So they presumably were brought in from outside, from inside, for a reason. The police obviously have a cause. Now, as I speak, the police are taking these 2 young people away. They have taken them off of our vehicle. They're walking them back in, escorted by police, both handcuffed. They're taking them back in towards the Toronto Community Mobilization Network's Convergence Center, which is at Noble and Queen, just a little bit west of Dufferin, along Queen. Just a little bit south on that street in Noble.
George, who makes up the crowd that's watching right now? Who makes up the crowd that has gathered right now?
Well, the majority of the people that I can see from my vantage point on the other side of the street, which is where all of this action's happening, are people that were at this press conference at the Parkdale Library, mostly members of the Toronto Community Mobilization Network, a very strong and solid network with a lot of solidarity in this town, mostly young people. I would say the median age is probably about 24, 25 years old. And a lot of the faces I recognized yesterday seen in some of the protests as well at Queen's Park. Peaceful protesters, all of them, the ones I saw, many, though, told me that they have friends that are currently in jail now at the detention center. And many of them were holding that press conference today to discuss what they say were not proper conditions back at that Eastern Avenue and Tate Detention Center, and that they feel due process wasn't dealt with. And they say that the residual impact of this, all of this, including what's happening right now on the street here on Queen West, is not going to be good. It's going to last for days. They weren't threatening any further action, but they said they couldn't make any promises if it meant that once the G20 leaders leave, they said, who knows? We could see more actions like this. They said you'll probably see more police action against us. That's their field.
CP24's George Lagajanis on scene in Parkdale, the Toronto Community Mobilization Network. Crowd has gathered. Again, a great number of police have arrived on scene. We see police on bicycles, also in riot gear, and George is going to keep an eye on that for us. We have another situation at the detention center where a sit-in has been moved to a stand-up with with bicycles, again surrounded by police. And another hotspot, a flashpoint, if you will, King and Bay. Lisa Laflamme, what's going on right now?
Right now, we've just seen another line of, I would estimate, 150 officers who have just moved in here, taking on yet another layer of security. I'm just listening. Okay, so they're shutting this corner down. I better move because we don't want to get trapped in here. But this is okay. The police are running now. I mean, it's very difficult to know exactly what has prompted this. I can tell you a bit of the lead up has been several arrests right here. We saw a lot of young people dressed in black. That is enough to have you questioned, searched, and in one case in the last half hour arrested. The police are clearly anticipating movement from some area because they're now choking off the corner of Queen and Bay. Just to give you some perspective, people are now only able to go east and north off this corner. So as I said, I don't know why, I don't know what's prompted it, except we have received a little bit of information that there were some Black Bloc who were thinking of infiltrating this corner, what has been a peaceful protest this entire last couple of hours. Something has clearly changed in the tone here now.
Lisa, has the crowd increased in number or has it begun to dissipate? What are you seeing as far as that is concerned?
Well, the core group, which was the anti-poverty organization, has actually moved up and left. In its place, a lot of people who look just like spectators, to be honest with you. The crowd has thinned slightly in one area. We saw for a large group of people just all of a sudden decide to move north on this street. Maybe that's why the police are now receiving some intelligence that they're going to try and set it up at another corner. It's exactly what we've been seeing all day, are these little pockets of protests emerging. But there's a lot of tension in the air right now, and it's brought on by the fact that there's so much police movement all of a sudden.
And police running. Lisa, can you tell us what direction they were running in?
They're running now. They've just literally shut down. You are now no longer able to travel west on King Street, and you cannot go west of Bay Street on King. That's where they were running to shut off that corridor. And even the streetcars now trying to get through. We're going to just see in a few minutes here whether they're able. I'm not sure what shot you actually have right now, but on the one side, you've got people holding small little protest rallies, getting out their message. You've got a sit-in right in front of the line of riot police. There are now riot police that are the frontline security. That just changed about 10 minutes ago. Originally, there were police with no riot gear, no helmets. That now are riot police, and we see a lot of support behind them, including certainly officers with their tear gas guns out and ready for anything. I mean, you can't have hundreds of people, given what's going on in this city. You cannot have hundreds of people anymore to congregate without this kind of police presence because it's so unpredictable.
Lisa, you mentioned there are several hot spots around the city, very fluid situations. We'll get back to you in just a moment. We're going to move to another situation, and this is at the makeshift detention center on Eastern Avenue, where a peaceful bike rally ended in front of the entrance to the detention center. A sit-in took place. Police moved the cyclist to another area, and there's a large police presence. We go live to Naomi Parnas, who's going to give us a complete overview and up close of what's going on there. Hi.
Hi, Ann. Well, as you can see, the riot police are still out. They've still cornered them. This conference that you're seeing over here is something we've seen a few times, and that's because several people have actually been released from the prisoner processing center, and one of those people is Dana. I'm joined by Dana right now. Tell me what it was like in there for you.
I mean, it was highly unpleasant, to say the least. I think what the police are doing right now is a front on our communities and the struggles that we're facing. I was arrested in Queen's Park in the designated protest zone. I was doing nothing, sitting down peacefully, trying to assert my freedom of speech. It's the same story for many of the people inside. I've heard stories of people who were simply trying to walk home last night and who were trampled by riot cops, trampled by horses even. I heard a story of a woman who had a boot on her face for half an hour for doing absolutely nothing. And I think it's interesting because corporate media generally portrays protesters as violent, and I'm sure in terms of the destruction that did happen yesterday, a lot of that was portrayed on corporate media. But the real violence that is happening in Toronto right now is happening because of these riot cops right here and the institutions they represent. It's happening because of the policies that are arising out of the G20 institutions and the neoliberal economic policies that they're trying to push time and time again.
What do you think of when you walk out of the prisoner processing center and you see these riot police here?
Well, I think in terms of the logistics of what's happening inside, they're telling prisoners that we can't go out because there are too many people out here and that they're trying to keep us in there for our own safety. But it's clear that they're trying to keep us from the communities that are supporting us. There are people here in solidarity with us that have been here all night.
We're going to walk.
The police.
We're going to try and let people see what's happening here because, as you can see, the situation continues to change. So my cameraman's going to try and walk past us, just so he can get a visual of what's happening here. And if you want to continue to tell us what you saw in there and what it was like inside there.
I mean, I wish to just reiterate that the real violence that's going on in Toronto today is happening because of police officers and happening because of the G20 institutions. These people are clearly trying to suppress freedom of speech, clearly trying to suppress communities that are fighting for, communities of color, for gender issues, trying to, reinstate abortion in terms of Harper's plan for maternal and child health.
Talk about the conditions, because you said that they weren't great.
Well, I mean, no, they're keeping people in very, very cold cells and not giving people clothes or blankets. There are porta potties in some of the cells, but not all of them. None of them have doors. Some of them don't have toilet papers. They were refusing to give women tampons. There were people that had to wait up to 8 hours to get a glass of water. It's really just obscene. It's an affront on human rights, and I'm quite frankly appalled.
Okay, thank you for talking with us. And as you see, we're still showing you these pictures of a scene that continues to unfold here. This is a standoff that's been going on now for about 45 minutes, and we're learning that police have given protesters a 5-minute warning. They're saying they have to leave or otherwise they're going to get arrested. So that's what we're learning right now. So another standoff that could change very quickly, and we just have to wait and see what happens here.
All right, and so that's a 5-minute warning that you have just mentioned, Naomi, at the detention center. 5 minutes from this point, or police are going to make arrests. So we're going to take a very short break. When we come back, we'll come right back to you as we watch the result of this warning now from police that it is a 5-minute warning. Get out or there will be arrests.
The CFL on TSN returns with a Canada Day celebration. The Argos have a new owner, a new coach, a new team, and a whole new attitude. Catch the Argos as they crank it up in Calgary when they take on the Stamps. Argos football new and intense. The CFL on TSN. Argos Stamps. Thursday on TSN.
Real estate agent man. His name is George Cazares.
I've dealt with George Cazares for many years, and he's always taken a personal interest in my success.
George has integrity. He has our best interests at heart.
He sat down with me and discussed my long-term goals and put together a plan to achieve them.
Call George, your real estate agent man.
George Cazares, your real estate agent man.
Locally and worldwide.
Mom, what are you doing?
I'm looking through my old jewelry.
Why don't you sell them for instant cash? Oren Jewelry gives you the most cash for old gold, jewelry, and diamonds.
Who?
Oren.
This too?
Oren will sell that on consignment for even more cash.
Oren has buyers around the world ready to pay top dollar for quality jewelry.
Gold is at an all-time high. Take advantage of the high gold markets now and sell me your old gold, jewelry, diamonds, watches, even dental. I guarantee you the most cash.
Wow, I got much more than I expected.
I told you Oren is better.
Located off Allen Road between Shepherd and Finch.
CP24, Toronto's breaking news.
It is 4:46. Let's go live to Jamie Goodfrein in the CP24 Traffic Center with news on departures of some of the leaders.
Yes, thank you very much. And right now, we're just hearing reports that some of the motorcades are starting to leave the city. So as you can imagine, traffic in the downtown core will only get busier as basically with the number of security that surrounds those motorcades. And what I'm showing you right now is the southern end of the Don Valley Parkway. You'll notice that the entrance to the westbound Gardner Expressway completely shut down all the way towards the 427. And northbound 427 is shut down from the Gardner all the way up towards the airport to accommodate the motorcade procession. So you definitely want to avoid anywhere in the downtown core, as there will be some rolling closures in effect for these motorcades. And once again, northbound 427, that is shut down from the Gardiner all the way up towards the 401 Don Valley Parkway off-ramp to westbound Gardiner shut down, and leaving the downtown core along the westbound Gardiner. Yeah, that's not happening because it is completely shut down. So once again, we're just hearing reports that motorcades are starting to leave the downtown core, so just be prepared for some rolling closures and some delays in the downtown core.
CP24 breaking news.
Well, tension is mounting at the Eastern Avenue Detention Center. A standoff going on right now. Let's get more details live to producer Stephanie Smythe at our breaking news desk. What you got, Steph?
Well, Anne, as everyone heard live here on CP24 just moments ago, a 5-minute warning has been given to protesters at the detention center. We are watching this situation, this tense situation unfold live. Again, on CP24, we have our crews there. Again, and a 5-minute warning just issued or at least 2 minutes ago to these people. So not a lot of time left for them to vacate that area. The police, the special G20 security force, wants these people out of that area. And Naomi Parnas, CTV's Naomi Parnas, is there live on the scene. There she is, Naomi.
Well, I'm actually just listening to police here because they're actually talking right now with the protesters. He just said, you've been... Right now. I'm going to try and tell you exactly what he's saying as he says it, because it's going to be hard for you to hear because I'm on my phone. But he basically said that they're impeding traffic. There are houses in the area, and they're disturbing the peace, and they've asked them to leave. He said, you've been here peacefully, and we respected that, and now we're asking you to leave. He keeps saying we're giving you 5 minutes, so I guess they keep extending it. But he's pretty firm on what he's saying here. He has said, you've been here. It's been peaceful. We've given you your time. They had negotiations to release a few people, and they did release some of those prisoners who were in the temporary prisoner processing center. We did speak with one of those prisoners before, and so as you can see, police sort of helped them, and now police are asking for their help to leave. And we do see some people leaving. They're walking away, so that's a good sign. But there are still a lot of people who are standing here and are pretty firm on staying. Police are now walking towards the protesters, who are now screaming shame. And we're just going to have to watch and see how this one plays out, just like we have in many of the other standoffs that we've seen over the last few days. The police are now talking to each other. I think they're trying to determine a strategy right now. And they're talking on their radios. The riot police are ready at all 3 corners, as we've seen. A lot of protesters have decided to leave, but many are still here. I'd say probably, if I can look in the crowd, there's probably still about 100 people who are here who've decided to stay. And there are people looking out their windows. I mean, as you can see in the shots that we've been showing you, there's houses right here. There's people who live right here. We've seen kids walking through here. And that's what police are saying. You know, you're disturbing the peace. You've been here. Now we're asking you to leave, so please leave. Some people are continuing to walk away, and they're now chanting peaceful protest.
And at this
We're just
point,
watching and waiting to see what happens here.
What are people shouting at this point, and what are police saying to them?
Police are right now talking to each other. They're not talking to the protesters at the time, but they're chanting peaceful protest, and they're holding up the peace sign.
Now, Naomi, it's been 7 minutes since police said it would be the 5-minute warning.
Yeah, as I said, they went up to them a few minutes ago and said 5 minutes again, so I'm not sure if they're just giving them even more warning, but obviously I see these 2 officers who have been in charge here talking to each other. It looks like they're trying to determine a strategy as to what to do right now. And as we saw earlier, I mean, these situations change very quickly. Police charged at the crowd earlier, and they're ready to go. So if that's what they decide to do, then that's what we're going to see unfold here in front of us. The crowd is now cheering, but they're still here. They haven't left. Even though they've had their 5-minute warning, they have not left. They've decided to stay, so we're just going to have to see what police decide to do. Police are talking on their radios here. You're hearing the applause. That's because someone else has just been released. As you can see, she's in the orange T-shirt walking out. So a round of applause. We've seen this play out all throughout the day here.
And she's walked into the crowd now, and she's giving everyone hugs, and they're applauding her release. That's why they came here. They want the people released who they say have been innocently arrested. And while all of this is happening, we're seeing a group of police right in the middle here who are talking to each other and trying to decide what to do with this situation, as they've given people a warning to leave, and they told them if they didn't leave, they would be arrested. So we're waiting to see what they're going to do. There are riot police waiting at all three corners of the street right now.
It appears that perhaps the police number, they outnumber the protesters.
Yes, as we've seen in many cases, in many of the protests, they do. And there's actually police buses behind our camera, which we can't show you, but they're just lined up here ready to come off the buses. So there are also a lot of police behind this line of riot police. So you see the first line here, but there are other police behind. And we're hearing applause because someone else has just been released, walking out here in a red T-shirt.
You can see that some of the police are just leaning on their shields and putting them down. So it doesn't look like they're at the ready to move just yet.
And they've also issued a second 5-minute warning, right, Stephanie. So and this is all unfolding live. They're aware of that. So are the protesters. We are watching this situation very closely.
Yeah, they appear to be very patient, the police, with the protesters, because they, as I said, they did issue another 5-minute warning. So they're being very patient. They've asked them very nicely. I mean, I was standing right there. It was a very nice negotiation. They said, you've been here, we've released some of these people to you, and now we're asking you to leave. They said they are impeding on traffic, and they're disturbing the peace. As I mentioned, lots of people who live in this area are now looking out their windows and wondering when all of this is going to end.
So
and how?
Some of the next steps we've seen is they start to just move in and squeeze, and the protesters will move off. Or, as we've also seen, Anne, they might shoot a muzzle gun of smoke into the crowd. But it doesn't seem like it's that tense, and their guard isn't as, they're not as on guard as we've seen them before. Might they start to move in? We might see in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what happens here, because you're right. I mean, their shields are not up. Some of them don't have their helmets fully down. So at this point, it's not as tense as we've seen it. But you're right. I mean, the next move will be that they move in.
And how they go about doing that will be what will be unfolding. We just heard through your phone, we're hearing, again, 5-minute warning. I don't know whether that's police saying to each other. We've already issued that. What are you hearing right now?
Unfortunately, we can't hear the police because, as you see, they're standing a little bit away from our cameras here. But we heard them issue a 5-minute warning a few minutes ago to the group, so that was the second one. So that meant they had 10 minutes. So at this point, we're just watching them in the corner here, and they're strategizing. They're trying to decide what to do. There's a few police officers who are going into this group who are coming to chat with them. So again, as we say, we're just watching this unfold live and see what happens.
They have to be very careful because they know that the cameras are on them, and there's been the criticism about use of force by some.
There's every aspect of transparency, if you will, because live cameras are rolling, there are photographers, there's every social networking site where information can be passed on, and cell phone cameras. We're all watching. We're watching this unfold.
And I should also note to you, just because our cameras can't show it to you, but we do see people standing on the roof of a building, and we do believe, because we saw them earlier, that those are plainclothes police who are watching from above.
Do you see if they are armed? Does it look as if they're armed?
No, they're not. But we saw them earlier with... they have little walkie-talkies, so we do believe that they're plainclothes officers. I mean, this is the temporary prisoner processing center, so it wouldn't be a surprise to us if there were extra police all over the place. We see a court services van moving in here now, but still, they're not raising their shields at this point, and on the other side of the street here, police are still talking to each other about what to do.
How close are the neighbors and those who are standing out on their front porches and on the street that might not have been a part of the bike rally in the first place? Are they nearby? Any concern about their safety?
They're right there. Yeah. These poor neighbors are right there. The protesters are basically standing on their doorstep. Some of them are actually standing on their doorsteps, on their steps. But these bike protesters are in the street right in front of these people's homes. I can actually just have my cameraman pan over to these houses over here. We can show you. I mean, here are, there's a lot of media standing in the front right now, but here are the protesters behind that line of media, and here are these homes. So this is, they're right in front of these people's homes, and that's what the police are saying is, you've been here, but now it's time to leave. So
I've been getting emails from a friend of mine who lives just a block away from this area, and he says that they have about 15 police vans parked on his street, and they've been going up and down his street the wrong way in a one-way for the past hour or so. So it truly is a disruption in that area. And I said, no, it's not Flashpoint being filmed. This is for real.
This is certainly for real, and the ironic thing is this used to be a film studio, so I am sure that what's playing out right now in reality is likely far more interesting than any of the films that have been produced in here.
And this is one of many fluid situations right now. King and Bay, a standoff between a crowd that has gathered, some of them protesters, and a long line of police. And also we have the situation that George Lagajanis has been keeping an eye on Queen West in Parkdale. They call it West Queen West, where we're hearing that a few hundred police officers holding the line, and it's a standoff at this point. And a bus has just arrived with another 75 to 100 police in riot gear and shields.
We're hearing applause here at the scene, and that's because someone else has just been released, and just so you know.
While we're talking about the detention center here, the latest numbers we have from the integrated security unit is 560 people in total arrested, 244 arrested today. And there may be more. Those numbers are on the rise. No doubt there have been more arrests, and we're watching this situation, and as Anne was mentioning very closely, at Queen and Noble, where there are some arrests being made, and a big show of police force there as well.
Now, we also understand from the fluid, active situation on West Queen West in Parkdale that there might be up to 5 arrests here, members of a Quebec protest group. We'd heard about possibly 2, but now we're understanding from George Lagajanis on scene that it might be 5 arrests. And again, in that situation, another 75 to 100 police in riot gear and shields have arrived. And a few hundred officers are already there. We are live right now on Toronto's breaking news, CP24. It is 4:59 on Sunday, June the 27th, as the world leaders make their way in motorcades to the airport to go back to their nations, to their capitals. We're watching all of this unfolding as it has for the past 36 hours and more, as again, people taking to the streets, taking over the streets, facing off with police, and we saw some stunning images this morning, Stephanie and Naomi, and early this afternoon about how situations were dealt with and how crowds had to be dispersed, and the method by which police used this, and some disturbing live pictures of the arrests and the handling of some suspects. Massive police presence. They are doing everything they've been told to do to try and protect our streets, our people, our protesters as well. And it's been a day that will not soon be forgotten. Once again, you string that together with yesterday, and this is Toronto at the tail end of the G20 summit.
And we're learning from CTV's Tom Hayes that police on bicycles are now arriving at Queen and Logan, which is not too far from this location. So they're bringing in the reinforcements. We don't have the mounted unit yet, but they're upping their force.
And if my math is correct, it's if we have 2 5-minute warnings that started at 4:44, we're well past that.
Yeah,
now.
I'm almost tempted to go up and ask police, but I don't want to interrupt their discussion here. But
no.
They were being pretty open with the protesters before, so I'm curious about what they're discussing right now. Obviously, it's a strategy of some sort. We were here earlier when things changed so quickly. As you were talking about those dramatic pictures from earlier, we had another peaceful protest happening here earlier, a solidarity rally to release some of the people who were inside. And all you had to do was turn your head, and within seconds, everything changed. They were singing Kumbaya, and then just a few seconds later, we saw a woman whisked into a moving vehicle. Undercover officers took her out of the crowd and put her into a moving car. And then we saw that smoke. We heard those bangs, and we found out later that those were muzzle bombs, as they call them, which are individual blasts of tear gas that they used in order to detain someone who we believe is a member of the Black Bloc. So literally within seconds here, things can change, and that's why we're watching this very, very closely as police continue to talk about what they're going to do. As you mentioned, Dan, the math is not wrong. It's been a lot longer than 5 minutes, so we're waiting now to see what they're going to do here with the riot police lined up at all three corners and at the entrance of this prisoner processing center where they continue to release prisoners. There's been a steady stream of them leaving here all